The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communications from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 7th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Dale W. Strong to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January the 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties and the time equally allotted between the parties, and each member other than the majority or minority leaders and the majority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Ms. Costa, for 5 minutes. Mr. Costa, absolutely. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are at a seminal moment, I believe, in world history, comparable to times in the 20th century, like the Depression and World War II in the 1960s. The world is on fire with conflict, and democratic countries like Israel, Ukraine, and Armenia are under attack from terrorists and other authoritarian regimes who want to reshape the world order and take away basic freedoms and human rights. These authoritarian regimes, these attacks from terrorists, they're anti-Semitic. They involve hate crimes that are sadly on the rise for other ethnic groups as well. Terrorist groups like Hamas and bad actors like President Putin of Russia and Xi of China are spreading misinformation to create discord. We see the impacts of this propaganda here at home. Our actions today, therefore, will determine the future success of societies, free societies throughout the world. And that is why it's important for us to stand firm in our support of democracies around the world. We must stand against the attempts to undermine Israel's very existence. It's disturbing to see the chants from the river to the sea. This is a phrase used by Hamas in rallying cry of terrorists calling for the destruction of the Jewish state. It's anti-Semitic and it's hateful. Israel has the right to defend itself, an obligation to protect its citizens and secure its borders. Let us not forget that the families, the children, the elderly who were slaughtered on their homes a month ago by the terrorists who carried out a planned, coordinated attack on innocent Israeli civilians on October 7th. But we should also hold sorrow for the Palestinian people. Many of those who live in Gaza are equally victims of Hamas and their barbaric actions against humanity and using these Palestinians as human shields. Hamas, therefore, is responsible for this terror and their suffering. Congress must help the Palestinian people out of this horrific situation, starting with humanitarian aid. The Palestinians have a right to determine their own future. Congress also must send military and economic resources to Israel. It must work to expand and strengthen the Abraham Accords, which are critical. We cannot allow Iran and its proxy terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah to disrupt the accomplishments of this diploma. Let's understand what's at stake here. Iran wants to have hegemony over the entire Middle East, and we must be mindful of that with their alliances with Russia and China. Congress must also send additional aid to Ukraine. These Ukrainians, these brave people, are defending their sovereignty. We must give them everything they need to win their fight for freedom and defeat Putin, who I believe is a war criminal by the actions he's carried out in the last 18, 19 months. Russia today really is a syndicate masquerading as a country, and its mob boss is Putin. So for some of my Republican colleagues who are having second thoughts on funding additional support for Ukraine, I would remind you of President Reagan and Senator John McCain, who always recognized the threats of Russia's communism to our democracy. Because I believe in Putin's heart, he is still a communist. So it's important that we have this bipartisan package to support the President's proposal and the supplemental package that will provide funding for the next year for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, with additional border security and humanitarian assistance, which could also benefit Armenia and over 120,000 Armenians who have been displaced from their historic homeland as a result of Azerbaijan. These are all critical issues in the foreign affairs of America and the world's security if we are to remain the beacon of light around the world. These are critical times, to be sure, and therefore America must be together with our allies in Europe. We cannot lose sight of what's at stake if we do not stop these threats against freedom, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's in Asia or elsewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues in the House of Representatives, this is the test of our time. It's the test of our generation. And historians will look back 10, 20 years from now, and they'll determine, did we make more good decisions than poor decisions in standing up for human rights and the freedoms we cherish? I pray that we make more good decisions than poor decisions, and that America remain united and the beacon of light for democracy around the world. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to address the growing threat of Delta 8 across communities in Nebraska. For anyone who may not be following this issue yet, Delta 8 is a variant of THC and is derived from cannabis. Today, retailers across Nebraska are selling THC-laced products aimed at kids. For example, a retailer in Madison County has allegedly been selling gummies containing 200 times the level of THC needed to send a kid to the hospital. Delta 8 products are made to look like common types of candy or snacks to appeal to children. I'm glad Nebraska is cracking down on Delta 8, which are illegal even in states that have legalized recreational marijuana. Attorney General Mike Hilgers has filed complaints in 10 counties across Nebraska as he works to confront this challenge. I commend him and others across the country who are taking action to stop the threat of Delta 8 that is hurting our children. I encourage everyone watching to visit ago.nebraska.gov to learn more. Thank you, and I yield back. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute the service of newly appointed Nebraska State Treasurer Tom Breezy. For almost 7 years, Tom honorably served the people of District 41 in the unicameral. I sat next to him on our state's Revenue Committee. During those years, he fought hard to reform the state's high property taxes and school funding formula. Over the course of the time in the legislature, he worked with both Governor Ricketts and Governor Pillen to deliver historic tax relief. Earlier this year, Governor Pillen announced that he would appoint Senator Breezy to fill a vacancy in the role of state treasurer. Tom brings with him a wealth of experience in working with the legislature and state senators to shape public policy. He leads an office that manages the state's college savings plan and unclaimed property programs while watching over the state's resources. I know Tom will do an outstanding job in his new role. I wish him all the best as he takes on this new challenge. Best wishes in the years ahead, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Hampton Enterprises on 75 years of business. The late Joe Hampton opened the real estate construction company in Lincoln, Nebraska in 1948 when he was just 22 years old. Throughout the past 75 years, Hampton has constructed everything from houses to offices to Pinnacle Bank Arena. Hampton has an impressive and extensive list of arenas, schools, and offices. With all of these buildings comes numerous tenants and customers. One tenant has been renting office space from Hampton for nearly 40 years. He says they offer a complete spectrum of service. Hampton prides themselves on maintaining their core values of integrity, quality, work ethic, relationships, and stewardship, which is likely why they've found so much success. On behalf of the people of Nebraska's 1st Congressional District, congratulations to Hampton Enterprises on 75 years. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the upcoming meeting between President Joe Biden and China's President Xi Jinping. President Biden and President Xi are expected to meet later this month during the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit. Leading Biden cabinet members have been meeting with high-level officials from the Chinese Communist Party in recent months. The focus of these meetings has been framed as, quote-unquote, engagement. While that might sound nice, the Biden administration's approach has weakened America's position in relation to China. The CCP respects strength, and America must project it if we're going to succeed in this new area of competition. If President Biden wants to find success in this policy area, he needs to be willing to communicate clear principles around national security, trade, and human rights as he meets with their president. Failure to do this will only mean America's ability to compete against China will fade away. I wish President Biden all the best as he takes on this challenge. I hope he's up to it. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Beckenhauer Construction of Norfolk on 145 years in business. Since 1878, Beckenhauer has built everything from churches to schools to hospitals and community projects built around the good life. Today, it's still a family business being run by the fourth and fifth generations. They've been involved in the Box Butte General Hospital and the Boone County Health Clinic. The University of Nebraska had them renovate the UNL Barkley Memorial Center in Lincoln just last year, and their reach extends beyond Nebraska. They recently broke ground on a new law enforcement center in Clay County, South Dakota. The Beckenhauer commitment is to hold the standards of quality, reliability, integrity, safety, and honesty to provide unparalleled service to their clients. That's why they're likely to grow for at least another 145 years and beyond. Once again, congratulations to Beckenhauer Construction. Best wishes on the years to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our President Joe Biden, for the investment of $1.2 trillion. That's right, Mr. Speaker, trillion with a capital T, of the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act. And we hear a lot of noise from the other side every single day. But when we see those shovels going in the ground, when we see those major projects coming forward across the nation, those same members that are making noise on the other side of the aisle will show up to the ribbon cutting, Mr. Speaker. And some of them may dare to take credit for the projects. The biggest investment in the history of our nation with regards to infrastructure and jobs. And it is not just infrastructure. It is an economic development machine that will generate hundreds of thousands, if not millions of jobs across our nation. So I want to thank our president for his investment in our nation, and particularly in the 13th Congressional District, which is an iconic district that has Harlem, East Harlem, also known as El Barrio, Washington Heights. Yes, some of you may have seen the movie In the Heights, Inwood, and the Northwest Bronx. And the second phase of the 2nd Avenue subway just kicked off this past weekend. I want to thank our Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, for coming to our district to kick off the second phase of the 2nd Avenue subway right in East Harlem. And this phase is such an important phase for a community that has, for far too long, been subjected to a transportation desert. On Saturday, the U.S. Department of Transportation's Federal Transit Administration stood hand in hand with East Harlem leaders to sign off on a $3.4 billion full funding grant agreement. This was part of the Capital Investment Grant Program that received record funding under the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act. So I want to thank the Secretary for coming to my district. The funding will help support a 1.8-mile extension of the Q line. Some people seem to think that America cannot build a subway anymore. Yes, we can. Yes, we can when we put people over politics. And so this new initiative on the east side of Manhattan will connect the Q line from 96th Street to 125th Street, to Harlem, and relieving an overcrowding Lexington Avenue line, which is the most overcrowded line in the nation and if not the world. And it will transport over 200,000 riders on a daily basis in the most heavily used transit corridor in America. Saturday marked the start of a vibrant economic future for families across East Harlem. And we work with the Wrangell Infrastructure Workforce Initiative at City College that Congressman Wrangell and myself have been working on to ensure that we train those young people in our community so they can have access to prevailing wage jobs. This project is also called Uptown Grand Central. As you can see, we will have a transportation hub that will connect Harlem to the rest of the world. And you see the lines here that will go from 125th Street to 96th Street. Now, the first phase went uptown, right through the Silk Stocking District, the richest zip codes in the country. So maybe they weren't too open about the jobs, but we are laser focused on making sure that the second phase creates thousands of jobs. The first phase created 16,000 jobs, generated $142 million in wages, and produced $2.87 billion in economic activity during the construction. So this second phase will lift that district, East Harlem, not only producing jobs, but injecting oxygen to our economy. Yes, we can when we put people over politics. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to be here to tell you that this project will connect Harlem to the rest of the world. It will connect the 2nd Avenue subway to the Metro North Line, 14 counties outside of New York City. I stand here to say we have a bright future. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievements of Corporal Leonard Turner, who recently celebrated his 100th birthday. Corporal Turner is a World War II veteran who was part of the revered Marine Raiders, an elite infantry group that took on the most dangerous tasks during the war. As his 100th birthday approached, his children decided to honor him and celebrate his very special birthday by inviting an array of veterans, generals, colonels, and dignitaries from the state. Congratulations, Corporal Turner, on reaching this incredible milestone of 100 years. Your journey through life, including your valiant service during World War II, is an inspiration to us all. Your dedication, courage, and sacrifices have left an indelible mark on history, and we are forever grateful for your service to our country. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Queensboro National Bank President William S. Easterling on receiving the James Collier Award from the Georgia Bar Foundation at their annual grants meeting in July. The James Collier Award is reserved for individuals, lawyers, or non-lawyers who make exceptional efforts to advance the Foundation's primary objective of providing legal assistance to Georgians in need. Mr. Easterling has shown extraordinary support for the Foundation through his counsel as a banker and dedication to assisting disadvantaged Georgians. From growing his family-owned bank's assets from $106 million to $2 billion and expanding to 27 locations, he is committed to providing exceptional financial services and giving back to the community he serves. Great work, Bill. I look forward to seeing what else you achieve. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Arlie Maxton McNeil, a resident of Brunswick, Georgia, who passed away on August 16, 2023, surrounded by his family after battling cancer. Arlie was born in Seagrove, North Carolina in 1936. He joined the U.S. Navy in 1955, where he became a dental assistant and soon realized he wanted to be a mortician. In 1961, he married his wife, Sheila McNeil. In the following year, he graduated from John A. Gupton College Mortuary School in Nashville, Tennessee. Arlie returned to Brunswick and started working at Edo Miller's and Sons Funeral Home, where he served for over 50 years and became part owner with Johnny Wilson. Arlie was a well-known auctioneer, a 50-year Mason at Lodge 214, and in 1977 became an ordained deacon at Norwich Street Baptist Church. He also served in the Georgia State Board of Funeral Services from 1998 to 2004 and was the area manager for the Lowen Funeral Group for 5 years and a devout Christian. He will be remembered by all, including his family and community, that he served well. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Mr. George Skarpelosis, an American hero and a father to 3 children. Upon graduating from basic training at Fort Benning, Georgia, First Lieutenant George Skarpelosis led a platoon of the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne during the Vietnam War. After his service in the military, George returned to his roots of Brunswick, Georgia, to raise 3 children. Mr. Skarpelosis was also a musician. He performed at many local establishments on St. Simon's Island. He also played in several bands, including the Ascots, the Gypsies, and the fabulous 60-Minute Men. He also found enjoyment in real estate, leading him to open his own real estate company called Skarpelosis Realty. While we were all sad that he is no longer with us, we will remember the life of Mr. Skarpelosis, his service to the United States, and contributions to the state of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as a grateful and proud daughter of the United Auto Workers, I'm heartened to see General Motors, Ford, and Jeep Stellantis reach tentative agreements with the hardworking brothers and sisters of the UAW. This historic strike is deeply personal to me. I know firsthand from my parents and constituents the difficult jobs they do, day in and day out, sometimes 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. While too many manufacturing jobs have been shipped overseas to penny wage havens, I salute companies inside our borders, the largest consumer market in the world, for agreeing to pay fair wages with good benefits that our hardworking American auto workers have earned. Firms in other nations should follow suit. Our trade negotiators should focus on reciprocal contracts for market access to achieve fair trade globally, to stop the exploitation of workers in the automotive industry in the third world. Let's recall after the United Auto Workers conceded major benefits during the 2008 Great Recession to literally save the Big Three from bankruptcy. These agreements represent a monumental step towards finally making these workers whole again. They say when unions fight, all workers win. Last week, we saw Toyota raise wages for their workers, knowing they must now compete. Record profits should mean record contracts. Americans must honor people who work hard, hour by hour, building the economic prosperity of our great nation. From Toledo to Wayne to Wentzville to Belvedere, your vigilance, fortitude, and guts have made this new progress possible. I salute those in our unions who have fought so hard and have dedicated their lives to building our middle class from the middle out and the bottom up. Onward. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss my priorities for protecting America's future. We need to reduce and reprioritize government spending, secure the border, and end the weaponization of the federal government. The Biden administration's spending has created massive inflation and increased our national debt to $33 trillion. $2.4 trillion of that debt has accrued over just the last 365 days. That's over $76,000 every second. The Biden administration's spending is out of touch with what Americans want, and it's crushing our economy. We're all feeling it, especially in middle America, where new, costly regulations are forcing small businesses to close, gas is nearly $4 a gallon, and people's paychecks are overtaxed. House Republicans have offered common sense solutions to these problems. We passed Limit Save Grow Act to stop wasteful taxpayer spending, reclaim unspent COVID relief money, and promote pro-growth economic policies. We must stand firm in our commitment to reducing and reprioritizing government spending. While the Biden administration is burning through taxpayer dollars like there's no tomorrow, there's also a humanitarian crisis raging at our southern border, and it's getting worse every day. This is a national security emergency. As we speak, fentanyl is flooding American streets, victims of human trafficking rings are getting abused and killed, and our brave Border Patrol agents are overwhelmed. The funding to secure the border has already been appropriated by Congress before President Biden even took office, and then he killed the completion of the border wall by executive order. In response, House Republicans passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, which would force the Biden administration to resume construction of the border wall, increase the number of Border Patrol agents, protect unaccompanied children from human trafficking, and terminate catch and release policies. We also passed the Schools Not Shelters Act and the Halt Fentanyl Act. We must keep pressing to secure the border and protect Americans. In addition to wasting taxpayer dollars and ignoring the border crisis, the Biden administration is overseeing and directing an unprecedented weaponization of the federal government. President Biden's Department of Justice refuses to apply justice equally, and House Republicans are constantly fighting back against overreaching government regulations that are hurting agriculture producers and small business owners. Even the Supreme Court had to step in and declare the Biden administration's definition of waters of the United States was unconstitutional. When government grows, freedom shrinks, and so we must stop the weaponization of the federal government to protect our freedoms. The appropriations process is a critical opportunity to address all of these concerns. We must restore fiscal sanity. Americans deserve to have their taxpayer dollars used wisely, and giving the president endless, no-limit credit cards is no way to govern in a democracy. It's hard for me to imagine how anyone would love $33 trillion of debt, or love the open border, or love losing to China, or love $200 billion of unaccounted for COVID relief dollars so much that they'd be willing to shut down the federal government to maintain them. We have 10 days to pass the remaining appropriations bills in a fiscally responsible way. We owe it to the American people to work tirelessly toward that end and to get our country back on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life of my good friend, Bishop Emeritus Todd Brown, who recently passed away at the age of 86. Bishop Brown led our diocese for 14 years in a community that is now 50% Roman Catholic. Under his leadership, the diocese more than doubled in its membership, and by the year 2012, there were more than 1.2 million Roman Catholics in Orange County, California. In recognizing the diversity of our church, Bishop Brown ordained the nation's first Vietnamese Roman Catholic bishop in 2003 and one of the first Hispanic bishops in the United States in the year 2000. On a personal note, Bishop Brown administered the First Communion to my children in the good old days. Bishop Brown, you're going to be remembered. God bless you, Bishop Brown. Thank you, my good friend, for all the good work you did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the extraordinary career of Jerry Patterson, lawyer, educator, and former U.S. Congressman, who dedicated his life to public service. As a UCLA alumni, just like myself, Mr. Patterson served as Santa Ana council member and Santa Ana mayor. He fought to double the size of city-owned parks and created the first nationally recognized Golden Circle Bikeway. After serving in Congress, Mr. Patterson came home and represented our community as an educator until 1999. Jerry Patterson always put the needs of his community first, and today I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring his service to our great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Orange High School's Marine Corps Junior ROTC program. The ROTC program at Orange High School began in 1995 under the leadership of Master Gunnery Sergeant James Ferns, but not without a fight. After having his request denied over and over again, Master Gunnery Sergeant Ferns flew to Washington, D.C. himself to demand a meeting with then the Commandant of the Marine Corps. And he got it done, and he got it done. Today, Orange High School has one of the largest Marine Corps ROTC units in the Western United States. And it teaches over 160 cadets the values of citizenship, service, discipline, and responsibility. And I must say, these cadets are the leaders of tomorrow. Congratulate them, and I want to also wish the Marine Corps happy birthday. You're 248 years old this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I will be voting for the Transportation Appropriations Bill. And one of the reasons why is it provides exactly the right amount of funding for California's high-speed rail, which is $0. $0 are appropriated for high-speed rail in this bill. And it is well past time that we stopped throwing good money after bad. You know, high-speed rail was an idea in the early 2000s in California that might have initially had some promise, but because of sheer political dysfunction, it has become perhaps the biggest boondoggle in United States history. The price tag is now pegged at $128 billion, and a decade and a half after it was approved, there is still absolutely nothing to show for it. When you look at the press releases that come out from the High-Speed Rail Authority, it's almost beyond belief what now counts as success. This is just from 5 days ago. Press release: California High-Speed Rail Authority moves closer to designing tracks and systems. Moves closer to designing tracks and systems. This is a decade and a half after the project was conceived, and according to the New York Times, at the current pace, the high-speed rail project will not be completed in this century. Last year, an Investigations by the Times produced a story headlined, "How California's Bullet Train Went Off the Rails." The Times explained that the tortured effort to build the country's first high-speed rail system is a case study in how ambitious public works projects can become perilously encumbered by unrealistic cost estimates, flawed engineering, and a determination to persist on projects that have become too big to fail. The Times reported how one of the early operators that actually knows how to build high-speed rail systems, SNCF, became so frustrated after their ideas and plans were repeatedly discarded that they pulled out in 2011 and decided to go to North Africa, where it was less politically dysfunctional. And indeed, they then helped Morocco bring a high-speed rail system online in 2018. All the while, the condition of California roads continues to deteriorate and are among the very worst in the country. They are unsafe, they cause needless wear and tear on vehicles, and they cause Californians to be stuck in traffic for hours on end. And this is an area where my particular district has unique needs. The 3rd Congressional District is one of the few parts of California that is still growing. Cities like Roseville and Folsom and Lincoln are growing as fast as anywhere. People want to come to our communities because of the high quality of life, because we have eluded the downward spiral that has afflicted many other parts of California, because we support small businesses, we support law enforcement and public safety. We have local governments that are accountable to taxpayers. But precisely because of this success, many people want to move into our communities, and it's creating major challenges when it comes to traffic. So I have made it a top priority to look for every possible opportunity to stop spending federal dollars on wasteful projects like the high-speed rail boondoggle, and instead direct those funds to needed local road projects that will alleviate traffic for my constituents. So I was very glad to participate earlier this year in the groundbreaking for the I-80 fifth lane project, which is going to improve travel times westbound on I-80 between Douglas Boulevard and Riverside Avenue. And in the Transportation Appropriations Bill, which will be voted on by the House today, I've secured funding for 3 important projects in our district. The first is the US 50 Empire Ranch Road Interchange project, which will reduce traffic congestion and improve safety on adjacent interchanges, ultimately enhancing local and regional circulation and transportation infrastructure in Folsom and surrounding areas. The second is the Blue Oaks Boulevard roadway and bridge widening project, which is going to alleviate a critical transportation bottleneck. And the third is the Folsom Lake Crossing Safety Improvement Phase 2 project, which will enhance road safety on Folsom Lake Crossing by adding a median barrier rail to minimize head-on collisions, injuries, and fatalities. Mr. Speaker, this is the way that federal funding should be directed, towards infrastructure and projects that will improve the quality of life for our constituents. So I'm glad that in the bill that will be voted on today, that is the priority, and that we will be sending $0 to the failed California high-speed rail. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was in this chamber on January 6th of 2021 that I came to realize relatively late in life how fragile our democracy is. And I realized that the words of the Constitution, to which we all pledge an oath, are important, but so are the concepts underlying those words. The concepts of a peaceful transition of power, the concept of the separation of church and state, the concept of freedom of expression. These are concepts that are hundreds of years older than the Constitution, but they're critical to our democracy, which I think we would all agree is currently a bit fragile. So I'm profoundly disturbed that this House has gotten into a frenzy of censure resolutions to censure the speech of members of Congress. Mr. Speaker, it's the second clause of the First Amendment to our Constitution that says that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Our founders protected us in particular with another clause in the Constitution, the Speech and Debate Clause. Article 1, Section 3 says, we will be protected for any speech or debate in either house. They shall not be questioned. Our founders decided that we would not be sanctioned for the things that we say. And yet there are at least 4 resolutions before this House, one from Ms. Jacobs, one from Ms. Green, one from Ms. Balint, one from Mr. McCormick, seeking an official censure of members of Congress for the things that they have said. Mr. Speaker, this is what I mean by the erosion of the foundational principles on which our democracy exists. I don't much like any of the speech that the members who are accused of foul speech have engaged in. But the test of our commitment to freedom of expression is not how hard we fight in a moment for the rights of those that we agree with. The test is whether we're willing to stand up for freedom of expression for somebody with whom we don't agree. To my Republican friends, I would say you have quite rightly, in many instances, objected to the cancel culture, which is too rampant in our universities and elsewhere. Why now? Why in this institution? To my Democratic friends, I would remind them that every progressive, going back to Galileo, right up through Cesar Chavez to Martin Luther King, has been told and tortured and sanctioned for their expression. It's time for this to stop in this chamber. It is time for us to stop trying to punish each other for the things that we say, no matter how abhorrent. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we're more than just representatives. If we were just representatives, we would just go back to our constituents and bring their ideas here. We are stewards of this institution, which is why we take an oath to the Constitution. If you take seriously your role as a steward of this institution, Vote to table every one of these obnoxious motions to censure, and if they do come up and aren't tabled, vote against them. The freedom of expression upon which this institution is built demands nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning. Mr. Speaker, in 1919, President Woodrow Wilson declared November 11th as Armistice Day, a day in which to honor those who gave their all in World War I. In 1954, Congress amended Armistice Day to be inclusive of all veterans who have fought for American freedom, effectively changing its name to Veterans Day. It is on this day that we salute you, our remarkable brave patriots who keep America safe. We, the people, enjoy the blessings of hard-earned peace, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness because our warriors who answered the call to defend our nation. Our men and women in uniform are a constant reminder of the true source of our nation's greatness. And many of you, veterans, who have freely given the last full measure of your devotion for our nation, because of your defense, our nation remains strong and our children can pursue their dreams. To our veterans, your loved ones have endured seasons without a parent, a child, a sibling. And today, on Veterans Day, we also recognize your families and thank them for their sacrifice. It is my greatest honor to represent so many heroes who have served our nation or who are serving our nation from the 4th Congressional District of Florida. And just as you have fought for our country, I will always fight for you. Mr. Speaker, here's the truth about Veterans Day. It's not just one day. It's every day, because every day America and her people cherish the sacrifice and the service of our nation's veterans. Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, hearts, minds, and lives were forever changed. You see, we believed hatred and murder of Jews to be a thing of the past, but we were heartbreakingly wrong. October 7th will go down as the deadliest day in Jewish history since the Holocaust. Today, our strongest ally in the Middle East, our friend Israel, is at war after enduring a multi-pronged terror attack by Hamas. Let me be clear, Hamas is not a militant group. They are terrorists. The atrocities that took place on October 7th by Hamas against innocent Israelis were not the result of provocation. It was a massacre. It was not in response to occupation of the Gaza Strip. It was a massacre. It was not a flare-up. It was a massacre. If you take elderly women, mothers, and the disabled and children hostage, if you target families, slaughter and torture civilians indiscriminately, you do not get to claim the moral high ground. There can be no confusion about the war between Israel and Hamas. It is good versus evil. It is civilization versus barbarism. It is self-defense against aggression. We must be a voice for the truth, and here is the truth. At least 1,400 Israelis were murdered. More than 4,400 were severely injured. More than 200 hostages were taken to be used as human shields. 27 Americans dead, 10 remain unaccounted for. Make no mistake, Israel is shaken, but is not defeated. The United States must be bold and courageous in standing up for the nation of Israel and the right for her to defend itself. When fighting evil, there can be neutrality. We must send a clear message to Hamas and Hezbollah and those that fund them that the United States stands with Israel today, tomorrow, and always. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to make it easier, not harder, for eligible voters to make their voices heard in our elections. We need to make sure that voting is accessible to everyone, whether they want to go to the polls, vote early, or vote by mail. In Congress, there's so much we can do to make it easier for people to vote and participate in our democracy. It starts with passing the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. These common sense bills would end partisan gerrymandering, expand voting by mail, protect early voting, help get big money out of our elections, combat dark money, support election integrity, and make additional reforms to improve ballot access. It's time to put politics aside and get these common sense bills across the finish line. I'll continue to do everything I can to protect the right to vote and work to make it easier for people to vote and to participate in our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor and celebrate the exemplary service of Mayor Ken Marshburn, a distinguished leader and devoted public servant to the town of Garner. During his time in office, Mayor Marshburn has worked tirelessly alongside council members, town staff, and community leaders to enhance the quality of life in Garner. He has an unwavering belief in Garner's potential and has always worked to make Garner a place where people can not only live, but also thrive. Mayor Marshburn's leadership is coming to an end today with our elections in Garner, and he has steered Garner towards a positive and prosperous future. His commitment to fiscal responsibility has laid a solid foundation for the town's growth, attracting new businesses that enrich our economic diversity. His legacy is one of leadership, service, and unwavering dedication to our community. I ask my colleagues to join me in applauding Mayor Ken Marshburn for his unwavering commitment and invaluable contributions to the town of Garner and extending our best wishes to him and his family as they embark on this well-deserved retirement. Our community is undeniably richer and brighter due to his leadership and service. Thank you again for your service, Mayor Marshburn. Mr. Speaker, in North Carolina last year, anti-Semitic incidents increased by 30%. The ongoing conflict in Israel has led to even more anti-Semitic attacks, both in the U.S. and around the world. Just this week, the ADL's Center on Extremism reported a nearly 400% increase in anti-Semitic incidents compared to the same period last year. The situation's been even worse since Hamas launched a brutal and calculated attack against Jewish people and the State of Israel on October 7th. In New York, Jewish students at Cooper Union College were forced to shelter inside the school library on Wednesday for their own safety during a campus protest. In Indianapolis, a woman deliberately crashed her car into the building of what she believed was a pro-Jewish organization. We have an obligation to remain vigilant against anti-Semitism, discrimination, and prejudice. Let's work to fight hatred in all forms and ensure that the scourge of anti-Semitism does not rear its ugly head, both at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, I rise about our core job here in Congress, funding the federal government. We have 10 days until a government shutdown. Mr. Speaker, 10 days, I want to say that again, just over a week until the government runs out of money. A government shutdown would hurt the economy, risk our national security, and it would be a disaster for North Carolina. Hundreds of thousands of people would be put on temporary leave without pay or be forced to work without pay. Essential staff like our TSA agents, air traffic controllers, and many others will be required to work without pay through the duration of any shutdown. Listen, Mr. Speaker, there is only one path forward, and that's bipartisanship. Republicans have a very narrow majority in the House. Democrats have a very narrow majority in the Senate. We have the White House, but we have to work together. And right now, there is no plan to fund our government, and we have to do it next week. This needs to be a priority for this body, for this institution, and we have to do our job. The American people expect us to fund the government, and right now, there is no plan to do that. A shutdown will cost taxpayers money. It will hit our economy hard, and my constituents are hit hard right now with the rising cost of inflation, the high cost of their mortgages, the continuing costs that hit hard, whether it's child care or health care. And a shutdown would be an incredible unforced error at this time. Mr. Speaker, we need to fund the government. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Congress is considering a transportation appropriations bill right now as we speak. It's critical that with California's failed high-speed rail project that has sought money year after year after year from the federal level, that we don't give it another dime. Indeed, this document does not provide any new money for the high-speed rail project, but they're certainly seeking it. There's reportedly proposals for $3 billion requested by Governor Newsom, and even reported asks of a possible $28 billion is what they really seek. Interestingly, because this original project, let's go back in history just a little bit. In 2008, a proposition was passed on California's ballot with the idea that let's build a high-speed rail system from San Francisco to LA. The cost, the voters were told, $33 billion, okay? It would have to be a high-speed rail that would go from the two cities at approximately 220 miles an hour and get the job done in approximately 3 hours or less. So it's fallen far short of those goals, and they only have to have one high-speed train a day go in order to be eligible to be called a high-speed train. Otherwise, it's going to be a commuter line stopping in every little burg along the way. As it's turning out, from San Francisco to San Jose, it looks like they're going to use local electric rail, and so you have to jump on a train in San Jose that then take it down to an undetermined point in Southern California, and perhaps jump on another train there. As I mentioned, and we were talking about this last night in the debate, you could take a Southwest Airlines plane and already be on the beach and have half of a sunburn before you can get off the high-speed rail at that point. So, what is the cost these days? That's the interesting part. $33 billion is what they're sold in 2008. A year later, they adjusted the price up to $42 billion. And not long after that, when I was still in the state legislature, they actually admitted the price then would be $97 billion. Today's estimates show it to be $128 billion. How much have they had, how much construction is finished on it? Well, the voters were told in 2008 it'd be ready to go by 2020. Well, it's 2023 and not a single mile of track has been laid. Some of the infrastructure, they have some bridges and aqueducts already built around Fresno and such, but it's nowhere near being completed. They're trying to do it in segments, so they're doing the Central Valley segment because, as they said at the time, this is pretty funny, they can build it in the Central Valley, there's less people there, so there's less resistance to having it built, okay? So they're gonna do a segment from Merced to Bakersfield where it ends up in an orchard somewhere as the terminus. So at that point, we're finding they need $28 billion just to complete that segment, not the entire thing. So it's been a boondoggle from the beginning. Lies, basically, from the rail authority about what's going to happen with the timeline, the environmental work, and the amount of jobs. Here's another good one. They were promising there'd be 1 million jobs for California. Well, 3 years into the project, they finally admitted that'd be 1 million job years. Well, currently, they claim 5,000 people are working on the rail. And so at that rate, for 1 million job years at 5,000 people, that would take 200 years. 200 years to complete this system. Well, the people that voted on it would probably like to see it done in their lifetime, which may not even happen. I think at this point, why don't we just cut our losses and move towards something that is useful, not just for Californians, but for all Americans. Indeed, we want to do infrastructure around here. Why don't we do true infrastructure? You know, we talk about highways, we talk about a lot of things. I'm focused a lot on California's water situation. We have several projects to add to its water supply so we can continue to grow crops and people can thrive in our state. Not just environmental water, it gets shifted more and more towards fish water and running it out the delta that doesn't actually help that situation or do anything environmentally positively anyway. So instead of more money into the pit, keep coming to Washington, D.C. to do something that's only covering this little portion of California instead of San Francisco all the way to L.A., they don't even have the route planned out. They don't even know how they're going to get the last leap from Bakersfield into Southern California. Are they going to build a tunnel through there with all that seismic activity? Are they going to go around it? Are they going to go over it? They don't know yet. They don't even have the whole plan this many years into the project. And they still want more money from Washington, D.C., from all federal taxpayers. I propose instead, why don't we shift money into other infrastructure that can help all Americans? These crops you see that are grown in California, look at these numbers, 100% basically of walnuts, tomatoes grown commercially, grown in California. Many of these other crops, 90+%, grown in California. That's what benefits Americans, is having a stable food supply. So dollars invested into our water system in California would go much farther than wasting money on high-cost rail. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the state of California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
Good grief. Hang on. I rise today to commemorate Indigenous Peoples Heritage Month and the enduring contributions made by the Oshiman and Tongva people to our community. In Orange County, we are dedicated to supporting our Indigenous neighbors as they reclaim their history. For generations, Indigenous groups have fought against the pressure to assimilate. They've retained a strong connection with their cultures, even when the federal government has failed to support them. Indigenous heritage is a celebration of their resilience. We owe these communities recognition. In the past, I've held roundtables with tribal leaders and chaired hearings to better understand how our current systems leave Native peoples behind. I'm proud to represent Indigenous populations, to lift up their stories, and to celebrate how their perspectives make our communities stronger. I'll continue to be a partner to Indigenous leaders and will fight to get their communities the help that they need. Elected officials have a duty to stand up for veterans. I rise today not only to honor their sacrifices with my words, but to reiterate a call for meaningful action. Nearly 100,000 veterans call Orange County, California home. They embody the resilience of our nation. Yet when they come home, they face institutions that systematically fail them. For those who fought for our country, we must take care of them and their families. We must deliver the benefits that they're owed. We must address their invisible wounds by making it easier for them to get mental health care. In Congress, I've proudly worked on improving military families' housing, strengthening the Veterans Crisis Line, and getting Orange County veterans answers and care from the VA. On Veterans Day, we thank our troops for their service, and we recommit ourselves to getting them the help that they need. Student debt holds back our entire economy and hurts all of us. Americans today, young and old, cannot start businesses or save for retirement because they're burdened by student loans. I'm glad the Biden-Harris administration is doing what it can to forgive student debt, despite roadblocks from a corrupt Supreme Court. The administration's actions will extend relief to 125,000 Americans who can participate better in our economy, totaling $9 billion that will go back into our communities. In the long term, we must have a comprehensive plan to prevent another student debt crisis from happening as we fix the current one. I founded the College Affordability Caucus to address these problems. Debt-free higher education is one of the best investments that we can make to improve the lives of young people and strengthen our nation's workforce for decades to come. I rise today to highlight how anti-transgender campus policies hurt students' well-being. In September, the Orange Unified School District became the 6th school district in California to adopt a forced outing policy. As young people are growing up, these harmful mandates expose students for something as simple as going by a different name without considering whether they are safe at home. More than half of transgender youth contemplate suicide due to a lack of support from their family or community. Schools should be places where students can focus on learning, free from fear. As a single mom of 3, I rely on public schools to help my kids mature into thoughtful and confident citizens, and I oppose misguided policies that endanger LGBTQ+ Americans. I urge all California schools to stand up for trans students and protect the safety of queer youth. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the formal renaming of Fort Gordon to Fort Eisenhower, a well-known name in history throughout the world. Located in Augusta, Georgia, this military base has experienced a major transformation over the last 10 years and is widely considered a top-tier installation that will continue to grow, all while training and housing thousands of the best and brightest who serve our country. As the home of the Eisenhower Medical Center, which provides top-notch health care services for our veterans and men and women in uniform, as well as the U.S. Army Cyber Command and the U.S. Army Cyber Center of Excellence, this renaming is a true representation of President Eisenhower's commitment to science and innovation and his love for the surrounding community that he so frequently visited for fellowship and sport. A beloved visitor of Augusta, President Eisenhower's deep ties and admiration for the area were well known, and my team and I worked side by side with local community members to ensure that if the base was to be renamed, its new name would reflect both the history of our community and the significance of the mission. President Eisenhower made 45 trips to Augusta, 5 before he became president, 29 while in office, and 11 after his first term, taking full advantage of all that our community has to offer, including the world-renowned Augusta National Golf Club, one of his favorite destinations. But President Eisenhower always found time for his faith as well. At the Reed Memorial Presbyterian Church in Augusta, there is a pew known as the Eisenhower Pew. It has a plaque on it, where the former president would worship when he was in town. With a name like Fort Eisenhower and the international renown that comes with it, as well as the critical missions housed there, this military base will endure from now on. As President Eisenhower's granddaughter, Susan Eisenhower, stated at the renaming ceremony, if Dwight Eisenhower were here, he would be full of heartfelt appreciation for the focus and dedication this community has placed on serving our country and keeping it safe. I couldn't agree more, and with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hoy me levanto para exigir la liberación inmediata de dos presos de conciencia cubanos. Michael Castillo Perez y Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara ayudaron a empezar el movimiento de pro-democracia el 11 de julio. Ellos están encarcelados desde ese día. Michael, rapero y ganador del Grammy Latino, es coautor de la canción Patria Vida, que fue himno de las protestas. Luis Manuel es un artista visual afrocubano que ha luchado duro por la libre expresión y contra la censura. Michael desapareció de la vista del público tras ser detenido sin orden judicial y un tribunal irregular lo condenó a 9 años de prisión. Según el informe de las Naciones Unidas, Michael sigue encarcelado únicamente por su activismo a favor de la democracia. Sin embargo, todavía se manifiesta como puede. En el aniversario de las protestas, se cosió la boca y se tatuó Patria Vida en el brazo. El trato despreciable recibido por Luis Manuel se ve agravado por el preocupante legado del racismo contra los afrocubanos. También fue arrestado luego de publicar un video sobre sus planes de unirse a manifestaciones masivas por la democracia en Cuba. Al igual que Michael, fue condenado y encarcelado atrás de una prisión de máxima seguridad. Luis Manuel ha sufrido una pérdida extrema de peso y graves problemas médicos. Agradezco que el presidente Biden esté ofreciendo libertad humanitaria a Luis Manuel y Michael, pero para la dictadura cubana deportarlos no es suficiente. Su propia existencia es una amenaza. Si queremos estar a la altura de los valores de nuestra nación, Debemos trabajar todos los días para liberar a los que sacrifican por los demás. Como co-presidenta del Caucus para la Democracia en Cuba, voy a luchar al lado de Freedom House y Amnistía Internacional para demandar justicia para Michael y Luis Manuel. Voy a hacer todo lo posible para abogar por su liberación incondicional. Espero que mis colegas de ambos partidos se unan a mí. 2 years ago, thousands of Cubans peacefully demonstrated for their basic rights, and their corrupt rulers responded with a brutal, indiscriminate crackdown. Michael Castillo-Perez and Luis Manuel Otero Alcantara both helped forge the historic and resurgent pro-democracy movement on July 11th. They've been imprisoned ever since. Michael, a Latin Grammy-winning rapper, co-authored the song Patria y Vida, an anthem for the mass demonstrations. Luis Manuel, an Afro-Cuban visual artist, has fought passionately for free expression and against censorship. Michael disappeared from public view after being detained without a warrant on May 18, 2021, and a kangaroo court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. The UN reports Michael remains imprisoned solely for his pro-democracy activism, enduring inmate threats, solitary confinement, and denied family visits on medical attention. Yet he still rebels however he can. On the anniversary of the July 11th protests, he sewed his mouth shut and tattooed Patria y Vida on his arm. Michael told friends, "I have enough strength to keep bleeding. I prefer with great pride to descend in a coffin than to bow." Luis Manuel's despicable treatment is compounded by the jarring legacy of anti-black racism in Cuba. On July 11th, he too was arrested after posting a video on his plans to join Cuba's mass democracy demonstrations. Like Michael, he was tried behind closed doors, thrown in a maximum security prison. Due to abuse, bad medical care, and denial of food and water, Luis Manuel is suffering from extreme weight loss and severe medical issues. I'm grateful the Biden administration granted humanitarian parole to both Luis Manuel and Michael, but for the Cuban regime, exiling these patriots isn't enough. Their very existence is a threat. While these cases are egregious, thousands of peaceful pro-democracy protesters have been jailed, tortured, or killed. If we truly intend to live up to our nation's values, we must work tirelessly to liberate those who continually sacrifice their freedom for others. As co-chair of the Cuba Democracy Caucus, I proudly join forces with Freedom House and Amnesty International to demand justice for Michael and Luis Manuel through the Defending Freedoms Project. I intend to use my platform to ensure their unconditional release is a top priority in any discussion of Cuba policy. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will join me. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
I ask the gentlewoman to provide a translation to the chair. Thank you. Thank you. In hard copy. Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezel, for 5 minutes.
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Commander James Christian Duncan of the 31st Combat Training Squadron of the United States Air Force. Lieutenant Colonel Duncan joined the Air Force in 2003 and trained at Columbus Air Force Base, where he finished with distinction flying both the T-6 and the T-38. He has a distinguished training career training other pilots on both the F-15E and the F-35. Before the 31st was activated in April of 2021, Duncan served as commander of Detachment 1 of the 29th Training Systems Squadron. In his career, Commander Duncan had received many honors and awards, including the Transition Top Gun Award, Military Training Award, Flying Excellence Award, and the Order of Dedalian's ATEC Commander's Trophy. On November 1st, he retired from the armed services and is looking forward to opportunities with his family, Amy, Eliana, Micah, and Sarah. I want to thank Commander Duncan for a career of service to our country and wish him the best in retirement. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, your grace is sufficient for all that we will face this day. When we find ourselves faltering for want of a reason to hope, weakened from lack of energy or enthusiasm, dismayed by the complexity of the issues at hand, let us not, as Howard Thurman encouraged, shrink from the present intensity, lest we turn away from the power of your love. For yours is the power that is made perfect in our weakness. Yours is the strength that carries us through the difficulties of the day. Yours is the mercy that enables us to endure the repercussions of our own mistakes. And yours is the hope that gives us purpose when nothing in our lives is certain. May we not shrink from the many challenges this day will reveal, and may we never turn away from the incredible power your love provides. On the strength of your word we stand, and in the power of your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Harder.
Please join. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we approach Veterans Day this coming weekend, we remember that on the 11th day of the 11th hour of the 11th month, it was originally the end of World War I, known as Armistice Day. In 1919 was the first Armistice Day. Until the Treaty of Versailles finally was done after several iterations of armistice was done back then. Finally, in 1945, World War II veteran Raymond Weeks had the idea to expand it to all veterans. Raymond Weeks was later known as the father of what we now know as Veterans Day. In 1954, it was fully renamed Veterans Day to properly put the focus on the service and thanking of all of our living veterans. This Saturday on the 11th, I urge all Americans to pause and participate in honoring our living veterans at local events that you may find in your area. Let them know it's not just a Friday off for federal employees and the banks or no mail on Saturday, but a grateful nation instead thanks them for preserving our freedom, and that we should also be participants in our citizenship for our country. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Biden administration for meaningfully updating the Thrifty Food Plan as Congress mandated in the last Farm Bill. Before the Biden administration took action, the Thrifty Food Plan had not been updated in 50 years. That is absurd. Needy families were having to make purchasing decisions based on data from half a century ago. But thanks to their updates, SNAP recipients now get an extra $1.40 per day. It's a small increase, but it means more people can make ends meet. And guess what? It's something that is real, that is already helping families buy groceries. And I'm so sick and tired of hearing my Republican friends play the inflation blame game. But then when it comes time to actually do something, to actually help families pay for groceries, Republicans are floating the idea of rolling back the Thrifty Food Plan update. I mean, really? What a rotten thing to do. As Congress works to complete the 2023 Farm Bill, I strongly urge all of my colleagues to join me in rejecting this cruel and cynical approach. Enough, for God's sake. I yield back my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Ask anyone that knows him, and you'll learn that Colonel Charles Eckert of Corydon, Indiana, among other things, is devoted to his faith, to his family, and his country. Colonel Eckert served in the United States Army for 28 years. He served our nation with unwavering dedication, protecting our freedom and ensuring our liberty. His service extended beyond the call of duty, making a profound impact on countless lives and communities. This is why he's being inducted into the Indiana Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Colonel Eckert was awarded the Bronze Star for his heroism during the Tet Offensive in Vietnam. He taught English literature at his alma mater, the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. He was the battalion commander in charge of the U.S. Army Reserves in Jeffersonville and retired as a colonel in 1993 in Indianapolis. Although he retired, his service has never stopped. He served his community of Corydon for decades and served as the West Point liaison for Indiana's 9th District for the last 23 years. This is where my staff and I have had the honor and privilege of getting to know him. Colonel Eckert, you are loved by my staff, your family, your community, and your country. It's truly a blessing to honor you on the House floor today. Congratulations on being inducted into the Indiana Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Indiana is proud to call you one of its own. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Auto insurance discrimination continues to keep our residents in the cycle of poverty in Michigan. The Prohibit Auto Insurance Discrimination Act, the PAID Act, would prohibit auto insurance company from using education level, marital status, credit score, zip code, census tracts, or home ownership status in insurance rating or underwriting decisions. These factors don't determine your driving ability. Yet our neighbors, especially in my district, regularly face higher auto insurance rates. Currently, many people are charged hundreds or even thousands of dollars more based on these factors, even though they aren't related, again, to driving. I don't know what the heck marital status or education level has to do with whether or not you're a good driver. This summer, residents in Michigan saw a 42% fee increase, adding on to higher fees that are still unaffordable for many families. So I'm really grateful to be working with Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman on the PAID Act and encourage my colleagues to please fight against this discriminatory practice. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor Mary Ann Riley of Inman, South Carolina, for her decades of service to our community and dedication to the South Carolina Republican Party. Miss Riley moved to South Carolina in 1982. That same year, she began attending community meetings, getting involved in local campaigns, and was appointed president of the Spartanburg County Republican Women, where she has served ever since. More than politics, Miss Riley is a major contributor to her local pregnancy center and supports upstate veterans undergoing hospice care. She's also active in her church and other organizations that work to assist our fellow South Carolinians every single day. A former teacher, her life's work has been to make the world a better place for her students, her neighbors, and future generations. Ms. Riley is a true public servant who has made a significant and lasting impact on Spartanburg County, the lives of countless South Carolinians. Thank you, Mary Ann, for over 30 years of service to the people of Spartanburg County and the upstate as a whole. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Diwali and honor its message of light triumphing over darkness. This Sunday, families in San Joaquin County and across the world will gather to celebrate the Festival of Lights with their families and friends. Diwali holds a special place in the hearts of the South Asian community and serves as a beacon of hope, unity, and joy. My wife grew up celebrating Diwali with her own family, from lighting diyas to decorating her doorstep with rangoli. It's a chance now to make sure that that tradition lives on with my own daughter and her Indian heritage, celebrating the values that Diwali embodies. I'm so grateful to the South Asian community whose hard work, dedication, and vibrant culture are such an important part of San Joaquin County and across the United States. I hope this year's Diwali is filled with joy, love, and plenty of good sweets. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Louisiana seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, in honors of Veterans Day, I'd like to take the time to recognize one of our very own veterans from the 5th District of Louisiana. Mr. Gerald McClellan is a resident of Pineville, Louisiana. He's a retired Master Sergeant E8 of the United States Army. He joined the Army straight out of high school in 1973, went through rigorous training, and spent his deployment in the demilitarized zone between North and South Korea. He distinguished himself with outstanding achievements, going on to receive the Meritorious Service Medal upon retirement for his impeccable service to the military. On Veterans Day, we reflect on the service and sacrifice of our nation's veterans like Gerald, those who are responsible for protecting and ensuring our freedoms continue to last from generation to generation. We must never forget, we are the land of the free because of the brave. And today, we give our most sincere gratitude to our veterans. Your duty and fidelity to the cause of freedom is something for which we will forever honor. Today and every day, we thank you for your service. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield back.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to House Republicans' Transportation and Housing Appropriations Bill. This week, Republicans are fast-tracking a bill that would make it more difficult for people in North Carolina to commute to work and find an affordable place to live. Specifically, this legislation slashes funding for the HOME program, the sole federal housing program dedicated to affordable housing construction. Under this plan, funding will be cut by 2/3, and 17,000 fewer affordable homes will be built or rehabilitated in the coming fiscal year. I consistently hear from constituents about the high cost of housing and how it is an unbearable burden. Across North Carolina, 25% of all renter households are categorized as extremely low income. These families need our help. We must do more to make housing affordable, and we must reject this deeply flawed bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last month, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget reported on the final monthly Treasury statement for 2023 by the Department of the Treasury. The U.S. deficit totaled $2 trillion. This figure is double the deficit of 2022 and higher than the Congressional Budget Office projected in June. Officially, the deficit grew $320 billion for 2022. As a share of the economy, the deficit or national emergency. Republicans, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, will continue to fight to pass legislation to reduce the deficit, helping American families. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders. The New York Post this week warns a 9/11 attack in America is imminent. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as Veterans Day approaches, I rise today to mourn the loss of Paul Baffico, a dear friend and pillar of our local veterans community. We met 30 years ago together working at Sears. Over the years, I learned the full breadth of his story and the depth of his character. Paul served in Vietnam in the 101st Airborne Division, participating in 206 combat assaults. Like so many of his era, Paul was not welcomed home the way he deserved. It was an experience that informed his career and his volunteering throughout his life. Paul committed his life to serving our nation's veterans. For more than 15 years, Paul volunteered as a docent at the Vietnam Memorial in Washington, D.C. In 2012, he founded the Lake County Veterans and Family Services Foundation, engaging and advocating on behalf of thousands of veterans and families. Paul was a big man and leaves an even bigger legacy, and his memory will forever be a blessing. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an oral history Paul shared with the Pritzker Military Museum and Library in 2013.
Without objection.
And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the 16 million brave men and women alive today who valiantly serve this nation in the United States military. Every year on November 11, we unite as a nation to celebrate and honor all veterans who selflessly put their lives on the line, fighting for the freedoms that make this the greatest country on earth. Veterans have made responsible or considerable sacrifices serving this nation, and we must honor them and ensure they receive the benefits promised for their noble service. That's why I'm introducing the Veterans Education is Timeless Act of 2023, removing arbitrary expiration dates for education benefits for veterans and their families. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and uphold the commitments we have made to the men and women who serve and fought on our behalf. As we approach Veterans Day, I want to express my profound gratitude to all veterans and especially recognize the 45,000 who live in Virginia's 5th District. It's an honor to recognize and represent these Americans who sacrifice so much to defend the freedoms we enjoy. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to remember the life of an environmental justice champion, fighter for workers' rights, and former Southern California Assembly member, Cynthia Montanez. Cindy's activism started at UCLA, where she participated in a 14-day hunger strike to help establish the Chicano Studies Department. At 25, she became the youngest council member of her hometown of San Fernando. At 27, she became mayor. And at 28, she was the youngest woman elected to the state legislature. Cindy used her talents to create immediate change for our communities. As an assistant general manager of the LA Department of Water and Power, she helped transition the nation's largest publicly owned utility to cleaner energy. And as CEO of Tree People, she transformed the organization into the fastest growing environmental nonprofit in Southern California. Gracias, Cindy, for your tireless advocacy for Latino communities in California. You are gone way too soon. Rest in power.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor Vietnam veteran and Clarence, New York resident Walter Beakey. For most of his life, Walt has been dedicated to serving our country and our community. In 1965, he answered the call to serve our nation, and he spent 18 months as a radio operator in Vietnam. But his service didn't stop when he made it back home. Instead, he joined the Clarence Fire Department, where he continued to exemplify the qualities that make him a hero in the truest sense. As a firefighter, Walt put his life on the line once again. He has gone above and beyond the call to serve, and we owe him a debt of gratitude that can never fully be repaid. Walt is facing his next battle, as he's been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. When we support veterans' health care in this body, he is the kind of hero that we're helping. Our nation is praying for you, Walt, and we're grateful for your remarkable contributions to our great nation, to Western New York, and to the town of Clarence. And Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in recognition of Dyckman basketball, the red carpet of street ball. In my district, basketball is everything to Dyckman. It is the opportunity to connect with friends and neighbors in fellowship and celebration of the vibrancy of our community. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a halt in the 30-year tradition of Dyckman summer basketball tournament. But I'm here to tell you that Dyckman is back. Featured in the sports documentary Dyckman the Comeback, the incredible team of the Dyckman Sports Worldwide, CEO Ken Stevens and Sharon Bond, or Miss B as known throughout the community, have poured a tremendous amount of love. Congratulations to your Emmy Award-winning documentary. Congratulations to the Dyckman dedicated team. Dyckman basketball is back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the chairman of the Agriculture Committee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Keystone Central Career and Technology Center in Clinton County, Pennsylvania. Keystone Central Career and Technology Center was named a semifinalist and received $10,000 as part of the Career Z Challenge. The Career Z Challenge runs through the Department of Education's Office of Career and Technical and Adult Education, aims to expand work-based learning opportunities for Gen Z students. Schools, nonprofit organizations, and local educational agencies in urban and rural communities across 35 states submitted entries describing their plans to create collaborative and sustainable work-based learning ecosystems to provide students with interconnected and expansive career development opportunities from grades 9 through 12. Semifinalists will be eligible to move on to Phase 3, and during the 2023-24 school year, semifinalists will receive technical assistance to support the refinement and the implementation of their proposed WBL ecosystem plans. They are also participating in a community of practice and have access to learning workshops, peer collaboration opportunities, and other resources. Madam Speaker, as co-chair of the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus, I'm pleased to see the next generation of learning of the many job opportunities CTE provides. Congratulations to Keystone Central Career and Technical Education Center, and good luck in Phase 3.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we consider the T-HUD appropriations bill, I stand here to remind this legislative body of the 3 of nearly 3,000 community funding projects that were rejected from this bill in July, including the LGBTQ Center of Reddings in my home community. The very sad reality can be boiled down to this. These organizations were rejected by the GOP-led House simply because they had LGBTQ in their name. So let's be clear. These centers provide life-saving services like food and shelter for those who've been rejected from their homes because of whom they love. They equip our vulnerable populations with the tools that they need for future success, financial literacy, professional resumes, life skills, among many other things. But unfortunately, the Republicans who pulled this funding are likely hopeful that the American people will not see this bigoted and targeted approach for what it is. But what we do here today does send a very clear message to our LGBTQ community. The message that says that too many of my colleagues in Congress don't want to support these vital community investments simply because of who they serve. We owe it to the American people to do better and to serve everyone. For my daughter, Molly, I ask for those who are affected by this to not accept this bigotry and discrimination any longer. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to congratulate First Baptist Church of Cookeville on 150 years of spreading the gospel throughout Middle Tennessee. I was raised at First Baptist Church, came to know my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, was baptized, and was a member for many years of First Baptist. My wife Chelsea and I were married in this church, so needless to say, I've received many blessings from this congregation. The church was organized in 1873 with a congregation of 34 members. They agreed on a church covenant which reads in part, quote, "The purpose of this body is to advance the church in knowledge, holiness, and comfort, promoting prosperity and spirituality." They continue to fulfill that commitment 150 years later. The folks at Cookeville First Baptist embody what it means to have a servant's heart, whether it be through their many Bible study groups or missions like Operation Christmas Child or their Family Life Center. Today, the church enjoys a membership of more than 1,300 members. That's the result of 150 years of persistence and faith. I pray they will continue to be a blessing to our community for the next 150 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is with heavy heart that I come before this body to remember the 12 innocent lives lost 5 years ago today at Borderline Bar and Grill in Thousand Oaks, California. Our community was forever changed by this tragedy inflicted by the plague of gun violence that continues to permeate every corner of our country. While House Republicans wasted precious time fighting with each other over electing a new speaker for 21 days and 21 hours, there were 33 more mass shootings. 1,030 people died from gun violence and another 2,072 people were injured. Within hours of Speaker Johnson being elected, there was a mass shooting in Maine that resulted in tragic loss of 18 lives and leaving 13 other injured. Madam Speaker, the American people are no longer satisfied with empty offers of thoughts and prayers in times of such tragedies. They want action, not meaningless words. In memory of the Borderline 12, I call on Speaker Johnson and my Republican colleagues to bring common sense, life-saving gun safety legislation, including a ban on assault weapons, to the floor now. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous request to speak for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, we're beginning November here. And of course, what does November mean? It varies from city to city. It means the Hmong New Year. And I want to call attention to everyone in this body that sometime during November or December, if you have a Hmong population near you, they will be celebrating their New Year, and I encourage you to show up, learn more about Hmong culture, the beautiful dress, the great clothes, and the great music. Of course, our country always has a debt to pay to the Hmong, who fought during the Vietnam War against totalitarian atheism, the most evil form of government we've ever known. And then afterwards, they came to our country, and I'll tell you, I've get to know a lot of Hmong. Wisconsin has the third most Hmong in the country. I have yet to run into a family, I'm sure they must exist, that those Hmong were not doing very well. Everyone getting married, having children, living the American dream. So in any event, congratulations to my Hmong friends. I look forward to celebrating separate New Years in Oshkosh and Sheboygan, and I hope all of you who are listening out there find your local Hmong New Year celebration. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to congratulate the town of Bethel in Pitt County, North Carolina, on its remarkable 150th anniversary. This past weekend, Mayor Carl and Mrs. Wilson, board members and staff, former Mayor and State Representative Gloria Steen Brown, Pitt County Board of Commissioners Chair Mary Perkins Williams, Sheriff Paula Dance, town residents, and others far and near joined to commemorate this significant milestone. Bethel is not just a town. It's a place of cherished experiences, stories, and rich traditions that have enhanced countless lives. Indeed, Bethel offers old-time charm and exceptional family-friendly amenities. Madam Speaker, I wish the town residents many more years filled with joy, unity, and prosperity. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Alaska seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard stories from people across Alaska, some of the most rural and distant parts of our country, of about 20 people sharing a house with only 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. They sleep in shifts because they don't have enough space. Without enough places to live, people are being forced out of their communities, the communities they love and the native cultures they were raised in. The Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act, or NAHASDA, is called the backbone of Indian housing for the essential support block grants and financing it guarantees to develop critical affordable housing and community facilities. But 15 years of inflation since the last reauthorization has decimated housing production. I'm asking Congress to reauthorize and properly fund NAHASDA. We cannot force Alaska Natives to make a choice between the communities of their place-based cultures or a roof over their head. I yield back my time, Madam Speaker.
The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R. 366, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to treat certain individuals who served in the Vietnam as a member of the Armed Forces of the Republic of Korea as a veteran of the Armed Forces of the United States for purposes of the provision of health care by the Department of Veterans Affairs.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution H-Res 847 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 847. Resolved, at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved to the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 4664, making appropriations for the financial services and general government for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to H.R. 4664 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. During consideration of H.R. 4664 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 4664 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledra Fernandez, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, HRes 847, providing for the House's continued consideration of appropriations bills for fiscal year 2024. The rule provides for H.R. 4664, the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Act of 2024, to be considered under a structured rule, with 104 amendments made in order. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and support the underlying pieces of legislation. H.R. 664, the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Act of 2024, was subject to a robust committee process, one that saw both Republicans and Democrats offer amendments during the markup. This is a work product the whole House can be proud of. Chairman Womack and his team, working together with Ranking Member Hoyer and his team, have produced a comprehensive and timely bill. While I'm sure the two sides have differences of opinion on the final product, I'm also sure I'm joined by all my colleagues in thanking them for their hard work. There are many aspects of this appropriations bill that I want to highlight. First and foremost is the commitment to routing out wasteful spending. The bill limits funds for 31 unauthorized accounts for a savings to the American taxpayer of approximately $64 million. It ensures that the Small Business Administration focuses on its core mission, helping small businesses, and not undertaking unnecessary climate activism outside of its primary responsibilities. The bill also claws back wasteful spending from previous fiscal years, including money used to hire an army of IRS workers. The American people have been very clear. They don't want tens of thousands of additional IRS agents. I'd also like to commend this bill as a product of strong cooperation between the Appropriations Committee and the Authorizing Financial Services Committee, on which I'm proud to sit. The bill furthers a lot of the effort we've been working on in that committee. It would prevent the SEC under Chair Gensler from finalizing rules that vastly overstep the Commission's jurisdiction, including ones that push ESG and Green New Deal agenda items over the interests of everyday investors. The bill prevents the Federal Housing Finance Agency from forcing responsible borrowers to subsidize individuals with bad credit. This bill also eliminates funding for the Federal Insurance Office and stops the federal government from taking over the insurance industry, an industry that is already successfully regulated at the state level. I'd be remiss if I did not mention the waste and abuse that this bill prudently targets, starting with penalizing the administration for not submitting its budget request on time. If the President can't complete this task, then there must be consequences. This is a basic principle in business and in our households, one government would be prudent to similarly adopt. Additionally, this legislation prohibits funds for federal agencies until telework policies are reinstated to pre-pandemic standards. The pandemic is over, and it's long past time that the federal government returns to work. Our constituents deserve fully staffed and responsive agencies, and I commend Chairman Womack for his commitment to this principle. Finally, we're here today and over the course of this week to consider more appropriations bills like the one provided for in this rule, because we must rein in federal spending. To be more exact, this bill comes in at approximately 20% below the President's request without sacrificing essential government functions. And if enacted, it represents a modest 7% cut below last year's fiscal level. The most important number we should all keep in mind is $33 trillion. That is $33 trillion in debt. We can no longer afford to kick the can down the metaphorical road. Madam Speaker, there is no road left. We need to pass this rule and the FSGG appropriations bill so we can continue to deliver on the fiscal sanity that puts us back on the right path. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I also thank the gentle lady from Indiana, Ms. Ho-Chen, for the customary 30 minutes. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and yield myself such time as I may consume. After wasting weeks as Republicans tried to get their house in order, we have just 10 days left to fund the government, or we shut down. My colleagues across the aisle might say that the House has already passed 7 of 12 funding bills, but they know those bills are so extreme that they won't get the necessary Democratic or Republican votes in the Senate and don't have any chance of becoming law. We're reviewing another extreme bill today, H.R. 4664, the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations for fiscal year 2024. So let's start with the numbers. The bill is 58% below last year's levels. If any of you had a business or just balanced your housing budget, what would happen if you cut almost 60% from what you had to spend from one year to the next? Your business or your household would fail. If a budget reflects your values, this extreme Republican bill values the wealthy, the well-connected, the fraudsters, and the scammers. A family putting their baby to bed tonight knows cribs are safe. The babies aren't being strangled because of the work of the Consumer Product Safety Commission, which recently turned 50. What are Republicans doing in this bill to this well-honored and respected commission? They're cutting their funding by 10%, so big corporations can put profit over safety. A small business entrepreneur in a rural community or an affordable housing developer in an urban neighborhood that the big banks ignore, right now they can secure financing from a community development financial institutions. What's H.R. 4664 doing about those great affordable housing opportunities? They're cutting the CDFI funding by $45 million. They're cutting the Small Business Administration's entrepreneurship program by $72 million. They are destroying opportunity that could be created in small places that big banks just don't care about. We want to grow the middle class and lower costs for Americans, but this bill would do the opposite by slashing the budgets of the agencies that protect consumers. American consumers can sometimes feel helpless against the robocalls, the credit card and bank fees, and the financial scammers. Well, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau helped those consumers get $19 billion back when they went after those scammers, when they went after those excessive fees. But this bill would weaken this agency, an agency that was born out of the 2008 financial crisis and the Great Recession. A crisis that, I'll remind everybody, occurred on Republicans' watch and brought great suffering to families and businesses. This bill also undermines oversight of Wall Street when it cuts the SEC by $149 million. Remember the SEC? It also came into existence, but this time during the Great Depression. In each financial crisis we've mentioned, Democratic Congresses and presidents stood with small businesses and working families against greed. Yes, the greed of Wall Street and the greed of payday lenders. This bill tells us that extreme Republicans are okay with dangerous or defective products making their way into homes. Indeed, last night, one Republican member said we should just get rid of the Consumer Product Safety Commission, or just like they make recommendations, maybe Congress will act. That is ridiculous, to get rid of this important consumer safety product agency. And finally, this bill rescinds $10.2 billion from funding we gave to the IRS last year. Then it cuts more funds for the IRS to modernize or protect itself from cybersecurity threats. Why would you want to make the IRS vulnerable to cybersecurity threats? To add insult, the bill would keep the IRS from developing a program so Americans can file their taxes for free. Really? You want to make sure for-profit companies can charge taxpayers to file their taxes? How cynical is that? At a time when Americans are worried about fentanyl killing their loved ones, this bill cuts funding for the Office of National Drug Control Policy. At a time when Americans are worried about terrorism, this bill cuts funding for the National Security Council and Homeland Security Council. So while this bill cuts funding for CDFIs, Democrats are fighting to grow the middle class by making housing more affordable. While Republicans cut funding to the SBA, we are putting people over politics by supporting small businesses. Democrats, as we have been saying for the last 3 years, we put people over politics. Unfortunately, this weekend, the Republican Speaker of the House stated he would not put people over politics. Well, today's appropriations actually proves that. So I'll end where I started. There are just 11 days to fund the government. We need spending bills that are bipartisan, that address the real needs of American taxpayers instead of just protecting the wealthy and well-off. House Democrats want to work in a bipartisan manner to get things done for the American people, but we will not stand for the extreme culture wars, the attacks on reproductive health care, and the draconian cuts House Republicans keep putting up for a vote in these appropriations bills. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the sky is not falling. I'd remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that the spending levels in this bill are the same as they were just 10 months ago. The sky was not falling then, and the sky is not falling now. And we're talking about cuts to some agencies. Agencies that are intent on over-regulating our small and mid-sized banks out of business. If our colleagues on the left would have their way, we'd have 3 major national banks and no access to community lending. I certainly think my constituents would rather have access to their community banks than worry about how much funding level we're giving those agencies. Madam Speaker, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my great friend and colleague from the Rules Committee, the gentlewoman from Indiana, for yielding the time. Madam Speaker, since January 2021, the Biden administration has been laser-focused on making the fantasy of the Green New Deal a reality for Americans. Earlier this year, the Securities and Exchange Commission proposed the so-called climate disclosure rule, which would require an entirely new level of burdensome, costly emissions reporting. Now, who will this rule impact the most? Not big business, as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would like people to believe. Instead, all of these new compliance costs, as with almost every new rule and regulation imposed by this Biden administration, will be felt mostly and most painfully by small business owners, farmers, and independent manufacturers. Now, let me be clear. This misguided rule will hurt hardworking Americans and hinder economic growth at a time where we should be focused on creating jobs and lowering inflation. Madam Speaker, the bottom line is this. Main Street can't afford the Biden economy. The American people can't afford it. That hasn't stopped this administration from plowing ahead with even more bans and phase-outs and regulations on everything from internal combustion engines to gas stoves. My district sees some of the coldest and harshest winters in the country, in a state that, thanks to Governor Kathy Hochul, is already one step ahead of the Biden administration in eliminating natural gas as an affordable and reliable source of clean energy. We can't afford to allow this administration to take what climate extremists in states like New York and California are doing and turn it into a nationwide effort. At a time when this world is on fire and the rising cost of living is unsustainable, the last thing President Biden should be worried about is banning gas stoves, nickel and diming small businesses for admissions, and mobilizing a new IRS in a whole lot more agents to target hardworking families and small businesses. I urge my colleagues to pass H.R. 4664 and protect American families, farmers, and small businesses from this administration's reckless agenda. And I yield back, Madam Speaker.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Americans know that the climate catastrophe is wreaking havoc on our economy. I come from a state where we lost billions due to wildfires that were caused by many factors, but this repeats itself over and over again. Across America, there is no place that is safe from the climate catastrophe, the flooding, the hurricanes, the fires, the drought, and those cost money. They cost our farmers money, they cost our ranchers money, our cities, our towns, our governments. And so, yes, we must address that. And in fact, this administration was elected precisely because he said he would address that. And we need to emphasize that. And to pretend that there isn't an economic cost is to put your head in the sand. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to provide 3.5 minutes to my wonderful colleague representing the District of Columbia, which is a democratically elected city, and we should respect it as such.
The gentlelady from the District of Columbia is recognized for 3.5 minutes.
I thank my good friend for yielding to me. I rise to strongly oppose this rule and the fiscal year 2024 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. The bill blocks, repeals, or amends 10 laws and policies adopted by the District of Columbia's locally elected officials. The rule also makes in order 3 amendments that would block D.C. from spending its local funds, which consist of local taxes and fees, to carry out local D.C. laws and policies. While Congress has the constitutional authority to legislate on local D.C. matters, it does not have a constitutional duty to do so. Instead, legislating on local D.C. matters is a choice. The Supreme Court has held that Congress may delegate, and here I'm quoting, full legislative power, end quote, to D.C. on local D.C. matters. D.C.'s local legislature, the D.C. Council, has 13 members. All members are elected by D.C. residents. If D.C. residents do not like the laws the council adopts, they can vote those members out of office. That is called democracy. Congress has 535 voting members. The members are elected by residents of the states. None are elected by or accountable to D.C. residents. If D.C. residents do not like the laws Congress adopts, they cannot vote the members out of office. This is the antithesis of democracy. The Revolutionary War was fought to give consent to the governed and to end taxation without representation. Yet D.C. residents cannot consent to any action taken by the Congress, whether on national or local matters, and pay full federal taxes. Indeed, D.C. pays more federal taxes per capita than any state and more total federal taxes than 19 states. D.C. residents, a majority of whom are black and brown, are capable and worthy of governing themselves. If House Republicans cared about democratic principles affecting D.C. residents, they would bring my D.C. statehood bill, which would give D.C. residents voting representation in Congress and full local self-government to the floor. Congress has the constitutional authority to admit the state of Washington, D.C. It simply lacks the will. I yield back.
The gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just want to touch on a few things mentioned by my colleague on the other side of the aisle. You know, we talk about no economic cost to what they're doing in this bill in terms of climate. But we saw during the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank that our regulators federally were spending more time focused on climate risk to our financial sector than to systemic risk. And this is an asleep at the wheel approach of the Biden administration that we're trying to avoid in this piece of legislation. My colleagues also discussed the District of Columbia. Well, the District of Columbia is receiving federal funds in this piece of legislation, which does give us an opportunity to weigh in on what we think the policies and the policy riders that should follow within that should be attached to this piece of legislation. With that, I will reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I will yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, an esteemed member who I look forward to hearing his viewpoints on the importance of addressing the urgent needs that Americans have told us about. How do we lower costs? How do we make sure that we bring into line Americans' dreams with Americans' realities? Mr. Estrella.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I write in opposition to the lack of resources for safe and affordable housing in the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Funding Bill. Sadly, it does nothing to address the significant housing and community development needs of our constituents. Across the country, Madam Speaker, more Americans than ever are cost-burdened with the price of rent. Parents are worried about whether they can keep a roof over their family's head. Frankly, Madam Speaker, the rent is too damn high. And this bill rescinds $560 million from accounts that would address the current harmful conditions of the housing that residents currently face. The New York City Housing Authority has revealed that over the next 5 years, to address the current and future capital needs, the agency would need $60 billion. These needs would only continue to compound. Instead of helping many for these investments, the bill funds the Public Housing Fund at $150 million below last year's fiscal budget. Americans deserve to live in safe, reliable, and dignified housing, Madam Speaker. The bill does nothing, absolutely nothing, to accomplish this, and I urge my colleagues to vote against its final package.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, again, this bill funds at a level that we were just at 10 months ago. The sky was not falling then. The sky is not falling now, despite protestations of my friends from the other side of the aisle. With that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to House Resolution 847 and to reiterate our commitment to equal justice under the law. As members of this distinguished body, we all take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. But unfortunately, the Financial Services and General Government bill we will consider this week will undermine the constitutional rights of Americans. In this legislation, federal public defenders face a steep cut and underfunding of nearly $100 million. This is unacceptable and will disrupt equal access to justice. Nearly 90% of defendants in federal criminal cases cannot afford an attorney, which is their constitutional right to have. If there are not enough federal defenders, cases could be delayed, and the cost will be more in the long run. Defendants will be referred to private panel attorneys who typically have less experience and cost more. That makes no sense. This is not a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker. This is an issue of constitutional rights and its smart fiscal policy. For several years, I have led bipartisan efforts to adequately fund federal public defenders. And this year, I have led several bipartisan calls to fully fund our federal defenders. We must defeat this rule and return the bill to committee so we can follow through on our constitutional responsibility to adequately fund federal public defenders. It's their right to have counsel. If it's not afforded public, they will be referred to panel attorneys who cost more. That makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Defender Services Advisory Group emphasizing that failing to adequately fund federal public defense will inflict a cascade of dangerous and damaging consequences on their program, on clients, and on our criminal justice system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, Gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 33 trillion. With the nation in $33 trillion in debt, a number higher than the U.S. GDP, Congress has a responsibility to reduce federal spending when possible. According to the CBO, the United States ran a $1.7 trillion deficit in 2023, driven by $6.1 trillion in spending and $4.4 trillion in revenues, following a $1.4 trillion deficit in fiscal year 22. This type of spending is completely unacceptable, and every member of Congress knows it. With regard to funding for public defenders, $1.14 billion is afforded in this bill for public defender services. This provides $8.7 billion for the judiciary, of which $110.4 million, which is above the fiscal year 23 enacted level. There are no amount of spending cuts that our friends on the left will support. We have to get our fiscal house in order. This is a responsible step forward while still providing for the needs of the American people. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We hear time and again that these draconian spending cuts are necessary because of the deficit. But let's take a step back and think about how did we get to this place in the first place, and what can we really do about it? You know, we need to remember that 36% of the debt is due to Republican tax cuts and the Iraq War, the Republican War. This does not include the $12.5 billion that Republicans are adding to the deficit from their cuts to the IRS last week. So clearly, Republicans like to talk about this, but they don't fix the problem. Indeed, they are the problem. Their tax cuts are their problem. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to insert into the record a report from the Center for American Progress titled "Tax Cuts Are Primarily Responsible for the Increasing Debt Ratio." So while the House GOP continues to blame critical social, economic development, and law enforcement programs for the nation's debt, they hide the fact that if it weren't for those tax cuts enacted under President Bush and President Trump, our debt wouldn't be an issue. Indeed, the reports show that revenues would have kept up with spending if we wouldn't have had these tax cuts. And let's remind people where those tax cuts went. Who benefited? The wealthy. The corporations who to this day still do not pay their fair share in taxes. So if you want to address the issue of the deficit, let's address the issue of the tax cuts, which you can see on this chart are primarily due to the Trump and the Bush tax cuts. Which isn't included on here are the Reagan tax cuts, which is when we started this downward spiral. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to now recognize I would now like to reserve.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman is recognized. I'm sorry, gentlewoman reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to note for my friends on the other side of the aisle that 40% of the debt was incurred under Nancy Pelosi. Ooh. Both parties are responsible, but it's only House Republicans that seem to be focused on cutting federal spending. It just simply cannot continue. It's why House Republicans have put forward and support a bipartisan debt commission. We're talking about discretionary spending in these bills, not mandatory spending. The lion's share of our debt is due to our mandatory spending. We must address that. But again, I want to commend Chairman Womack on this piece of legislation for trying to cut unnecessary programs, stop funding for unauthorized programs, cut spending, and try to get us back on a better path of fiscal sanity. With that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution which clearly states that it is the People House's duty to keep our promise to American workers and seniors to protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare, and to fight against any cuts to these vital programs. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the
That
previous
objection
question.
so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, we all know that Social Security and Medicare are core promises that we make as a country to every American. More than 66 million seniors, people with disabilities, and children rely on Social Security. But make no mistake, my colleagues in the majority are committed to cutting these programs down to the bone. Now, in 2020, even our new speaker wrote a budget proposal that called for raising Medicare and the Social Security eligibility ages. It called for $2 trillion in cuts to Medicare and $750 billion in cuts to Social Security. We know that would be devastating to millions of people, including 8 million veterans who rely on Social Security and Medicare every single day. And middle-class people across the country would see their benefits cut. Now, cost of living increases, which seniors rely on, would also be slashed. And now, the new speaker is calling for a commission that would be empowered to slash Social Security and fast-track his extreme proposals through Congress. Now, Speaker Johnson is so out of touch that he also claimed Roe v. Wade and reproductive rights now require us to make more cuts to Medicare and Social Security. This is not the agenda the American people accept or support. Now, Congress should come together to pass House Resolution 178 and commit to protecting Social Security and Medicare for all Americans. No cuts and no stripping benefits away from the people who worked for them. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so that we can bring up this important legislation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Continuing to say that Republicans want to cut Social Security and Medicare, quoting my colleague, cutting it to the bone, continuing to say that just doesn't make it so. Republicans are committed to reducing spending. We're committed to trying to find a way to get our fiscal house in order, to get us out of the calamity that we're currently in with our financial situation. The Debt Commission won't make cuts. It might make recommendations on how we can restore the nation's fiscal health, which is a great matter of national security. And it doesn't matter if we don't make cuts, if we make cuts, if Social Security becomes insolvent. We cannot let that happen, not on our watch. And Republicans are taking initiative and taking the lead on trying to solve the problem. With that, I would like to inquire of my colleague if she is prepared to close.
I have some additional information that I would like to present before the
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, first I want to touch on the idea that the Trump tax cuts are suddenly the Pelosi tax cuts. That's ridiculous. We know the Trump tax cuts, they claim them, they want to extend them. In fact, they've already been working on a bill in Ways and Means that would increase tax cuts for the wealthy. So let's put that aside. I want to talk about something else that's in this bill that is very problematic. We know that we are in a period where elections are so key, and preserving the integrity of our elections and making sure that those who work on the democratic process, the day-to-day process of making sure that our elections work, that they need all the help that they can get. But right now, state and local election administrators are working hard to make sure that's possible, but they are afraid. I'd like to enter into the record the 2023 Brenner Center poll analysis about high turnover of elections officials amid safety threats and political interference. H.R. 4664 would make it harder for those hard-working election officials to do their job. This bill cuts funding for the Election Assistance Commission by $8 million. That funding helps state and local officials administer fair, free, and secure elections. H.R. 4664 would also eliminate funding for election security grants. In New Mexico, the Secretary of State has used that money for security trainings and to enhance voter registration. Don't we all want more people to vote? I know Democrats do. Indiana, as an example, has used funds for election security and to upgrade voting equipment. This bill says to those election administrators, good luck. We're not helping you anymore with these kinds of federal funds. But that's not it. This bill includes multiple riders that would allow private companies, nonprofits, and government contractors to keep their political spending secret. This type of secrecy leads the American public to lose faith in our representative government. Our constituents deserve transparency and to know that we work for them and not some special interest group. Let's put this bill aside and instead take up one that our democracy deserves. We must always be working to that more perfect union that our Constitution calls out, but it requires work and it requires funding our elections at the adequate levels. With that, I reserve.
Gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to note again that this bill is funded at levels that we were just under 10 months ago. If we were operating just fine 10 months ago under the grants that my colleague mentions, then we will be operating just fine following the passage of this bill. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the thing about this rule is it sets out many, many amendments. And that's what we've been seeing when we've been coming to the floor, where we come down, we spend 10 minutes debating amendments that would reduce somebody's salary to $1, that then loses overwhelmingly. Over and over, we keep coming to the floor and debating these amendments that are not, they're non-starters from the beginning. But we're taking up precious floor time to do that. I want to talk about an amendment that isn't in this rule, that passed out of committee on a 30-30 vote, highly bipartisan, didn't make it in the underlying bill. So we asked last night, couldn't we let an amendment like this that clearly has bipartisan support to make it to the floor, to make sure that House members would be able to vote on it? And that amendment was the bipartisan Aguilar and Ciscomani amendment, which would have allowed DACA recipients to work for the federal government. Remember, Dreamers can lawfully work for state, local, and tribal governments and in the private sector. Americans overwhelmingly support Dreamers who were brought to this country at a young age and grew up here. Up to 73% of voters in battleground states support Dreamers and their ability to work. This is the kind of amendment that this rule should have made in order. I'm disappointed that it didn't, and I reserve.
Gentlelady in reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Reserves.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized again.
I am prepared to close. Are you prepared to close?
I'm prepared to close as well.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As noted, after waiting weeks for the Republicans to stop their infighting, we just have 10 days to fund the government. However, my colleagues across the aisle have brought forward a bill that slashes crucial funding for agencies that protect hardworking Americans. Remember, this bill is 58% below. 58% below, which was appropriated last year. And what does it do? It makes it easier for scammers, fraudsters, and cheaters to exploit vulnerable citizens, including our seniors and our children, and makes it easier for them to get away with it. The proposed cuts to agencies like the IRS, the Federal Trade Commission, the Consumer Product Safety Commission would expose families to greater risk, all while protecting the interests of the wealthy and the well-connected. As if that wasn't enough, this bill reduces support for election officials by eliminating funding for election security grants. In June, congressional Republicans and Democrats and President Biden made a deal to keep the lights on and repassed the Fiscal Responsibility Act into law. 149 Republicans voted for that law. Americans expect us to live up to our word. Americans expect us to live up to our promise. Americans expect us to live up to a law that came out of significant and intense negotiation as to what would the funding level for governments be. Unfortunately, Republicans broke that promise. They didn't even wait a week before they broke that promise. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and this rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
We face another week of big legislation under consideration for a vote on the House floor to better the lives of everyday Americans. H.R. 4664, the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Act of 2024, as well as the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Appropriations Bill, which was provided for under a separate rule, are important steps in delivering on our promises for a nation that's both responsive and responsible for the American people, and one that delivers a government that's accountable. It is Republicans that are keeping our commitment to America. With the passage of these two bills, we're closer to finalizing the appropriations process. We can continue to lead while also reining in out-of-control government spending. As I said in my opening remarks, we need to pass this rule and the FSGG appropriations bill so we can continue delivering fiscal sanity to put us back on a better path. I look forward to moving these promises out of the House this week, and I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Repeating the chair, the ayes have it.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. To Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 847 and adoption of House Resolution 847 if so ordered. First electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 847, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 847, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 4664, making appropriations for financial services and general government for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will request their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 204. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does a woman from New Mexico seek resignation?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 204. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 838 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole of the House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4820. Will the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4820, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Transportation and Housing and Urban Development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Monday, November 6, 2023, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 30, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261, offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Breachin, has been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261, on which further proceedings were postponed. In the following order: Amendment Number 5 by Ms. Escobar of Texas. Amendment Number 20 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment Number 25 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment Number 29 by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin. Amendment Number 30 by Mr. Breachin of Oklahoma. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 5, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Escobar of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Vote. The yeas are 212, the nays are 214. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 20, put in Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 125, the nays are 297. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 148, the nays are 277. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 210. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Breachin, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Breachin of Oklahoma.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 174, the nays are 252. The amendment is not adopted. For what purposes does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4820, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4820 and has come to no resolution thereon. Order. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privilege of the House and offer the resolution that was previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 845. Whereas Israel has existed on its lands for millennia, and the United States played a critical role in returning Israel to those lands in 1948, immediately following the Holocaust, in recognition of its right to exist and as an indelible signal of our solidarity with the Jewish people. Whereas Israel is a critical ally to the American people and to our strategic national security interests in the Middle East. Whereas the people of Israel, including American citizens, were brutally attacked on October 7, 2023 by Hamas. Whereas Representative Rashida Tlaib, within 24 hours of the October 7th barbaric attack on Jewish citizens of the State of Israel, representing the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust, defended the brutal rape, murder, beheading, and kidnap, including of Americans, by Hamas as justified resistance to the apartheid state. Whereas Representative Tlaib's October 8th statement claimed that Hamas's October 7th attack on the Jewish people was partly attributable to United States security aid provided to Israel, which ignores the fact that the Iron Dome, a co-developed air defense system, saved lives that day by intercepting rockets launched from the Gaza Strip against Israeli civilians. Whereas on October 18, 2023, Representative Tlaib continued to knowingly spread the false narrative that Israel intentionally bombed the Al Ali Arab Hospital on October 17th after United States intelligence, Israeli intelligence, and President Biden assessed with high confidence that Israel did not cause the explosion. Whereas on November 3rd, 2023, Representative Tlaib...
The House will be in order. Clerk will read.
Whereas on November 3rd, 2023, Representative Tlaib published on social media a video containing the phrase, "From the river to the sea," which is widely recognized as a genocidal call to violence to destroy the state of Israel and its people, to replace it with Palestinian state extending from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Whereas Representative Tlaib doubled down on this call to violence by falsely describing "From the river to the sea" as an aspirational call for freedom, human rights, and peaceful coexistence, despite it clearly entailing Israel's destruction and denial of its fundamental right to exist. And whereas Representative Tlaib has repeatedly displayed conduct entirely unbecoming of a member of the House of Representatives by calling for the destruction of the State of Israel and dangerously promoting false narratives regarding a brutal, large-scale terrorist attack against civilian targets inside the sovereign territory of a major non-NATO ally, while hundreds of Israeli and American hostages remain in terrorist captivity. Now therefore be resolved that Representative Rashida Tlaib be censured.
The resolution qualifies for what purposes does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a call of the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. One voting present. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. Members, please clear the well. The House will be in order. Members, please take your seats and clear the well. The House is not in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 9, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Tlaib has repeatedly made atrocious statements against our ally Israel and in support of Hamas, a terrorist group responsible for the largest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Representative Tlaib has levied unbelievable falsehoods about our greatest ally, Israel, and the attack on October 7th. Recently, she even falsely blamed them for bombing the Al-Ali Arab Hospital, which all our current intelligence shows that Israel was not responsible. As stated in my resolution on November 3rd, Representative Tlaib said, "From the river to the sea is an aspirational call for freedom, human rights, and peaceful coexistence, not death, destruction, or hate."
The gentleman will.
My work and advocacy is always centered in justice and dignity.
The gentleman will suspend. The House is not in order. The gentleman deserves to be heard. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
My work and advocacy is always centered in justice and dignity for all people, no matter what faith or ethnicity. Mr. Speaker, let me break down the saying, "From the river to the sea." The river is the Jordan River, and the sea is the Mediterranean. This is a call for the complete destruction of Israel. It's disgusting when it's used in its context that it was meant. Representative Tlaib boycotted Israeli President Herzog's address to Congress, releasing a joint statement with Representative Bush that said, bestowing President Herzog with the rare honor of a joint address to Congress while the Israeli apartheid government continues to enable and directly support racism and brutal settler attacks is a slap in the face to victims, survivors, and their loved ones. This kind of hatred against our ally Israel is unacceptable. Israel has a right to exist. For thousands of years, the Jewish people resided in that land, and after being displaced for centuries, returned in 1948 after the Holocaust. Mr. Speaker, we've seen the effects of the reprehensible rhetoric of Representative Tlaib across the nation. At the schools and colleges around the country, Jewish students have been forced to be on alert as their anti-Semitic peers have engaged in disgusting demonstrations, chanting anti-Semitic slogans. At Cooper Union, a private college in New York, Jewish students were forced to hide from pro-Hamas protesters in a library where they feared for their safety. At George Washington University, just about a half mile from this building, students broadcast "Glory to our martyrs" and "Free Palestinian from river to the sea" on the side of the campus building. Further, yesterday in Ventura County, California, Paul Kessler, a Jewish man protesting for Israel, was killed as an altercation with pro-Palestinian protesters. These anti-Semitic incidents are happening right now in America in 2023, and quite frankly, in my entire lifetime, I've never seen anything like it. The same nation that defended Nazism in World War II must now defeat an internal rot promoting the same senseless violence and hatred of Jewish people. It is a sad fact, but this type of anti-Semitic hate is being promoted by a small group of members in this body, chiefly Representative Tlaib. We must hold her accountable. This war in Israel is affecting everyone, whether it's innocent Palestinians at risk because of Hamas's actions, or our fellow Jewish Americans who now have to worry each day about the possibility of an anti-Semitic attack. Or Sergeant Elishva Rose Ida Lubin, a young Jewish woman who is a member of the Israeli Border Police and grew up in Dunwoody, Georgia, who was killed by a Palestinian assailant. For the safety and security of our nation, we must continue to support Israel, a nation fighting for democracy, decency, and Western values. Representative Tlaib has undermined U.S. interests with their statements and must be censured. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have images of three politicians in my office: Abraham Lincoln, Robert F. Kennedy, and Samuel F. Bellman, who was the first Jewish person ever elected to the Minnesota legislature, a great champion of civil rights and civil liberties in the Constitution and of the creation of the State of Israel, the Jewish democratic state, in 1948. And he was my grandfather. He was elected at a time of terrible anti-Semitism, not unlike today. Minneapolis was actually called the anti-Semitism capital of America. And my grandpa told me a story I'll never forget. The Democratic Farm Labor Party and Republican caucuses both had their annual retreats at a country club that did not allow Jews or blacks to enter. My grandfather complained privately to the speaker about the fact he wouldn't be able to go to his own retreat, and the speaker apologized but said that it was a tradition. So my grandfather, the only Jewish person in the chamber, spoke on the floor about anti-Semitism, and he was booed and jeered at, and members left as he tried to speak. When the minority leader asked me to manage our time today, I thought about my grandfather and how he must have felt on that day. So I rise here not in spite of the fact that I am a Jewish American who supports the Constitution and the Jewish democratic state and hates all the anti-Semitic tyrants and terrorists of the world, from Putin in Russia and Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia to Hezbollah and Hamas. I am here because of these things and because of everything that I believe in and stand for. At this moment when democracy is under siege all over the world, America must stand tall for the Constitution of the United States, and this resolution is about one thing and one thing only: the punishment of speech. So we have the chance to show the world what the American Constitution means and how we hold fast to our core principles, even when we're drawn away from them by our passions and our righteous anger. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and the very heart of it is our First Amendment, which protects every citizen's freedom of speech and says Congress shall make no law abridging it. The freedom to speak includes the freedom to disagree, the right to think radically differently from the majority about important things, or else it is no freedom at all. It's easy to defend freedom of speech for people when you agree with them. The test for each member today is whether you can defend freedom of speech for people when you most fundamentally and vehemently disagree with them. The First Amendment is like an apple, and everybody wants to take just one little bite out of it. Left-wing speech, right-wing speech, sexist speech, feminist speech, homophobic speech, pro-LGBTQ speech, anti-war speech, pro-war speech, religious speech, sacrilegious speech. Everybody just wants one bite out of the apple. But you know what? At the end of the day, once everybody's taken his or her bite, you know what's left? Nothing. There's nothing left. If you want to save the apple, you have to learn to tolerate not just the speech you love the most, but the speech you hate the most. Now, like the First Amendment, the Speech or Debate Clause embodies this central value in the proceedings of this body. It states that members of Congress shall in all cases except treason, felony, and breach of the peace be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses and in going to and from the same. And for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place. In the 2.5-century history of this great chamber, members have been overwhelmingly censured for their actions, not for their speech. Actions like participating in the violent assault against Charles Sumner of Massachusetts, assaulting Representative Josiah Grinnell of Iowa with a cane, selling military academy appointments, taking bribes, engaging in mail fraud and payroll fraud, improper spending of campaign funds, embezzling congressional money, engaging in sexual misconduct with a House page. Do you see the difference? It's not what they said, it's what they did. And I can find only 3 categories of cases where speech is the sum and substance of the charge, and all are exceptions that have been ratified by the Supreme Court. 1, violent threats against other members of this body, which, as the court has found as recently as April, are not protected by the First Amendment. 2, fighting words, the use of unparliamentary or aggressively insulting language on the House floor that constitute a direct affront to another member. And the Supreme Court has said that fighting words are not protected. 3, speech advocating or promoting treason, secession, or insurrection, all of them outside of the First Amendment because of numerous provisions in our Constitution condemning and opposing insurrection. That's it. Violent threats against other members, fighting words on the floor, speech inciting insurrection. The resolution offered against the gentlewoman from Michigan is all about censuring her for her political speech. And literally nothing else. No actions, no conduct is being alleged or punished. The entire motion is about her speech and how much we hate it and how wrong we think it is. And all of that is fine for all of us to express individually on the floor, in the media, on the social media. And I have said to Ms. Tlaib myself that the phrase from the river to the sea is abhorrent to me, even with her published explanation of what she means by it, which is very different from what Hamas says about it and uses it. But I would never think of punishing her or disciplining her because we disagree about that. But the resolution proposes to condemn her for quoting this objectionable phrase in her video, a video which is indisputably protected speech under the First Amendment. Unlike the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, whose proposed expulsion by members of the majority was rejected by a commanding bipartisan majority last week because he's not been convicted of either the criminal or ethics charges outstanding against him, Ms. Tlaib has been criminally charged with nothing. She's been civilly sued for nothing, and she has no ethics charges outstanding before the Ethics Committee in any way. And it's easy to see why. She cannot face criminal punishment or civil liability for her speech because in the United States of America, we don't punish people for their political ideas, no matter how wrong-headed or offensive we think they are. And the majority might think they are, or it might not, but in any event, it doesn't make any difference. She won re-election with 71% of the vote in Michigan's 12th district, and if anyone's going to punish her for her political ideas or performance, it must be the people of her own district who sent her here to represent them. Mr. Speaker, the disciplinary process should never be used to punish the political speech or viewpoints of a member of this chamber just because the majority disagrees. The punishment of political viewpoints will mean that members will be censured just for being in the minority rather than in the majority, and that will come to stifle our dialogue and haunt all of our work. For example, the good Speaker of the House, who is my friend from the Judiciary Committee, has taken positions in the past arguing that sex between consenting gay adults should be a crime, that the Supreme Court was wrong to strike down sodomy laws in Lawrence versus Texas, and wrong to give gay people the right to marry in Obergefell, a right that he said is, quote, the dark harbinger of chaos and sexual anarchy that could doom even the strongest republic. Now, the vast majority of Americans reject these positions as extreme in public opinion polls and believe all citizens should have the freedom to pursue their own love lives and to marry. If the House majority changes hands, should we actually censure the former Speaker of the House for his constitutional apostasy and thought crimes against the rights of millions of Americans? I sure hope not, because the gentleman from Louisiana is absolutely entitled to his political and religious views, no matter how far outside the constitutional and American mainstream they are. Under the First Amendment, extremism is in the eye of the beholder. But how will we resist the temptation to punish him in the future if we set a precedent today that members can be censured and canceled simply for their political heresies in the eyes of the majority controlling the House? If we say the gentlelady can be punished because her views of history are wrong, as I heard my friend say, can we then punish members of this body who refuse to vote to take down in our halls statues of members of Congress from the 19th century who joined the Confederacy and committed treason against the Union? People like John Breckinridge, a former vice president and U.S. senator who was expelled from the Senate after he defected to the Confederacy? Should we use the disciplinary process to impose historical orthodoxy? If anything, there's a stronger constitutional case for punishing the 120 members of the House who voted against taking down statues of Confederate traitors, because multiple provisions of the Constitution explicitly forbid and punish participation in insurrection. Do members who voted that way want to risk being censured in the future by establishing that divergent minority views on history are a legitimate matter of institutional discipline? And what about the members who defended conspiracy theorist Alex Jones and stated that Sandy Hook and Parkland mass murders of dozens of school children were staged by Hollywood to generate support for gun safety? That's not even a matter of opinion, but adjudicated positive fact, and still, the Constitution protects your right to be wrong about facts unless you're deliberately defrauding or cheating someone out of something like money or campaign contributions. And what of all of those members who have followed the former president in advancing the big lie that he actually won the 2020 election? Should we convert the 60 federal and state court decisions rejecting claims of election fraud and corruption into discipline and punishment of members who still cling to that view? What about the 11 members of this body who lost the 405-11 vote in 2019, recognizing that the mass killing of Armenians by Ottoman Turks during World War I was a genocide? Does their denial of the genocidal character of the deaths of more than 1 million Armenians qualify them for collective punishment today, institutional punishment? Can we convert differing interpretations of history into the basis for disciplinary action? Well, perhaps you say political dissent should be uniquely punishable when it comes to foreign policy. But of course, the First Amendment doesn't distinguish between speech having domestic or foreign policy content. All of it is protected. If not, every member of this body who's voted against aid to Ukraine and praises Vladimir Putin, as the former president did, for his genius and his savvy, or says Putin is not our enemy, as a number of members have, could be censured for it by this body. This resolution not only degrades our Constitution, but it cheapens the meaning of discipline in this body for people who actually commit wrongful actions like bribery, fraud, violent assault, and so on. When people are punished for their political ideas and expression, they will wear it as a badge of honor. They will fundraise on it. Millions of dollars will flow in to people who are punished that way, and they will join the public in mocking the new speech censors of Congress. A secure constitutional republic which actively protects the freedom of dissenting speech to allow for serious debate and growth as a society shows its strength, not its weakness. As Thomas Jefferson, whose beautiful statue is right outside of this room, put it, "If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve this union or to change its republican form, let them stand undisturbed as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it." Now is a moment when we will get to see who in the House of the Representatives believes in the freedom of speech, even the speech they hate, versus those who want to impose a new political straitjacket of cancel culture on America and Congress. I reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Fine speech. You talked about setting a precedence. I think there is a precedence. I remember you guys must have searched really high and far and long to find the people who voted against censoring Gosar or Marjorie Taylor Greene. There is a precedence. You're right. When you talk about freedom of speech and who protects that freedom of speech, you're talking to a Marine, and you're about to talk to a Navy SEAL, people who would give their lives to defend the freedom of speech. I understand that probably as well as anybody. But let me be clear, this is not about a First Amendment issue. Rashida Tlaib has the right to spew anti-Semitic vitriol and even call for the destruction of the Jewish state. But the House of Representatives also has the right to make it clear that her hate speech does not reflect the opinion of the chamber, and that's what this resolution is about. When you talk about from the river to the sea, we talked about this with the parliamentarian. We talked about it with legal counsel. We talked about precedent. We got the Intel Committee to make sure that the facts were straight. We did our homework on whether there is a precedence on this. If this is not worthy of censure, what is? When you can call for the annihilation of a country and its people, if that's not worthy of a censure, what is? With that, I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Before I yield, I will remind the members to direct your comments to the chair. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my colleague from Georgia's privileged resolution to censure the Congresswoman from Minnesota. But before I do so, I'd like to remind my dear friend from Maryland that the founding fathers did not envision Twitter, but the Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunals decided that genocide, in fact, is a felony. 1 month ago today, October 7th, 2023, savages from the terrorist organization Hamas invaded Israel from the Gaza Strip, intentionally targeted Jewish civilians, men, women, children, and infants, and then slaughtered them. Jews are being killed at a level not seen since the Holocaust, and worldwide anti-Semitism is at an all-time high. We've seen anti-Semitic and pro-terrorist rallies at major universities across America, and this last weekend here in our nation's capital, we saw over 200,000 people rallying in support of the terrorist organization Hamas that committed these atrocities in Israel. They defaced our national monuments and the White House. But most disturbingly, in this House, the House that freed men from the scourge that is slavery and gave women suffrage, we have a member that not only supports this organization, Hamas, that slaughtered these Jews, but has actively called for the eradication of the Jews as a people by promoting the slogan, "From the river to the sea," on social media. She represents this as an aspirational phrase, and she is correct. It is aspirational for those who call for the destruction of the Jewish people. When I retired from the SEAL teams in 2014, I vowed that I would defend the Jewish people if any of the horrors that took place on October 7th, 2023 were to occur. And following the murder of the innocents that took place on October 7th, I fulfilled that promise by visiting Israel. I visited with war-wounded soldiers in medical facilities, consulted with their military, various governmental officials, and I grieved with the families who had lost their loved ones to this savagery. I visited the kibbutzim, where infants were butchered by beasts, including one that was removed from his pregnant mother's stomach as she watched in horror before she herself was executed. I bore witness to these horrors that can barely be described, so that no one can ever tell me that these events did not take place and that Hamas is responsible for them and are enabled by those who parrot their slogans. Another massacre site I visited was the Supernova Music Festival, where over 200 children were butchered, their lives ruthlessly extinguished after many were raped, tortured, and dismembered, then burnt. As I was walking through the fields strewn with the detritus of the war crime, I noticed some cups, simple festival cups. And I asked the Israeli minister I was with if I could take some home to the United States so that I would have a tangible object that could represent the lives of those beautiful children from around the world who were killed. I brought back enough of these cups to give to many of my colleagues, including the one I stand here today to censure. She and many other members of this House need to understand that these were human beings. They were not slogans or a flag or a chant. There were children who will never be able to dance again, never be able to love again. And most tragically, they will never be able to look into the eyes of their children they will never be able to bear. I ask you today, Mr. Speaker, if you had the chance to stop the Holocaust, would you? I call upon my... Yield me 30 seconds.
Move to yield for another 30 seconds, please.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
I call upon my fellow colleagues from both parties to say yes. We would stop the Holocaust. We will not stay silent as the 21st century Holocaust unfolds before our very eyes. We will not. I cast my vote today to censure, to affirm our commitment to justice and in the defense of the Israeli people. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
4.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Lady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm
4.5 minutes, sorry.
It's okay. I'm the only Palestinian American serving in Congress, Mr. Chair, and my perspective is needed here now more than ever. I will not be silenced, and I will not let you distort my words. Folks forget I'm from the city of Detroit, the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, where I learned to speak truth to power even if my voice shakes. Trying to bully or censor me won't work, because this movement for a ceasefire is much bigger than one person. It's growing every single day. There are millions of people across our country who oppose Netanyahu's extremism and are done watching our government support collective punishment and the use of white phosphorus bombs that melt flesh to the bone. They are done watching our government, Mr. Chair, supporting cutting off food, water, electricity, and medical care to millions of people with nowhere to go. Like me, Mr. Chair, they don't believe the answer to war crimes is more war crimes. The refusal of Congress and the administration to acknowledge Palestinian lives is chipping away at my soul. Over 10,000 Palestinians have been killed. Majority were children. But let me be clear. My criticism has always been of the Israeli government and Netanyahu's actions. It is important to separate people and governments, Mr. Chair. No government is beyond criticism. The idea that criticizing the government of Israel is anti-Semitic sets a very dangerous precedent, and it's being used to silence diverse voices speaking up for human rights across our nation. Do you realize what it's like, Mr. Chair, for the people outside the chamber right now, listening in agony to their own government dehumanizing them? To hear the President of the United States, we helped elect, dispute death tolls as we see video after video of dead children and parents under rubble. Mr. Chair, do you know what it's like to fear rising hate crimes, to know how Islamophobia and anti-Semitism makes us all less safe, and worry that your own child might suffer the horrors that 6-year-old Wadia did in Illinois? I can't believe I have to say this, but Palestinian people are not disposable. We are human beings, just like anyone else. my city, my grandmother, like all Palestinians, just wants to live her life with freedom and human dignity we all deserve. Speaking up to save lives, Mr. Chair, no matter faith, no matter ethnicity, should not be controversial in this chamber. The cries of the Palestinian and Israeli children sound no different to me. What I don't understand is why the cries of Palestinians sound different to you all. We cannot lose our shared humanity, Mr. Chair. I hear the voices of advocates in Israel, in Palestine, across America, and around the world for peace. I am inspired by the courageous survivors in Israel who have lost loved ones, yet are calling for a ceasefire and the end to violence. I am grateful to the people in the streets for the peace movement, with countless Jewish Americans across the country standing up and lovingly saying, "Not in our name." We will continue to call for a ceasefire, Mr. Chair, for the immediate delivery of critical humanitarian aid to Gaza, for the release of all hostages and those arbitrarily detained, and for every American to come home. We will continue to work for a real lasting peace that upholds human rights and dignity of all people, and centers in peaceful coexistence between Israelis and Palestinians, and censures no one, and ensures that no person, no child has to suffer or live in fear of violence. 71% of Michigan Democrats support a ceasefire. So you can try to censure me, but you can't silence their voices. I urge my colleagues to join with the majority of Americans and support a ceasefire now to save as many lives as possible. President Biden must listen to and represent all of us, not just some of us. I urge the president to have the courage to call for a ceasefire and the end of killings. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
If this was about calling for a ceasefire, we would not have these proceedings. I was wrong, by the way, when I said that it must have taken a long time to find somebody who hadn't voted for censorship from the other side of the aisle. You didn't find it. The gentleman from the other side of the aisle actually did vote for censorship on a First Amendment right. So I find it rather funny. We just researched it, and unless my sources are wrong, the vast majority of the other side of the aisle actually voted for censorship based on a First Amendment right. I wanted to also say that my heart goes out to the Palestinian people. It truly does. Especially those people that were bombed in the hospital, which my colleague knows wasn't from the Israelis. And yet, the statement is contrary to that, even though our intel was very clear, as was our president, very clear. That's what this debate is about. With that, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia for his time. And with respect to the gentleman from Maryland, I understand the perspectives with respect to free speech. And I certainly wish to always stand aside the protection of free speech in this country. But this goes well beyond that, because we're not talking about restraining the gentlelady from Michigan's ability to speak as an American citizen. We're not talking about punishing her, putting her in jail. What we're talking about is whether a member of the United States House of Representatives, whether a member of this body representing this nation is justified in putting forward a defense of the actions of Hamas terrorists that murdered innocent Israeli citizens, is holding United States citizens and Israelis hostage, and in her own language was defending on October 8th, a mere 24 hours into the brutal and barbaric attacks in which babies were beheaded, babies were placed into ovens, literally. Moms were raped in a house while their babies were put in an oven a documented account, video evidence, and this is dismissed as resistance to an apartheid state. My problem is that the gentlelady is also referring to, quote, Joe Biden supporting the genocide of the Palestinian people. The gentlelady has put forward that by virtue of the United States of America funding in solidarity the people of Israel in defense of their right to exist, that by virtue of our position as Americans, standing in front of that flag in this chamber representing 330 million Americans, that by funding and supporting Israel, we are somehow perpetuating the call for violence that we saw unfold right before our eyes on October 7th in the most brutal and heinous acts that some of us have ever seen. I do not doubt the gentlelady's sincerity of her concern for her home people and concerns about the attacks on the people of Gaza. I had some people who called into question that I would put out my public support for my former colleague, Justin Amash, who lost cousins in a church, receiving missile fire into a building next to a church. I genuinely pray for the people of Israel, the people of Gaza, the people throughout the world that are now dealing with all of this. But the gentlelady cannot, as a member of Congress, be standing up and telling the world that what we saw unfold in attacking Israel is justified. We can't. Free speech matters. I have grave concern right now about where this institution is going with respect to censures. I voted against the censure last week because I thought it had drafting problems, and I thought it had significant concerns it raised. I believe the work that was done by my friend from Georgia here put forward a resolution that is worthy of support. And so I support the resolution and believe that we should pass it. I thank the gentleman from Georgia.
Reserved.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I recognize the gentlelady from Massachusetts for 1 minute.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this censure resolution that is blatantly Islamophobic, anti-democratic, and an utter waste of time. This resolution is as dishonest as it is unproductive. Any member who denies that Congresswoman Tlaib has opposed the killing of civilians, Israeli, Palestinian, and Americans alike, is willfully ignoring the truth. Representative Tlaib was elected by voters in Michigan to do exactly what she does best: advocate for a better, safer, more just world. She leads with love, speaks truth to power, and seeks justice even when her life and that of her family and her staff are threatened. As a daughter, mother, sister, friend, advocate, and effective duly elected three-term first ever Palestinian American member of Congress, she has been a much-needed voice in an institution that has too often failed to listen. Today, Republicans are again attacking a Democratic colleague just because they don't like what she has to say. Another shameful but predictable ploy of distraction from the real traffickers of hate who are obsessed with policing progressive women of color. I oppose this offensive resolution for every little girl from Michigan to the Middle East who sees herself when they see the leadership of Representative Rashida Tlaib, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
We reserve.
From Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute, 30 seconds to the gentleman from Michigan, Marine Corps General Bergman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am reminded of Proverbs 18:21, which says, "Words kill, words give life. They're either poison or fruit. You choose." I take no joy in standing here today to censure a fellow Michigan representative, but Congresswoman Tlaib's words and actions are abhorrent and beneath her office. Representative Tlaib has tripled down on her anti-Semitic and anti-Israel rhetoric, recently posting a video with protesters chanting, "From the river to the sea," with a follow-up comment explaining that phrase is a peaceful aphorism about human rights. However, That quote has long been a rallying cry for supporters of Hamas and other terrorists hell-bent on destroying Israel. From the river to the sea refers to the area, of course, between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea, which is the state of Israel. Jewish Americans are being targeted in their schools and on our nation's streets. Just yesterday, a California man supporting Israel was murdered during competing pro-Israel, pro-Palestinian rallies. Words matter, and words have real-world implications. Congresswoman Tlaib's continued assault on the only Jewish state in the world, Israel, is reprehensible, and this body should come together and support this censure resolution to say to Representative Tlaib, enough. I yield back.
General yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I will yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this resolution. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib is an important member of our Democratic caucus and our Michigan delegation. Her voice matters. She is the only Palestinian American in the Congress, and this is a representative body. Her perspective represents many that her perspective reflects many that she represents, especially when it's not twisted. Congresswoman Tlaib is entitled to the same constitutionally protected freedom of speech and expression that every other American and every other member of this body has. And this resolution is an attack on that fundamental right. I spent all weekend in Michigan this last weekend talking to all the communities about the meaning of this phrase. And there are very strong feelings on all sides. And it's very clear that people interpret words in different ways. Personally, I choose not to use a phrase that is offensive to some and that many perceive as a threat. But I also take seriously living in a country that does not restrict, forbid, or censor free speech.
Gentleman reserves.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Soulless, disgusting, sickening, reprehensible, repulsive. These are not my words, but the words of my Democratic colleagues when asked about the decision of 15 members who refused to condemn Hamas' brutal terror attacks on innocent Israelis. But some of those 15 didn't stop there. Several of these members have gone on to use their massive platforms to accuse Israel of apartheid, genocide, and war crimes. This rhetoric by members of Congress is not only careless, it is dangerous. American cities and cities around the world have been flooded with anti-Israeli protests. Protesters scream, "Intifada." They demand a cleansing of Jews from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, the destruction of Israel, the destruction of the United States of America. They rip down the pictures of Jewish children and Jewish babies being held hostage in Gaza. It is reprehensible. It is unacceptable. Hamas is a terrorist organization that does not care about the Palestinian people and whose sole goal is to wipe Israel from the face of the earth. Babies that were burned alive, babies that were beheaded, women that were raped, beaten, displayed, and then murdered. Children, mothers, grandmothers, fathers, grandfathers, they were all killed. Anyone who supports this or refuses to condemn it has no place in the United States Congress. I don't like censure. I hate censure. But we have to draw a line in the sand somewhere. We do not entertain hate in this Congress. We confront it. And we must do it with absolute conviction. This is not a freedom of speech issue. This is an issue of the Congress of the United States having the right to say this is wrong. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for this.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, the chairman of the Rules Committee, Mr. McGovern.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we should reject this resolution for a few simple reasons.
First is protecting this institution. Look, I don't agree with a lot of what people say around here. I think a lot of what my Republican friends say is offensive and even racist. But I don't go around introducing censure resolutions. So if we're going to start censuring anybody who says something we don't like, all we will do from now on is censure each other all day. The second reason is freedom of speech. Look, my Republican colleagues go on and on about cancel culture, and here they are today trying to cancel someone. And I don't want any lectures from people who are trying to create a 1984-style thought police. I don't know what is wrong with them, Mr. Speaker. If this is not the high point of Republican hypocrisy, I don't know what is. To my Republican colleagues, you are unleashing something very bad here. You are setting an awful precedent for this institution. This is a very slippery slope. And I strongly urge a no vote on this resolution to protect this institution, to protect freedom of speech, and to reject this majority's cynical attempts to divide and distract America. And I would just say to my Republican friends, if you don't like listening to people you disagree with, get a new job.
I remind members to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman and Marine from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today at what I think is a very serious moment for our country and for the world. Hate and anti-Semitism are on the rise. Our strongest ally and great friend Israel is under siege at the hands of brutal terrorists. And a member of the United States Marines House of Representatives echoing a line that is clear to call murdered Jews and push Israel off the map from the river to the sea. To be clear, from the river to the sea, as someone who's Jewish, means to exterminate my people. Never again. Mr. Speaker, the ADL recently reported that anti-Semitic incidents rose by roughly 400% in the 2 weeks following Hamas's evil attack on Israel, which began 1 month ago today. There is no question that these incidents are a direct result of the hate-filled lies and anti-Semitic rhetoric perpetuated by members of this body. From the river to the sea. What exactly does that mean, from the river to the sea? Palestine will be free. I'm happy to educate all of you. It means the extermination of the Jewish people. I understand that my colleague, the gentlelady from Michigan, thinks that this is some kind of aspirational message. It's a joke. Mr. Speaker, I do think that this is an aspirational message, but it's not an aspiration for peaceful coexistence. It's an aspiration to erasure of the state of Israel and its people, the Jewish people who call it home, who've been refugees since the very beginning of time. It is an aspiration to the genocide of Jews. Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly that members of this body should be able to speak their minds freely, but I also think there should be consequences for those who use their platforms to perpetuate garbage that puts any American at risk, especially because of their religion. Mr. Speaker, I believe that actions have consequences, and I believe that after a long string of anti-Semitic remarks and hate-filled rhetoric, censure is an appropriate consequence for the gentlelady from Michigan.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Damn it means never again. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Yes. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I will yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come before you today in support of my colleague, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. All members of Congress are entitled to freedom of speech. We also recognize that words matter and that they have the power to uplift or to harm others. While I've joined the statement rejecting certain harmful phraseology that's been used, I believe that Congresswoman Tlaib's statement that she did not intend to wish harm to the Jewish community by her words. Congresswoman Tlaib has all since clarified that she was intending to make an aspirational call for freedom, human rights, and peaceful coexistence, not death, destruction, or hate. The ability to have free speech, but to be willing to discuss and to change and clarify is not just mature, but democratic. No member should express harm to others, and Congresswoman Tlaib has been willing to listen, clarify, and express compassion. Yet, on the other side of the aisle, We have seen repeatedly Republican members make disparaging comments that have threatened our fellow colleagues,
Gentlelady's time has
their
expired.
families, and groups of. May I yield?
But I can yield just 10 seconds more.
Additional 10 seconds.
We have had members of the Republican conference make floor speeches about the Great Replacements theory that's suggestive of white nationalism. As a black woman, I am offended. Will you censor your co-chair of your
time has
conference?
expired.
We need to uplift.
Gentleman
we
from
need to allow
Maryland,
free speech.
Gentlelady is no longer recognized. Gentlelady is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Maryland
Rule reserved.
reserves.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes, 30 seconds to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Congressman Rich McCormick's resolution of censure. Enemies of civilization are gruesomely bold and clear on their murderous intentions. A heinously revealing declaration of their barbaric intentions by the Iranian puppet Hamas is detailed in the Hamas Covenant of August 18, 1988. In the midst of insane provisions is Article 7, and I quote, "The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, 'O Muslim, there is a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him.'" End of quote. They're very clear. What they're talking about is death to Israel and then death to America. The New York Post is correct in warning last week that we in America are subject to another 9/11 attack being imminent by such people. The goal of Hamas puppets of Iran is to murder the Jews worldwide. It is fake news about killing the Palestinian people. This is not about territory. Suffering by the Hamas oppressed people of Gaza is solely Hamas dictated. We know the duplicitous wording of "from the river to the sea" is nothing more than a call to mass murder of Jewish people will then lead to mass murder in America. Hamas and Houthis and also the other Hezbollah are Iranian puppets of Iran with their intent, and we are actually in a war we did not choose, of dictators with rule of gun attacking democracies with rule of law. This began with the war criminal Putin's invasion of Ukraine on February 24, 2022, and led to the Hamas invasion of Israel on Putin's birthday, October 7th. Over 30 missile attacks have already seriously injured American troops who are serving in this war. Bold and clear are the dictators with Putin's treatise of 2021 that Ukraine does not exist. The Chinese Communist Party threatens the 24 million people of Taiwan. They don't exist. And Iran chants in English, "Death to Israel, death to America." It is sad to hear how the Iranian propaganda is being promoted by our media and colleges. As the grateful father of 4 sons who have served in Iraq, Egypt, and Afghanistan, I appreciate the Israeli and Ukrainian troops for their courage. Democracies will prevail by building peace through strength. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this resolution. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib is one of only 2 Muslim American women elected to this body and the only Palestinian American in Congress. She has fought tirelessly and successfully to get clean drinking water for her constituents, to ensure that people have housing and environmental justice. If we truly want Congress to be a diverse body that represents the diversity of views across this country, we have to be willing to stand up for those diversity of views to be expressed. We don't have to agree with them, but we do have to protect the right to the freedom of speech, which this body is absolutely required to do. Our country and our world are in crisis. People are suffering everywhere. Historic and present traumas for Jews, Muslims, Arabs, South Asians, Sikhs, and so many others are playing themselves out. And we, as the elected representatives of the people, should be working together to protect the rights of every American to say what they believe and ensure that we preserve our democracy. Vote no on this terrible resolution.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1893, Catherine Lee Bates wrote America the Beautiful. In it, she wrote, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. And as the Bible says in Psalm 72:8, he shall have dominion from sea to sea and from the river unto the ends of the earth. That is aspirational. Chanting from the river to the sea is not. Chanting from the river to the sea is calling for the eradication of Israel. I would hardly define that as aspirational. My colleague, Representative Rashida Tlaib, has parroted the talking points and the message of Hamas, a terrorist organization whose sworn mission is the destruction of Israel and the eradication of the Jewish people. Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, a beacon of hope, peace, and liberty in the region. It is the only multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious democracy. It is not an apartheid state. The oppressor of the Palestinian people is Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. So if you want Palestinians to be free, reject Hamas. Reject the Palestinian Authority. Demand Hamas surrender. Calling for a ceasefire that they won't abide to is outrageous. They need to immediately surrender and return the hostages to their families. My colleague repeated a vile and disgusting lie that Israel bombed a hospital, knowing full well that was factually inaccurate, knowing full well that this administration, the Biden administration, advised her it was inaccurate, gave her a private briefing, and still she continued to repeat this vile, disgusting lie. Why? It was intended to undermine. It was intended to turn the world against Israel. Why? Because when she chants from the river to the sea, she believes it. She believes Israel should be eradicated. Because otherwise you would never, ever repeat that vile statement. And it's not. And that's why we're here. It's not a lie. And that's why we're here. And Paul Kessler.
The gentleman will just suspend. Let's have order in the chamber. The gentleman is recognized.
Paul Kessler was killed for holding an Israeli flag in the United States of America. We are losing respect for the sanctity of life, the rule of law, and the important role of faith.
Fired.
We must combat anti-Semitism, and it starts with this censure.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Bush.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute.
St. Louis and I rise today in opposition to this censure resolution and also in opposition to the reckless manner that people in this House speak when they don't realize or don't care that they put targets on the backs of actual people, most of whom are black and brown, because of a lack of care and a lack of understanding and a lack of seeing the humanity of folks who look like Rashida Tlaib. It's outrageous that my colleagues are blatantly attempting attempting to silence the only Palestinian American representative right here. It's outrageous, but it's not surprising. And let me tell you, it's not surprising because this place is where 1,700 members of Congress, this elected body, enslaved black people. It's not surprising because they thought it was right. It's not surprising because this is a place where members continue to claim that the insurrection on the Capitol just appeared to look like a normal tourist visit. It's not surprising because this is the place where our black and brown staff members repeatedly speak of experiencing racism and sexism, Islamophobia, get pushed off at elevators, xenophobia, and more right here in this workplace. This is the place. And let me say this. She mourns for the 1,400 Israelis.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
She mourns for the 10,000, and she will not stop. No
the gentlelady's time has expired.
Ceasefire now. And she takes the death threats that you all sent, that they
The gentlelady is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Maryland.
To her, the desire to save lives is greater.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
That's what I said.
We'll reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes, 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was sitting here not planning to speak at all. And then I heard words from the other side of the aisle. They were flowery. They were eloquent. They had passion. They were articulate. They were powerful, even moving probably to some. But were they true? I heard about protecting speech, the First Amendment in our beloved Constitution. Who is not for protecting speech and our beloved Constitution and the First Amendment? So does the gentleman from Maryland and our friends across the aisle really believe that? And then when I heard about slippery slope and setting a precedent. On February 4th, 2021, Marjorie Taylor Greene was removed from her committees for things that she said before she was a member of Congress. November 17th, 2021, Paul Gosar was censured for a cartoon that his staff posted. Tasteless cartoon, though it be, that was speech. So we're protecting speech, are we? Speech that we disagree with. Calling the deliberate killing of innocent civilians resistance. Claiming a bombing of a Gaza hospital was done by the Israelis that killed hundreds of people when we knew that was not true, and yet Ms. Tlaib doubled and tripled down on that. That was false and that was a lie. And then repeating and celebrating a genocidal chant from the river to the sea. That's not a cartoon, and that's not saying some things that you said before you were a member of Congress. And then we were accused of, it's Islamophobic, or pointed out that she was a woman of color, or she's the only Palestinian. What does any of that matter? This is about words and actions, and we hold everyone to the same standard. We're not trying to jail her. We're not trying to expel her. We're not levying a civil fine. We're not even talking about removing her from committees. We're simply firmly and formally disagreeing with her and chastising her for her words and her actions. What she did was not leadership. It was demagoguery of the worst kind, and it was beneath the dignity of this office, her office, and the alleged commitment to peace she claims. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
It's back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves.
I will yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this resolution. First and foremost, can we please stop misrepresenting Representative Tlaib's words? She does not want to kill Jews. She is not in support of Hamas. She is speaking as someone who is the only Palestinian American in U.S. history to serve in this body. Without her voice, we would lack even more empathy for the people of Palestine. We would not have someone with direct personal experience speaking against the siege that is happening now in Gaza. This body needs empathy and compassion for all people, not just people that look like the majority of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And maybe because of your lack of diversity, you lack the cognitive and emotional ability to recognize diverse opinions when they speak truth to power.
And you absolutely need to open up your mind to other people and other experiences, especially when they are Muslim and when they are women and when they are people of color. You had a member of your party call my colleague a terrorist, and you didn't censor her. But we're having this conversation now about your interpretation of words.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. For purpose of debate, the gentleman from Maryland has 5 minutes. The gentleman from Georgia has 1.5 minutes. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Maryland.
How much time do we have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Carson.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to my friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this censure measure is a sham. When someone who is an American, a Muslim, a woman, and a Palestinian dares to speak out for her people, she's told to be quiet. Stop talking about Palestinian brothers and sisters in the same breath as Jewish brothers and sisters. My sister Rashida is a child of the Midwest, representing the best of Midwestern sensibilities. She also exemplifies the rich tradition of the Islamic faith in the Midwest. She's a bold leader, she's a fair leader, and a compassionate leader, and most importantly, she's an American. Standing up for one oppressed people does not negate the oppression of another oppressed people. We should be working together to end this terrible suffering and eliminate these sham censors and get back to the work of the people. That's why they elected us. I yield back.
Reserve.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman. Words hold power. They're intentional representations of our values and our beliefs. And our democracy is at its strongest when we protect the right to dissent, to resist, and to speak truth to power. But over the past few weeks, this body has wrongfully and dangerously conflated dissent with hate speech and has willfully characterized acts of resistance as acts of bigotry. Bigotry and hateful speech are real. They're tangible threats to our shared humanity, our multiracial democracy, and we must address them. As someone who has heard members of this body who are not being brought up for censure casually use their platforms to carelessly promote violent, racist, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, xenophobic, and anti-immigrant language and ideals, I am clear that this resolution is another ill-intentioned attempt to persecute dissenting voices who refuse to stay silent and whose perspective challenges this body and the dominant narrative. We must resist the urge to scapegoat and vilify those who disagree with us, and I unequivocally stand with Rashida Tlaib, my friend, and I'll be voting against the resolution, and I encourage my friends to do here your job.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is glaring hypocrisy when you have Republicans on the other side of the aisle trying to create definitions and say Rashida wants to annihilate people, when Max Miller himself went on TV and said we're turning Gaza into a parking lot and we want to annihilate Palestinians. Nobody condemned him on that side of the aisle. What is true here is that every single one of them has not acknowledged the fact that Palestinians are dying in the tens of thousands, but will continue to say it is us who are not acknowledging humanity. Rashida will stand strong.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
The movement will continue for liberation until every single Palestinian has the right to
Gentleman
live
from
in
Maryland
liberty.
is recognized.
We reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, Hamas terrorists paraglided into a music festival and began an unprovoked spree of violence. Babies were beheaded, young girls raped, hundreds kidnapped, and many murdered in vile ways. To compare a modern democracy with a repressive terrorist state is wrong. But it is also wrong for Congress to take this action at a time when we have serious issues that we face, to take an action and take down the words, to strike the words, to censure a fellow member, no matter how incorrect we believe she may be, is wrong. We lower ourselves when we try to take action against someone else for their words. We all go back to our districts, and thank goodness social media hasn't caught every one of us with everything that we say back in our districts, because we would all be standing here. This is a wrong time to do this. It is the wrong action to take. Let's pass a resolution condemning this kind of language, condemning anti-Semitism on college campuses and elsewhere. But it is absolutely wrong to vote for this motion, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland reserves.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves.
Reserve? Are you done?
How much time?
We're prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, gentleman from Maryland has a 1 minute. Gentleman from Georgia has a minute and a half. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
First of all, I don't think that my colleagues have caught us in any kind of contradiction when they raised the case of Representative Gosar, who posted a video on social media depicting himself killing our colleague, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and also attacking President Biden. This was a true threat. These were fighting words, and this is something that's totally within our First Amendment tradition. Mr. Speaker, we live in a time of terror and war, great polarization and trauma across the world. We must grapple the rule of law to our souls with hoops of steel at this moment. In a time of all kinds of storms all over the world, the rule of law, the Constitution, is our shore, and now is a moment to hug the shore. Let's defend the freedom of speech for today, for tomorrow, and going forward in the Congress of the United States. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert this article from 11 Live News titled, Metro Atlanta Woman Killed in Jerusalem Reports, dated November 6, 2023.
Without objection.
Thank you. I know there's a lot of passion today, or a lot of screaming, a lot of accusations, you could say on both sides. I don't really care what race, religion, gender, orientation you are. Where I come from in the Marine Corps, we're all shades of green, and we all bleed red. That's the truth. I just care about the person who has my back. When I was student body president at Morehouse School of Medicine, I was elected by my peers. 60% females, 80% black, 95% liberal. Why? Because I love people. I love people of all sorts. This isn't about who you are, it's about what you represent, what this body represents. That's what this debate is about. If this is not worthy of censure, I don't know what is. Representative Tlaib has stoked anti-Semitism in this nation and undermined our national security. I ask my colleagues to support this resolution to show the world, especially our adversaries, that the United States stands behind our allies and will not back down to terrorists. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Maryland.
I'd like to ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
Just wait a minute. Y'all ready to roll? Good. Okay. Pursuant to House Resolution 838 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4820. Will the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Steele, kindly take the chair?
Am I using? The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4820, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Departments of Transportation and Housing and Urban Development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261, offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burchan, had been disposed of. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 31, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 31, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Strong of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you. I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 4820, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Fiscal Year 2024 Appropriations Bill. My amendment is simple. It expresses Congress's support for public housing authorities to conduct drug testing as a condition of receiving benefits. My colleagues across the aisle will argue that the purpose of this amendment is to punish. I want to be clear. The purpose of this amendment is to protect. It is to protect taxpayer-funded resources and ensure that they are available for those that truly need them and are prepared to make positive contributions to society. Drug testing would put drug abusers on notice to provide a clear incentive to get off of drugs and to work towards self-sufficiency. Should that be something we all support, we must have protection in place and tools to enforce them, which just discourages lifelong dependency and ensure these programs are used as they are intended, as a temporary safety net for our most vulnerable and needy, not a way of life for generations. I'm under no illusion that drug testing alone would solve all of the problems of abuse and dependency that plague our welfare system. However, I do believe that any tool that helps to accomplish this goal should be fully leveraged and fully supported by Congress. Drugs are absolutely ravaging our country. It can be seen in every community. In 2020, over 37 million Americans 12 years and older, think about it, 12 years and older were current illegal drug users. As a first responder, I've seen the devastation and impact of drug abuse on individuals, their families, and our communities. We have a real drug problem on our hands in this country, and it is not getting any better with this administration's border policies, which allows massive quantities of illicit drugs, including fentanyl, to pour into our country. Not only would drug testing ensure the responsible use of taxpayer-funded benefits, it would also provide a valuable opportunity to identify drug users and connect them with existing resources to get the help that they need. Voting against this amendment ignores the obligation we have to the American people to be responsible stewards of their hard-earned taxpayer money. Voting for this amendment sends a clear message to each of our constituents, protecting federal resources for those who wish to improve their lives and break free from the cycle of dependency is a priority of Congress. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. Any member seek time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Alabama recognizes.
I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The what purpose gentleman from Illinois? Seek recognition.
Madam Chairwoman, I rise as a designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chairman, I yield to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the distinguished Democrat whip and former member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, and I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Madam Speaker, we are 10 days from a GOP shutdown, and instead of finding a bipartisan way forward, instead of working with us to lower costs for families at home, instead of honoring the budget deal that we already agreed to, Republicans have turned around and become a pro-lead poisoning caucus. Really, read the bill. They have written a housing and transportation budget that defunds lead removal in low-income housing. Lead removal in the home of 46,000 children. And that's not all. This bill cuts affordable housing construction by 2/3. It guts transit funding, leaving parents with longer, more dangerous, less reliable commutes. And newsflash, nobody's gas prices were ever lowered by banning pride flags. But the open discrimination against the LGBTQ plus Americans in this bill will hurt communities in every single one of our districts. This bill is more of the same from the MAGA Republican majority. Unserious, heartless extremism. I urge my colleagues to put children over politics and vote no on this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Chairwoman, I yield to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Gentlewoman was recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, President Biden announced significant new funding for passenger rail projects across New Jersey and the Northeast region. First and foremost, for the Gateway program that is the nation's most critical infrastructure project. It's a critical win for New Jersey families, and it comes as a result of funding through the bipartisan infrastructure law to get these important projects completed. By making this investment in Gateway, we will prevent a shutdown of the Hudson River Tunnel that could cost the United States economy $16 billion over 4 years and reduce property values by $22 billion in New Jersey alone. In fact, every dollar we invest in Gateway will create almost $4 of benefits for the residents of our region, whether through lower travel costs, faster travel times, improved safety, or reduced highway congestion. Unfortunately, the Republican majority's appropriations bill is a severe threat to the bipartisan work we've done to revitalize America's infrastructure, especially for passenger rail. The bill guts the main funding source for rail projects, the Capital Investment Grants Program, by 85%, and cuts Amtrak's Northeast Corridor funding by 92%. Not only that, but Republican amendments now propose cutting all capital investment grants and Amtrak National Network funding. These provisions are unacceptable and completely out of touch with the needs of the American people. They put all of our work on Gateway at risk and could eliminate over $19 billion in economic activity for New Jerseyans and cost tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. House Republicans' extreme agenda will make it harder for families to get to work or to their kids' soccer games, will increase their travel costs, and will worsen pollution and congestion in New Jersey. Last Congress, I was so proud to work across the aisle to enact historic legislation to revitalize rail in the Northeast region and more broadly to invest in New Jersey's infrastructure. Today, I urge my colleagues to not forsake all of that work and to instead reach across the aisle and finish Gateway, strengthen Amtrak and the Northeast Corridor, and improve travel access and reliability for all of our constituents. Thank you, and I yield back.
Madam Chairwoman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. It is now in order to consider amendment number 32 printed in Part B of the House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you. This amendment would increase and decrease the Section 8 housing program to call for a U.S. Government Accountability Office study on, first, the marital demographics of HUD-administered housing program beneficiaries, second, the existence and effects of any marriage penalties for means-tested housing benefits administered by HUD. And in here, we're getting not only the Section 8, but also the 42 credits and that sort of housing. Any recommendation, and third, any recommendations and policy solutions for reducing marriage penalties within the HUD-administered programs. In the last 80 years in this country, we have had what I believe are means-tested programs. The practical effect is to discourage marriage, and in particular, discourage men from getting involved in their children's families. I remember touring a low-income housing project about 5 years ago, and the woman who was administering it, who was a crackerjack gal, really tremendous job, but she pointed out one of her major goals is to make sure she had no men in any of the housing units. And I can believe that a lot of those men, since they weren't husbands, were maybe causing trouble, maybe doing drugs. But it brought home the fact that right now, an effect and sometimes goal of low-income housing projects is to keep men away from their family. And this is, of course, only one. I'm highlighting the housing programs because we're dealing with HUD right now, but it's, of course, true of all sorts of other income transfer programs as well. Food stamps, medical programs, Pell Grants, all come with their marriage penalties. We want to focus on this. We want to see if this is a program that largely benefits people who are not married, largely benefits families without men in them. We know that there was a powerful group in this country, and in their prescribed purpose, they say they want to get rid of the Western prescribed nuclear family. We know under Marxism, one of the goals is to get rid of the family. And the purpose here is we want to have hard statistics, a GAO study, on the degree to which we are penalizing families with both parents there. And so I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Does any member seek time and opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Wisconsin was recognized.
Yeah, my only other comment is, and we have all sorts of statistics here, it is a little bit more difficult for a child, a little more tough road to hoe in life if they don't have a man at home. And I think one of the problems we have in some of our inner cities today, it not only affects the children, but it affects the parents. Because I think for a lot of people, the most important thing they do in their life and their motivation for life is getting involved in their children's families. And right now, the low-income housing programs, as well as other income transfer programs, are designed to deny men a role in their children's lives. So, thank you. Yield the remainder of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 34, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognized the gentleman from Ohio.
I thank the chair. This amendment would decrease funding for the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS by $505 million and move it to the spending reduction account. AIDS is a horrific disease, and we have lots of horrific diseases in our country, but we we don't have programs for everybody that gets a disease. We don't have programs specifically for people that get cancer, for example. We have programs for AIDS because when AIDS was first spreading, people didn't understand it. They thought it was spread, like a contagion, that you could get it just because you lived in the same housing development as someone else. Now that we properly understand AIDS, you don't have the same kind of denial of access to housing for people. We do have need-based housing, and there are people with AIDS who have needs, and some of them currently are even being housed under this program. The reality is they would still have access to housing if they're qualified for need-based assistance, just like every other American. It doesn't eliminate the safety net, but it eliminates this special favored treatment. Why is that important? Well, look, we got to cut something. Ronald Reagan famously recognized that the closest thing to eternal life we'll see on this earth is a government program. There's always a new program, but there's never a time to get rid of an old program. So this program just continues on without real authorization. It just keeps getting appropriated. And it's time. It's time to take it away. It's time to curb our spending. And this HUD program spends almost $3 billion more than it used to spend in discretionary spending. We're going to have to turn something off, folks. We got over $33 trillion in debt. And in the next 18 months, we're supposed to add another $3 trillion. Are we supposed to take spending seriously once we get to $50 trillion? At some point, people recognize that if something can't continue, it will eventually stop. It's not compassionate to bankrupt America. We put these programs out there and we say they're so compassionate, but they're not, because you're leading our country towards a crash site that is going to end in financial ruin. This is the same kind of point we tried to make when it said, let's close the economy and print money. We're spending more money than anyone will even lend us. The Federal Reserve became the lender of last resort, and their balance sheet grew by $5 trillion. We knew that was going to cause inflation. That's why I created the Sound Money Caucus in July of 2020. They said it wouldn't cause inflation. We said it would. They said it wouldn't hit consumers. We said it would. They finally acknowledged, well, maybe it'll be transitory. That's the phase we're in. How transitory is it? All this goes back to policy decisions. You might be able to print money, but you can't guarantee that it'll keep buying the same amount of stuff. We do have to turn something off. I think this is a tragic situation when anyone has a disease, but we need to turn this program off. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chairwoman, this program saves lives. HOPWA provides long-term housing assistance, permanent supportive housing, homelessness prevention, and supportive services to one of the most vulnerable populations, low-income people with HIV. Housing is the greatest unmet need for people living with HIV, and HOPWA is the only federal funding dedicated to directly addressing this need. Multiple studies have shown the lack of stable housing is the most significant factor limiting the use of antiretroviral medications, regardless of insurance, substance use, and other factors. Housing interventions improve stability and access to care. Let's be clear. If passed, this amendment will harm people's access to life-saving treatment. But let's get down to it. It's not lost upon me that among all the programs on this bill that support people with chronic diseases and other disabilities, this is the only one that's been singled out. This is a disease that can affect anyone, but HIV disproportionately affects racial and ethnic minorities, the LGBTQ+ community, young people, and people who inject drugs. It seems to me, in an effort to deny resources to LGBTQI+ people in this country, this amendment will worsen health inequalities, exacerbate the opiate epidemic, and otherwise do irreparable damage to our nation's public health. It is difficult to overstate the cruelty of this amendment and the damage it would do to public health and to one of our most vulnerable populations. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. And gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
The amendment doesn't stop people who have genuine needs as defined by our current need-based programs from receiving assistance. It maintains the same level of compassion it has for all Americans. It doesn't treat them with any special distinction. In fact, it restores equality instead of denying it. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois recognized.
Madam Chairwoman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler.
Gentleman from New York was recognized.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to this amendment to eliminate funding for the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, or HOPWA program. This amendment would cut off housing support for tens of thousands of people living with HIV. In doing so, we take ourselves back to the 1980s, when the government ignored the needs of those living with HIV and the urgency of the HIV epidemic. For more than 3 decades, HOPWA has provided critical support for low-income people living with HIV. HOPWA is a bipartisan program that serves over 75,000 people, providing housing assistance, including rental assistance, transitional housing, and permanent housing. Stable housing is essential for helping people living with HIV to achieve better health outcomes. Linking individuals living with HIV to stable, supportive housing is directly linked to decreased viral load, an 80% reduction in mortality from AIDS, and a 57% reduction in hospitalizations. To destabilize housing for 55,000 households and over 75,000 people would create a public health disaster. Cutting funding to HOPWA would cost far more money in increased health care costs than investing in this critical program at the outset. This amendment would significantly impede our nation's efforts both to support those living with HIV and to end the HIV epidemic. With Veterans Day on Friday, I also want to inform my colleagues that 10% of HOPWA recipients are veterans. I strongly oppose this amendment. I urge my colleagues to join me in calling for continued funding for HOPWA, just as this body has done since 1992. And if the gentleman is truly interested in cutting the deficit, he might consider supporting repeal of President Trump's tax cuts of 2018, which increased 83% of the benefits of which went to the top 1% of the people, and which increased the deficit by several $1 trillion. So in summary, I urge the defeat of this amendment for health reasons and for fiscal reasons. And I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yield. And gentleman from Illinois recognized.
Reserved.
Reserved. Gentleman from Ohio recognized.
Reserved.
Reserved.
We're prepared to
Gentleman
close.
from Illinois recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chairwoman, research conducted in my home city of Chicago showed that homeless individuals living with HIV had significantly improved health outcomes and transmission risk when provided with HOPWA assistance. And substantial cost savings were achieved by reducing health care costs for this population. For people with HIV, housing is health care. That stability is health care, and it means the difference often between life and death. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman yield back. Gentleman from Ohio recognized.
I thank the chairwoman. And Madam Chairwoman, our colleague just makes the point. If Chicago needs this program, Chicago could operate a program. If the state of Illinois needs a program, Illinois could operate a program. If the state of New York needs a program, the state could operate a program. The federal government does not need to operate this program. It disproportionately goes to high-density populations in urban areas. It doesn't affect rural America. And frankly, it federalizes a problem that is much more localized. It is time to let something finally expire and say this need has largely been met. The health conditions are much more survivable than they were when this program was launched. I urge my colleagues to take this opportunity to finally trim something that is no longer needed. It restores equality in our social safety net rather than continuing to distort it. Please support my amendment, and I yield.
Gentleman from Ohio yield back. The question is on the amendment offered by a gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I want to ask for a recorded vote.
Okay, what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Chairwoman, I still ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by gentleman from Ohio will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 36, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Delaware.
Madam Chair, I rise today in support of my amendment, amendment number 36. This amendment highlights the importance of the Department of Housing and Urban Development's pathways to removing obstacles to housing, otherwise known as pro-housing grant program, and land use reform policies, which were short-sightedly omitted entirely from this partisan bill that we are considering tonight, H.R. 4820. This grant program, funded for the first time in fiscal year 2023, is based on broadly supported bipartisan bills, including My Housing Supply and Affordability Act and the Yes in My Backyard Act. The program incentivizes reform of local land use policies that hinder the expansion of affordable housing supply. Our nation is facing an affordable housing crisis. We have a shortage of as many as 7 million affordable homes. This drastic underproduction hurts American families. It hurts communities, businesses, and costs the economy about $2 trillion per year in lower productivity and wages. The lack of affordable housing also increases the strain on the labor market. With about 9.6 million job openings in the U.S., from food service to cybersecurity, employers in nearly every industry are struggling to find and retain workers. The bottom line is that it takes a job, you have to have a home to be able to afford the place that you live. I hear about this problem in almost every meeting that I attend up and down my state. It's a problem that impacts people in Delaware, from our beaches to the cities to the rural communities. And I know it's impacting Americans across this country. So I urge my colleagues to think about the human impact of the lack of affordable housing. Extreme stress, homelessness, increased workforce shortages, poorer health outcomes. It is clear that housing is foundational to our well-being. Strict land use policies create artificial restrictions that drive up cost and delay production. In many cases, there are horrible vestiges from the past where discriminatory redlining broke up communities and prevented Americans from having access to the American dream. Unfortunately, the bill that we are voting on today will squander another opportunity to right those wrongs of the past. We know the bill in its current form has no chance of becoming law, and the lack of meaningful housing reform and support like the pro-housing program and land reform policies are examples of the many fatal flaws with this bill. The adoption of my amendment will at least signal to the Senate and our appropriations leaders that we need to include the pro-housing program and land use policy reforms into a final appropriations bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Delaware reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman was recognized.
Madam Chair, this bill, we're going to use $100 million, to use the Senate's number, to influence what should be a local decision-making process on zoning for affordable housing. We all support affordable housing. That's not really the issue. The issue is who's going to make the zoning decisions within each and every location and jurisdiction throughout this country. We don't believe that it should be the federal government imposing their will on local government in those zoning decisions. That should be up to the locals. And so I urge all of my colleagues to vote no.
The gentleman from Florida reserved.
Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman from Delaware is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Washington, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Kilmer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Chair, and I rise in support of my friend's amendment. According to Up for Growth's recent 2023 report, we have underproduced housing by millions of missing homes across our country, and that reality pushes home ownership out of reach for too many Americans, and we've got to fix that. While there's no silver bullet solution to this problem, several studies have indicated that restrictive zoning laws remain among the largest barriers preventing construction of additional housing supply, and that drives up prices. So as a result, Representative Flood and I introduced a bill called the Yes in My Backyard Act. Our bill is designed to eliminate some of these discriminatory land use policies and remove some of those barriers that prevent new housing construction across our country. That bill is consistent with this amendment. My friend and colleague from Delaware and I have championed funding through the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Pathways to Removing Obstacles to Housing grant program. And this isn't about forcing any community to do anything. It's about trying to encourage communities to make decisions that allow for more housing construction. I'm disappointed that this year's bill cuts funding for that program because that hurts our ability to solve this crisis.
Your time has been expired.
And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yield back, and gentlewoman from Delaware recognized.
Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from Florida recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to reiterate that Washington bureaucrats ought not be getting into the zoning business of local jurisdictions across the United States. $100 million to influence folks to make decisions that may not be in the best interest of those in the community. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Delaware is recognized.
Madam Chair, I will be yielding 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, the distinguished ranking member of the Transportation and Housing and Urban Development Subcommittee, Mr. Quigley.
45 seconds left.
Very good.
Then I will yield the balance of my time to the ranking member, Mr. Quigley.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of my colleague's amendment. In FY23, we provided funding for a new grant program, the Community Development Fund, to support communities that are taking active steps to remove barriers to construction of new housing. This is just one piece of the puzzle to help address the affordable housing crisis that American families are facing. This shortage is especially harmful to seniors and people with disabilities who make up nearly half of the lowest income renters. I encourage a support vote for her amendment.
Gentlewoman was recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yield back. Gentleman from Florida recognized.
Madam Chair, I just encourage all of my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Gentleman yield. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Delaware. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair that noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair.
For what purpose, gentlewoman?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by gentlewoman from Delaware will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 37, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I have another amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Okay, let's kind of look at the big picture here for a second. In the year that just wrapped up, the year ending September 30th, the federal government was borrowing 22% of every dollar it spent. Okay, that should shock and scare people to death. We reached a neat agreement that I maybe think the Republicans should be paying a little more attention to on the debt limit increase. And in that debt limit increase, there's going to be a mild cut in spending, discretionary spending. Even if we stick to that amendment, we will go from borrowing 22% of everything we spend in fiscal year 23 up to 23%, another percentage increase in the next year. In other words, we have a pretty scary situation going on here. So I think as we approach all these bills, our goal should always be to spend a little bit less money. It's always kind of frustrating when you hear people want to spend more money. So perusing this bill, it seemed to me one area that is obviously not the federal government's business is that of the Community Development Block Grant Program. Okay, I cannot imagine why it would be the federal government's business to get involved in housing or any other sort of construction on a local level. We are broke out of our mind and getting more broke every minute. And actually, some of our states are even running surpluses. I know Wisconsin right now has a tremendous amount of money. So I thought we could do here. We look at the Community Development Block Grant Program. President Trump, or at least his finance director, tried to get rid of it altogether. Because I'm so easygoing, I thought we'd introduce an amendment just to reduce it by half, which would save $1.65 billion in the next fiscal year. I think one would be hard-pressed to say that these programs have been ineffective, and like every program that is paid for on a federal level but administered on the local level, you have all sorts of rules involved that make things unnecessarily costly and taking a longer period of time. So insofar as this is a good program, the states and locals will be able to do it. I have a list here of things that I don't think were anticipated when this program began. $500,000 to expand Niagara County Brewing, $276,000 to fund a skateboard park in North Adams, Massachusetts, $500,000 in corporate subsidies to persuade Procter & Gamble's Natura acquisition to move to Fremont, California, probably from some other city around this country. In any event, I think this is a small effort at spending a little bit more money and weaning the local governments off of the federal government. And if they want to do their own stuff, they can. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Chairwoman, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment and its attack on the resources of Democratic and Republican mayors, governors, and county officials that rely on this to close the gap on funding for housing and infrastructure needs in their communities. CDBG investments reach every corner of every district. In Wisconsin, the cut to the state would be from $27 million to $13 million. In Chicago, it would be from $75 million to $37 million. And Sheboygan, yes, Sheboygan, would go from $865,000 to $432,000. These investments reach every corner of every district. These funds remain one of the most important resources for state and local governments to rehab affordable housing, upgrade essential infrastructure, promote business redevelopment in distressed areas, and provide services such as job training. In fact, in fiscal 2022, the largest share of CDBG program funding was for projects that support rehabbing single-family housing, critical water and sewer improvements, and street improvements. In Chicago, programs supported by CDBG include lead poisoning prevention, home ownership counseling, and home accessibility repairs for seniors and people with disabilities. The program also provides high-impact, high-return on investment for taxpayers, with over $2.4 billion leveraged across CDB projects in 2021. From 2005 to 2022, CDBG facilitated the creation and retention of 521,000 jobs, contributed to infrastructure benefiting approximately 609 million individuals, assisted over 980 million constituents through public services, and met housing needs of nearly 1.8 million households. This amendment is representative of a larger problem with the Republican appropriation proposals, cutting spending, but only on the backs of low-income and middle-class Americans, divesting in programs that support job creation and curb the housing affordability crisis, all while making it easier for billionaires and corporations to cheat on their taxes. I urge a no vote.
Gentlemen, are you
reserve.
yielding or?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Well,
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
well, I love you guys, but the states right now, or at least in Wisconsin big time, is running a surplus. If the state of Wisconsin feels they need more government involvement in building things, they are perfectly capable of appropriating their funds on their own. If the individual cities want to subsidize one part of town, they're perfectly capable of doing that on their own. There will be less paperwork. It will be done quicker and at lower cost without the federal government involvement. And again, I emphasize, we're borrowing over 22% of what we spend as it is. Our goal shouldn't be to look for more things for the federal government to do. Our goal should be going through each and every one of these appropriation bills and looking for less before the value of the dollar completely collapses. In any event, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Chair, the CDBG program is one of the few opportunities that the federal government has where we actually take taxpayer dollars and send it back to the state and local to use the way they see fit. And that's the reason I rise in opposition to this amendment. This will cut $13 million just from the state of Florida and a little over $4 million just from my district alone. And I can tell you, having been in local government as a sheriff for 12 years, CDBG was a tremendous opportunity to help public safety in the way that our community needed the assistance. It wasn't a mandate down from bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. It was an opportunity to take tax dollars, return it to the taxpayer, and allow their elected representatives to decide how best to use that money. And so for that reason, I'm opposed to the gentleman's amendment, and I ask all my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman yields back, and gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
We yield back.
You yield back, and the question is, on the amendment offered by gentleman from Wisconsin, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose, gentleman from Illinois?
Ask for recorded vote, Madam Chairwoman.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of the Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin will be postponed. The chair understands the amendment number 40 will not be afforded. It is now in order to consider amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment number 43, which would prohibit HUD remote work agreements when the employee is working within 50 miles of a HUD office. Madam Chair, HUD's handbook defines remote work as an arrangement where the employee is not required to report to an agency worksite on a regular or recurring basis. It then defines two forms of remote work, one being near HUD office, which allows employees located within 50 miles of a HUD office to work remotely. As an example, it cites an employee who would normally be based in HUD's Robert C. Weaver headquarters in Washington, D.C., who is allowed to work from home in Arlington, Virginia. Now, Madam Chair, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. The agencies are baking in their policies unseen benefits and perks for bureaucrats who, quite frankly, aren't entitled to them and for which the tax-paying public is paying. Yet we are not receiving an adequate return on our investment. Thousands of congressional staffers commute to the Capitol building every morning from surrounding neighborhoods, whether they live in Arlington, Alexandria, or cities in Maryland. Why can't the agency employees do the same? Pre-COVID, the oversight of federal agencies was slim, as was the accountability that the American people are entitled to. Today, it's even harder to monitor the efficacy, the efficiency, and legal compliance of many agency employees because we don't even know where they are. Are they home doing laundry when they should be processing applications? Are they picking their children up from school during work hours? Are they taking a 2-hour lunch because there is no oversight? We don't know. I believe that if you are being paid by the American people, you should work for the American people. My amendment is designed to bring some semblance of accountability back to HUD. I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment, and with that, I reserve.
The woman reserves. For what purpose does gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
The remote work agreements addressed in this amendment, where they exist, have been thoughtfully negotiated by OMB, labor unions, and management, and have been in place under Republican and Democratic administrations. To impede on that process with a provision would be yet another Republican overreach that fails to take into consideration any special accommodation employees may need related to remote work. This prohibition, which fails to address circumstances under which remote work arrangements may be beneficial to the taxpayer or a necessary accommodation for an employee, is not a serious approach to policymaking. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
HUD's remote work policy shows that its employees are not showing up to work at the Robert C. Weaver building, but are instead spending their days in the homes, coffee shops, and other locations across the greater D.C. area. My amendment addresses that situation and requires the employees to show up at their job. Bureaucracy already moves way too slowly, even when the employees are working in the same building, down the hall from one another, and with access to all of the work accoutrements that are necessary for them to do their jobs. HUD's policy means that today we are not even sure if they are working in the same state, and that is unacceptable. The basic principles of oversight and accountability require that employees go to work. The basic principles of avoiding further waste, fraud, and abuse means not leaving federal agency buildings barren. COVID is over. It is time to return to work. The Republican majority has made clear that we believe government employees should be working at their places of employment. My amendment furthers that policy. And Madam Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that I yield back.
And yields. The question is on the amendment offered by gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 44 printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. The chair understands the amendment number 45 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I rise as the designee of the gentleman from Colorado, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Schweikert of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Colorado is Arizona. Mr. Schweikert and member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Yeah, it's all up, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. It's all up there in the West. No,
Sorry about that.
As a traditional courtesy, I'm offering this for Mr. Buck, who's been very kind to us. This is an amendment I think we've all seen versions of. It's structurally very, very simple. It's moved the appropriation amount back to the 2019 fiscal year. And you all know the reasons. We've all had this discussion and debate here. Is before the pandemic plus-ups, reaching back to a year, economy was good, mechanics were good. Apparently the agency seemed to be able to do its work, and here we are a couple fiscal years later, but we keep plugging back in the plus-ups that were supposed to be the pandemic emergency. This actually rolls it back to 2019. And with that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I reserve.
Reserves. Any member? Oh, what purpose does gentleman seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, this amendment makes drastic, indiscriminate cuts from programs in transportation and housing without any regard for the merits of the programs contained in the bill or the people and communities involved across America that would benefit from these programs and rely on them to keep air traffic moving and roofs over their head. I want to be clear up front what this bill would mean. It would result in mass evictions. It would decimate funding for Amtrak operations and rail safety, and it would bring air traffic to a halt. Hundreds of thousands of families would be evicted upon losing rental assistance. Hiring of air traffic controllers would halt, towers would be forced to shut down, and air travel would become at best unsafe and at worst impossible. Funding for Amtrak would be decimated even further than it already has in the base bill, significantly reducing operations. The amendment trivializes the Appropriations Committee's process and disregards the consideration of member requests that committee members put into writing bills. It will result in unimaginably draconian cuts to the very programs Republicans claim to support in their districts to their constituents, and which provide critical basic housing and safety needs. This includes the FAA's air traffic control operation, Amtrak's operation and maintenance, the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvement Program, which supports rail safety, housing assistance programs for the elderly and people with disabilities, housing rental assistance vouchers, for which cuts will result in mass evictions across the country, all programs that support tribal housing and infrastructure needs. the Continuum of Care program, which supports hundreds of thousands of homeless veterans, domestic violence survivors, and youth. The popular Community Development Block Grant program, community project funding, which Republicans and Democrats alike requested to address transportation and housing challenges, critical investments in port infrastructure. This amendment would even cut the small amount of defense spending, including the THUD bill, for critical maritime security programs. It would not encourage DOT or HUD to do more with less. Simply put, it would force our constituents to do less with less. This is particularly galling because the bill rescinds enforcement money that will ensure wealthy individuals and corporations pay their taxes, which actually increases the deficit due to lost revenue. Is it really more important to give the wealthy a tax break rather than provide housing, roads, bridges, trains, and safety services from which all citizens benefit? I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, look, I appreciate the appropriations process. I have some sense how difficult it's been for both sides. But this is the 2019 fiscal budget. Was that really that difficult, that draconian? And with that, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Chairman.
What am I reading from here? Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. Okay. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. And from what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Schweikert of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This is one of those amendments I just felt I needed to make a point here. And it's a brutal amendment. But we did some calculations. 57% of this appropriation within this piece of this budget goes to entities that have their own taxing authority. Okay, why do we care about that? Do realize every dime we are appropriating here, every dime we get to vote on, it lives on borrowed money. We borrow every dime of defense and every dime of discretionary. And if you look at the 2023 budget, and it looks like we're going to do the same thing in the 2024 that we're working on right now, we borrowed $400 billion, a function of what is Medicare. I know that no one really wants to go near this because it's radioactive, it's uncomfortable, but it's math. A couple hours ago, Bloomberg's headline, Bloomberg Analytics, this is behind the paywall, so if you have a Bloomberg terminal, go look it up. U.S. debt, interest bill rockets past a cool $1 trillion. They're estimating that our interest bill for this fiscal year, total gross interest, $1 trillion. Stop and think about that. That means Social Security's #1 spend, interest just became #2, Medicare just became #3, defense now is #4. These are numbers we were not supposed to hit for a decade. It's here. And look, sometimes I feel like an absolute idiot because I come behind these microphones, I've done this for years, and predicted we walk through numbers like this and people just stare at you and say, well, that's not interesting, that's math. Even though the math will always win. So our amendment here is tough, but it makes a point. Is it moral, is it ethical, is it rational to borrow money, give it to entities that have their own taxing authority. And trust me, I've been the treasurer of the fourth most populous county in the United States. I know how hard it is to be the tax collector. I was the tax collector in Maricopa County. Makes you really popular when that's your title. But understand what we're doing here. We're going to borrow money to send it to entities that ultimately do have the ability to raise the receipts and revenues. And last comment I'll make on this, for my brothers and sisters on the left, how often do they scream at us, we should raise revenues? Okay, guess what? Talk to your locals, let them raise the revenues. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized. Speaking in opposition.
Yes, I claim time in opposition.
Oh, okay, it's too late. He's talking. So. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I could roll the tape of what I said just last time to respond because these are indiscriminate cuts. But that's not particularly helpful. So if we're here to make a point, let's make this point. If this is all about reducing the debt, let's not kid ourselves that we're going to accomplish this beating the hell out of non-defense discretionary. Let's go back to the Simpson-Bowles discussion in the debt commission that took place back then. The conclusions they came up with on a bipartisan basis was that anything to be serious had to be big, had to be balanced, it had to be bipartisan. But balanced meant cutting across to all the lines. Now, what if you learned, if you spend any time in this House, is that there are sacred cows. So if we're talking to our left and to our right, what I'd say to my friends on the right is, you got your sacred cows too. And right now they're mooing everywhere because you're not touching them, and therefore you're not serious about dealing with the debt. If you are, let's remember Simpson-Bowles did come over here one time under the late Mr. LaTourette and our friend Mr. Cooper. Under Cooper LaTourette, which was some feigned attempt to do this on a big, balanced, bipartisan basis with no sacred cows, it got 36 votes. So if we're serious about this, let's talk about the commission. Let's talk about all the things. You can agree or disagree, but don't try to con the American people that we're serious about this, pounding on housing and transportation. It won't get the job done, and it will do a lot of damage. I reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I inquire into time left?
You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I actually give the ranking member kudos for you're being intellectually honest. And that's actually part of my point, but the numbers now are brutally uglier than even Simpson-Bowles. And it's one of the things we don't like to say because it doesn't look good on a campaign brochure, but functionally every dime of future debt from today in the future is actually demographics. It's healthcare. It's in 9 years, do we backfill Social Security? But it is intellectually honest to say we're borrowing every dime we get to vote on as members of Congress. And I keep wanting to say that over and over and over. Every dime of military, every dime of non-defense discretionary now is borrowed. Plus, probably my math is $400 billion of mandatory. Now we'll live on borrowed money. And until that starts to hit our intellectual lexicon of what we say, how we think, it makes it very hard to try to make the argument that if we don't step up and do this, the bond market is going to do it for us. Remember, we borrowed 8.4% of GDP last year. And to my brothers and sisters who the solution is often raise taxes on the wealthy, the best model says we can only get about 1.5% of GDP by maximizing every tax on $400,000 and up. 1.5 ain't anywhere close to when you just borrowed 8.4. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman from Arizona yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes, or the balance of my time, to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
Thank the gentleman for yielding.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just have to say that across the board, 57%, and it does look like the 23 that we're going above the 23 numbers, but actually we had to start off with a cut of about $8 billion to fill a hole that was caused by last year's Democratic budget gimmicks and the disastrous Biden economic plan. We reduced wasteful spending funding across 19 different DOT and HUD grant programs. We right-sized spending for transportation infrastructure, and we prioritized two things in this bill: transportation safety and housing assistance for vulnerable Americans. That's where the focus lies. We've cut significantly from the 23 numbers, but cutting this bill through indiscriminate across-the-board cuts really abdicates our responsibility to make sure that we are protecting the priorities of this nation of transportation safety and housing for America's most vulnerable. So I urge a no on this amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a
For what
recorded
purpose
vote.
does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. Okay, now what we got? It is now in order to consider amendment number 48, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which would prohibit funds from going to the Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Grant Program. This grant program was created in 2021 in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to, quote, strategically deploy electric vehicle charging stations around the country. And the reason that I filed this amendment is simple. It's not the role of the federal government to subsidize the electric vehicle charging industry. After spending billions of taxpayer dollars and bribing the affluent to buy electric vehicles, turns out only 1/3 of the population wants to even buy one or aspires to buy one, and 2/3 are not even considering purchasing one. And the 2/3 who are not considering it don't want to be forced to pay for the others. Look, maybe you like electric vehicles. In fact, I actually do, personally. I test drove a Tesla and loved it. But it would be immoral for me to force my neighbor and compel them through the force of government to subsidize my new electric vehicle. In essence, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. The fact is, this program will cost taxpayers $2.5 billion, which will all be debt, for something that most Americans cannot afford and are unable to appreciate. It's not the government's job to pick winners and losers in the energy market. That's the role of consumers and businesses operating in a free market. But here we are once again using tax dollars to subsidize and force a product on people where there is little demand. And look, if the direct costs to taxpayers don't bother you, the indirect costs, including the higher energy prices, the cost of making the electricity grid more reliable, and increased dependence on China are arguably worse. When the government subsidizes the EV infrastructure, it does so by raising energy prices for everyone. The installation of new charging stations also makes our electricity grid less reliable, further putting Americans at risk to having blackouts, brownouts, or other reliability issues. And finally, and maybe worst of all, it's not just that Americans are being priced out of affordable, reliable energy. It's not just that we're rigging the market against our own constituents. We're also selling them out to the Chinese Communist Party. These electric charging stations and electric car batteries require a massive amount of resources from China, which controls the world's critical minerals supply chain. America was energy independent just 3 short years ago, but through the government electric vehicle scam, we've allowed Communist China to establish an EV monopoly, all while Americans get poorer. It's time that we stop forcing Americans to foot the bill for other people and instead focus on making our energy system more reliable and affordable. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
5 minutes, sir.
This grant program will provide critical resources toward making community charging stations for electric vehicles available and accessible, and oh, by the way, make EVs more popular. By increasing EV charging stations in communities across the country, we are modernizing our infrastructure, working towards our emission reduction goals, and creating good jobs in the process. Ensuring that charging stations are visible and accessible in our communities addresses concerns many drivers have when considering making the switch to electric. By prioritizing funding to projects in rural communities and in low and moderate income neighborhoods, this program will help blue and red states. We have heard from State Department of Transportations and private partners like gas stations who want this funding to build their customer base to bring consumers into their convenience shops. This is a federal investment in partnership with industry. Additionally, this charging and fueling infrastructure program is an authorized program funded through the Highway Trust Fund. Authorizers on a bipartisan basis have authorized funding to be used for these purposes. This funding is wanted and is another important step in the nation's efforts to battle climate change, meet emission reduction goals, and meet the automobile industry where they're at. I strongly oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We didn't have to subsidize or have grant programs to create the very robust infrastructure of fuel stations that exist across this country. It happened on its own through the free market, and that's all I'm suggesting. The average price of an electric vehicle now is around $66,000, and the median income is less than that. It's $59,000 a year. So when government subsidizes electric vehicle infrastructure, it's not free money. It's not free. It's taxpayer money, and because of the situation we're in, this is all debt. It's not just a one-time cost as well. These subsidies are continuously a drain on the public funds that could be used for real hard infrastructure that all Americans can use, things like roads and bridges. The average family is priced out entirely from purchasing an EV in the market, but is still paying for it on the back end with higher energy costs, higher taxes, and a less reliable grid. And ultimately, it's the poorest people in this country who are hit the hardest when the federal government redistributes tax dollars to subsidize the EVs for those who can't afford it. This is basically a reverse Robin Hood. I repeat, a reverse Robin Hood. Instead of taking for the rich and giving to the poor, we're taking from the poor and we're giving it to the rich. We're making them pay taxes on someone else's luxury item while telling them to stop using cheap, reliable energy that they need to survive. The Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Grant Program is just another classic example of government picking winners and losers. If the Americans want a product, the market will reflect that without our need to artificially increase the demand. I urge support for this amendment. I reserve my time.
All time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Agreed to. Gentleman from Illinois. It is now in order to consider amendment number 49, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Kamek of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamek, and a member from the opposed, who each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, which would restrict funds at the Department of Transportation and the Department of Housing and Urban Development and related agencies from being used to finalize any rule or regulation that would have an annual effect on the economy of $100 million or more. Under the Biden administration, regulatory agencies are out of control. We know this. We have seen hundreds of billions of dollars in regulatory costs fall on the shoulders of average Americans without any input from elected representatives in Congress. Indeed, those Americans elected representatives. Agencies that fall under the Department of Transportation and the Department of Housing and Urban Development create unreasonable hurdles for American citizens in pursuit of a radical climate change initiative and the so-called sustainable housing development programs. My amendment seeks to restore congressional oversight over these regulations by requiring that any major rule proposed by these agencies be approved by Congress before they take effect. And if Congress chooses to approve them, so be it. At least the American people's voice will be heard rather than an unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrat in a basement somewhere in Washington. By including my amendment in this bill, we restore Congress's Article 1 authority by bringing significant regulatory decisions back to the body that is closest to the will and the voice of the people. We will no longer allow unelected bureaucrats to impose these regulatory costs that are so costly and done behind closed doors, but rather commit ourselves to more open and transparent governance. We have already seen the Biden administration's impractical rule to slash greenhouse gas emissions over the next decade, inevitably leading to higher vehicle prices for consumers with very little impact on greenhouse gas emissions. This rule is especially burdensome for rural states and districts such as mine, where the infrastructure to shift to electrification is not even close to being operable, let alone economical. We have also seen the recent Department of Housing and Urban Development affirmatively furthering fair housing rule, which imposes a burden on small municipalities and public housing authorities and other entities by requiring them to develop equity plans every 5 years. These plans are extensive and expensive endeavors that require housing authorities to submit numerous details of progress and modifications to HUD. The rule effectively drowns these entities in paperwork while doing nothing to further their missions of providing safe and secure housing for hardworking American families. Heck, we have such a backlog of maintenance through HUD that is where we should be talking about our monies going toward, rather than another additional burden on the American people. Lastly, we have seen the Federal Housing Finance Agency announce that it is hiking loan-level pricing adjustment fees on homebuyers with high credit scores and redistributing them to funds for borrowers with low credit scores, essentially penalizing people who have made tough decisions, sacrificed, and worked very hard. This rule penalizes financially responsible borrowers with additional fees that subsidize housing payments for borrowers with bad credit. These additional fees can be significant, according to a report from the Heritage Foundation, and found that if a young homeowner in their 30s were able to invest their additional mortgage expenses at 8% annual returns, pretty average, the investment could grow by nearly $31,000 upon retirement. That is not minuscule. Once again, this rule was created outside the purview of duly elected representatives. All in all, my amendment is simple. It restores the people's voice in these significant federal agency decisions that impact their daily lives. It's time that we restore Article 1 authority, give the American people the transparent and accountable government that they deserve. With that, I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the amendment prohibits the administration or any administration from finalizing any rule or regulation that has a significant impact on the economy. This is just another example of bad policy writers aimed at tying any administration hands when carrying out the duly enacted laws by Congress. It will stop the Department of Transportation, the Department of Housing and Urban Development from finalizing rules that keep Americans safe on the roads, in the skies, and in their homes. This amendment has little to do with the appropriation bill and has less to do with supporting American infrastructure, advancing transportation safety, and addressing our housing shortage. I must respectfully oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my colleague from the great state of Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I thank the lady for yielding. I have to tell you, I am very supportive of this amendment. And I know you've been leading on this topic for quite a while with through the REINS Act. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I think this is one of the two areas that most threaten our democracy right now, and that is rulemaking and executive orders that absolutely go around our Article 1 authority here in this body. And so I want to rise in support of this amendment. And Lord, I'd love to see it in every bill that we pass in appropriations. So with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Florida. Folks, this is simple. It's about accountability, transparency, and the language of this amendment was passed in a bipartisan manner earlier this year. This is a no-brainer. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Is he ready? Is now in order to consider amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Fry of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would prohibit mask mandates on any form of public transit and at transportation hubs. The COVID-19 pandemic robbed Americans of far too many individual liberties. For 15 months, Americans were required by federal law to wear masks on all forms of public transportation across the country, on planes, trains, buses, you name it. Americans were also required to wear a mask while going through security and waiting at the airport, navigating a train station, or waiting at the bus stop. The government forced Americans to cover up. The kicker is that multiple studies have shown that masks have an adverse effect on people. Wearing a mask does not actually have a statistically significant effect at preventing the spread of COVID-19. In fact, states without mask mandates, like my home state of South Carolina, had a lower death rate from COVID-19 than states with mask mandates. We've also seen, unfortunately, the catastrophic impacts that these mandates had on our children, worsening their communication and social skills, delaying their cognitive development, while increasing their vulnerability and decreasing confidence. Now, my amendment does not prohibit any individual from wearing a mask on public transportation, should they choose to do so. This amendment would safeguard the freedom of all Americans to make important decisions for themselves whether or not to wear that mask. This amendment would put an end to government overreach and protect the freedoms that Americans have. Our Constitution expressly protects those certain rights and liberties for individuals from government interference. We must defend and protect the principles our nation was founded on and put a stop to extreme executive overreach mandates. This is what this amendment is all about. And, Mr. Chairman, also, this amendment subsequently passed or previously passed the Senate, I think a week ago, by a bipartisan mean. So we encourage members of the other side to support this. We cannot allow policies and practices used during the pandemic to continue for future generations endlessly. Americans are uniquely independent and self-reliant. We as Congress should empower the individual and not government. We should not put a nationwide mandate on the American people again. Mask mandates only give more power to the federal government and to the bureaucrats that run this town. Let's get back to the basics. We the people demand it. I'm committed to standing up to this administration's infringement on any individual liberties and working for the American people. Let's ensure that government overreach comes to an end. Individual freedoms must be protected. It's as simple as that. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek resignation?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Chairman is recognized. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that this legislation comes from that same denial caucus that if you don't like history, change it or ignore it. If you don't like facts, you don't like science, you ignore it, and you do that at great risk. We have had epidemics, we've had pandemics in our past, we'll have them again. If we're not prepared, we risk people's lives. This amendment would prohibit the Department of Transportation and its agencies and public transportation operators with complying with any federal law or regulation that requires an individual to wear a mask on public transportation or at transportation hubs such as airports or any other circumstances. Let's be clear. There is currently no federal mask requirement in place for users or employees of public transportation. Yet, this amendment would leave the federal government ill-equipped to implement evidence-based policies that protect the health and safety of the public and of essential workers in the event that we are faced with another public health emergency, such as a dangerous new COVID-19 variant or another even more deadly pandemic. In the event of a public health emergency where evidence shows that the use of face masks can prevent transmission and deaths, we must be able to respond quickly and allow agencies like DOT and CDC to provide guidance and measures that protect healthcare workers, caregivers, grocery store employees, retail workers, and so many other Americans that rely on public transportation for essential travel. This sweeping amendment is unnecessary and puts us all at risk. New variants are expected part of the evolution of viruses and can be and will be more aggressive, transmittable, or cause even more severe disease than the original strain. We saw that in the great influenza of over 100 years ago. Our nation's public health officials need to have options available to them to protect our communities. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure what evidence-based things that my colleague on the other side was talking about. Was it the 0 masks that were initially prescribed by Dr. Fauci? Was it 1 mask? Was it 2? Was it no mask while vaccinated? South Carolina never imposed a statewide mask mandate, and I think Congress could learn a thing or two from my home state. Let's empower individuals to make that informed choice for themselves instead of bogging them down with these burdensome regulations. This amendment would simply prevent mask mandates from occurring on airplanes, airports, trains, metros, subways, buses, train stations, and more. We know Americans have been frustrated by this, by the ever-changing guidance that has come from this federal government, and I'm proud to stand here today on behalf of those frustrated American citizens who do not want a mask mandate in the future. Again, this passed bipartisanly in the Senate, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
This form of denial is the same sort of denial that didn't believe in vaccinations when it deals with COVID, when the vast majority of those in ICU units were unvaccinated, risking other people, putting other people's health at risk. For this and so many other reasons, I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 51 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 52, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 52, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Gooden of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge passage of my amendment regarding certain enforcement actions with regard to center high-mounted stop lamps. Now, I know you probably don't know what that is, but we refer to those commonly as center brake lights. This amendment is intended to prevent the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration from advancing on its misguided effort to overregulate and further confuse the collision avoidance industry that manufactures pulsating brake lights. These devices, with over 4 million operating effectively today, have a demonstrated track record of improving safety. Studies have shown a reduction in rear-end collisions in excess of 30% with the vehicles that have utilized this technology. These safety devices are simple, aftermarket products installed by dealerships when a vehicle is purchased. They allow the top brake light on a vehicle to pulse rapidly, which provides a heightened visual alert to trailing drivers who may be distracted and don't notice that the vehicle in front of them is braking. This reduces the likelihood of rear-end collisions and creates a safer environment on our roads, especially in stop-and-go traffic. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to safeguard drivers across the nation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this amendment would disrupt the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's ability to enforce rules or regulations when vehicles are not in compliance with current federal law. For my colleagues concerned about vendors who have been selling pulsing brake lights, it's my understanding that the issue is now in litigation. We should not be impeding on or presupposing the outcome of a matter that has been referred to the courts. My colleagues may disagree with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's long-standing interpretation that high-mounted brake lights must be steady burning, not pulsing. But this is not an appropriations issue. If my colleagues feel strongly that NHTSA should be considering new regulations related to the potential benefits of these lights, they should work together through regular order, which would be through the appropriate authorizing committees. This amendment, as written, would not just address the pulsing light issue. It would impact the NHTSA's ability to conduct compliance investigation involving all high-mounted stop lamps and prevent them from gathering information related to compliance test failures. In 2021, there were over 1.7 million rear-end crashes involving light vehicles, which resulted in almost 3,000 deaths, over 475,000 injuries. This amendment adds an unreasonable restriction on NHTSA's ability to conduct research and improve public safety on the nation's roads. We cannot tie their hands to carry out their inability to carry out their safety mission. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspected I would hear what I just heard, but I'd like to correct a few things. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is not doing their job. Congress passed a law ordering them to conduct a study in 2019. They said they would, and they haven't done it yet. Not only have they not conducted a study, but they've just recently re-engaged on this issue this past summer. They failed to engage with me. I've sent several letters asking them to do the job that Congress instructed them to do, but they have managed to order those manufacturers of this brake light, this pulsing brake light, to turn over all of their client lists, because they want to then go after the dealers that have installed these lights and force them to turn over their client list. And I think that's wrong. And so this amendment is intended to force action by NHTSA to step back, and if they're not going to do their job, then at least don't get in the way of something that works. The studies have shown a reduction by over 30% with vehicles that have these brake lights. And I'll also point to something that is really shocking to me, frankly, and that is that the transportation departments of
I believe 10 to 15 states, including Maryland, Texas, California, Utah, and Tennessee, have expressly agreed with the industry's analysis that these are actually helpful to the safety of Americans on the road. So anytime Texas and California are agreeing to something, I'm inclined to think it might actually be a good thing. The other thing I want to point out is something that I think many of those watching, whether you're in a House office right now watching this debate, something that some are afraid to mention, and that is the fact that we've got these manufacturers that have these deals, and they work them out with these auto dealers, and they make these parts, and they talk with these auto dealers, and they say, you know what, you can sell this, and you can make this amount of profit, and we got all this worked out. But when it comes to this pulsing brake light, it's not a manufacturer-provided part. This is something a private company, and now there's 4 or 5 or 6, they all compete against each other, but this industry makes these lights, and they have now dealt with the auto dealers outside of the manufacturers. And so the manufacturers don't like it. And I'm not going to accuse the manufacturers of dealing with NHTSA, but I will say it's very bizarre to me that NHTSA is not going forward with the study that this Congress in 2019 asked them to do. It's very bizarre to me that NHTSA, instead of conducting a study, instead of working with members of the Transportation Committee like myself, are asking for client lists of this industry. That's just really weird to me, especially when the device that is so controversial is approved by Texas and California and frankly some liberal states that all think this is really great. So I would encourage my colleagues from across the aisle to recognize this is not a partisan issue. This is bipartisan. This is a good amendment, and I hope that we will all vote for it tonight. When Americans have gone to bed and we're back here on the House floor voting late tonight, I hope my colleagues from across the aisle will join me in supporting this amendment. And I would like to I'd like to reserve and then yield to my colleague from Louisiana.
The gentleman has the only time remaining. Recognize.
I'll let my colleague from Louisiana
the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized. 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the gentleman from Texas for offering this amendment. Let's be clear. The only entity that has not done its job is NHTSA. They were directed by Congress to do a study to establish standards, and they failed to do that. And so rather than them being punished, they're now taking it out on manufacturers and dealers. As Mr. Gooden said, this is not a safety issue. States have already studied this. We should not be coming in and imposing penalties or restrictions on manufacturers and dealers whenever it is NHTSA that has failed to do its job. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
All time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 53, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our amendment simply comes in and establishes a threshold by which Congress must be involved in actually approving costs that are imposed upon our constituents. Mr. Chairman, we all represent somewhere in excess of 700,000 people. And whenever we have bureaucrats, unelected bureaucrats carrying out regulations that may impose costs on our constituents, we should have a say in that. Mr. Chairman, our amendment simply says that any regulation that has a cost in excess of $100 million, that must be approved by the Congress. That's what representation looks like. Mr. Chairman, we shouldn't be allowing unelected bureaucrats, we shouldn't be allowed those who are sitting in dark cubicles in Washington, D.C. that don't have a clear understanding of what it's like across America, making these decisions. This is our job. If we support these regulations, if they provide a positive cost to benefit, put us on record supporting it. Just to put things in perspective, Mr. Chairman, just in the first 2 years of the Biden administration, these very bureaucrats wrote regulations costing Americans $200 billion. These are hidden taxes, Mr. Chairman, that our families that we're representing have to pay. By some estimate in comparison, during the Trump administration, they actually withdrew regulations costing the American household $11,000 per household. Again, withdrew or reduced the cost. Yet under this administration, we're watching as thousands and thousands of additional dollars are being heaped upon these same households. Let me say it again. That is a hidden tax. If folks want to vote for a tax, put them on the record doing it. If they want to break the backs of American families, put them on the record doing it. Unelected bureaucrats should not be making these decisions. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge support of this amendment, and I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Louisiana reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, this is very, very similar to a recent amendment discussed by the gentlewoman from Florida. And for the reasons stated as to that amendment, we oppose this amendment as well. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to put a face on it. The National Association of Manufacturers say that the average business has $10,000 in regulatory compliance costs per employee, and if it's a manufacturer, it's actually double, or $20,000. To put a face on it, Mr. Chairman, the National Association of Home Builders have estimated that the average home from a May of 2021 study, the average home costs almost $94,000 more for the average single-family home as a result of complying with regulations and as a result of this administration's policies on energy, supply chain, and labor. They estimate that there's an additional $36,000 to $38,000 cost on top of that $94,000. Mr. Chairman, I can't say it enough. We can't afford this administration. Whether it's energy policy, regulatory policy, looking at their inflation as a result of $10 trillion in excess spending that they've imposed over the last few years, we simply can't afford it. American families can't afford it. Urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment uses the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of Secretary Pete Buttigieg to $1. Pete Buttigieg has failed to serve the American people as the Secretary of Transportation. He has been busy calling roads racist, enforcing equity action plans, and implementing climate change initiatives, rather than strengthening our nation's transportation and infrastructure systems and responding to emergencies like the train derailment in East Palestine. He stated, "There is racism physically built into some of our highways. Every transportation decision is inherently, in many ways, a decision about equity." I would argue people driving on dirt roads every single day in rural America may feel that way, but our Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, doesn't care about Americans in rural America. He's more interested in declaring that roads are built on skin color and racism. He also stated, ensuring equity and accessibility for every member of the traveling public is one of the Department of Transportation's highest priorities. Again, I'll point to rural America. In the same month he was sworn in, his department introduced racial equities and barriers to opportunities as a consideration for awarding discretionary grants, as if that's how funds should be awarded. In June 2022, he launched a $1 billion pilot program aimed at helping reconnect cities and neighborhoods racially segregated or divided by road projects. Under this program, over $100 million was awarded to tear down and rebuild a freeway in Detroit because it was considered racially divisive. Taxpayer dollars are being used to cover 80% of the project's funds. He has also intentionally tried to deceive the American people, as shown when a video surfaced of him faking a bike ride to a White House cabinet meeting. The video showed Secretary Buttigieg driving to the White House, but stopping in just enough time for his security detail to unload his bike from the back of the gas-guzzling SUV. He then rode his bike for the cameras to the White House as if he had been riding it all along. What a hypocrite. What a liar. Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, we now enter the theater of the absurd. Again, for the second day in a row, let's have two white people talk about racial equality in the United States, because we know so much about it from having, so much experience. But here we are. The reality of the situation is this isn't serious, but it is the new normal. If we don't like people, we'll pay them $1. If we disagree with them, we'll cut their salary. At some point in time, we have to recognize the fact that we are going to disagree. We are probably going to, for the most of the rest of our lives, live in a divided government. So when we disagree with the administration, or the administration disagrees with us, the notion is, well, we just won't pay them anymore because it'll make a good soundbite, or theoretically help us raise money because it sells well at home. But it doesn't do anything for our constituents. And the reality is public servants are doing their jobs and carrying out the policy of the administration they serve should be commended, not demonized. Our government is dependent on being able to attract the best talent to bring their skills to public service. Despite what's been said, the fact of the matter is some of the best and brightest out there sacrifice to go back to public service or stay with it when they could do much better in the private sector. Who's going to be willing to do that if their names are dragged in the political mud because they disagree with them? The Secretary is a dedicated public service. This is not how we solve policy difference. We shouldn't make this personal. We can disagree without being disagreeable. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
2 minutes and 45 seconds. Excuse me, 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deserving an taxpayer-funded paycheck is about job performance, not about personalities or identity politics. And let's all recall that Pete Buttigieg was formerly a mayor and was well known as Pothole Pete for not repairing all the potholes in the roads in the town that he served. So I assure you, this is about defunding his paycheck to $1, which I think is $1 too high, for a Secretary of Transportation that is failing the American people when it comes to transportation. While implementing his tyrannical climate agenda through his office and preaching for the government to curb carbon emissions, Pete Buttigieg has reportedly taken at least 18 taxpayer-funded flights on private jets managed by the FAA. One of these flights was taken to receive an award from the Canadian Gay Rights Organization for advancing LGBTQ rights. American taxpayers don't want to pay for Pete Buttigieg to get awards for the way people have sex. That's not what the Secretary of Transportation should be doing. These fraudulent actions of Secretary Buttigieg illustrate that he is not to be trusted in leading our Department of Transportation. While Secretary Buttigieg was taking taxpayer-funded carbon-emitting private jets to receive LGBTQ awards, he failed to serve the Americans in East Palestine, who were devastated by the train derailment and chemical spill earlier this year. In response to why he hadn't visited the community, he stated that he would visit when the time is right. It turns out the time was only right after President Trump visited, brought thousands of bottles of water, and pressured Secretary Buttigieg into visiting, and maybe doing his job. It took our Secretary of Transportation almost 3 weeks to visit after this unbelievable toxic catastrophe. Furthermore, under his watch as Secretary, the FAA was forced to order a ground stop for all air traffic in the U.S. due to a system outage. This was the first time in history the NOTAM system has ever failed, and it was the first time since 9/11. Mr. Speaker, is that the end of my time?
Yes, ma'am.
I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment.
Gentlelady
Thank you.
from Georgia's time has expired. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Gee, Mr. Chairman, I thought you were just pounding the gavel to break the monotony, but I appreciate that. I have to be honest, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure whether this argument is worthy of the dignity of this House, that people who take the highest level of government function, cabinet-level positions, and again, you can disagree with them, Mr. Chairman, all you want, but to make this so personal and take their orientation to task because you personally don't like the other people or their orientation when it's absolutely none of your business? Where has the Republican Party gone? Where has it come from a party that said, we're going to let people live their lives. We're not going to intrude on them at all. We're going to let them live personally, and the worst thing government can do is inflict their own beliefs upon them. It's exactly what the toxic atmosphere of language like we just heard is all about. That's not what we are as a country. Part of that personal freedom extends to everyone, even if they happen to be Secretary of Transportation. I apologize to the Secretary and all public servants who have to go through this disgraceful kind of treatment. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, not worthy of this body.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I do.
All time has expired for both sides. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that the amendment number 55 will not be offered. It's now time to consider amendment number 56, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment prohibits funding for the Climate Change Center at the Department of Transportation. This center has recently been reinstated and expanded under the Biden administration to meet the DOT's goals in responding to the climate crisis. The Climate Change Center creates comprehensive and multimodal approaches to reduce transportation-related greenhouse gases and to improve the resilience of the transportation system to climate change impacts. This center announces and promotes woke grant programs that give U.S. taxpayers hard-earned dollars to woke universities and nonprofits to research the decarbonization of the transportation sector and to address adverse environmental impacts created by the transportation system. Never forget, the goal of the Democrats is to take away every single gas and diesel engine, every single combustion engine, and force Americans to drive electric vehicles if they can't afford them. While they claim they care about the climate and the environment, they do not care about toxic batteries and where they will be disposed. But they want to use unlimited taxpayer funds to address a climate crisis that does not exist because the climate has always changed. It's not something new. This also works with DOT agencies to implement climate change criteria for grant programs, to devise climate training programs, and to facilitate climate change education campaigns for its 50,000 employees across the department. For example, the center is working with the Department of Commerce's National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to deliver climate information and support to transportation planners and stakeholders to enhance the safety, effectiveness, equity, and resilience of the U.S. transportation infrastructure. These climate educational training programs are for the U.S. DOT employees to develop a standard of language for use in performance plans for staff engaged in climate change activities. The entire center is a complete abuse of U.S. taxpayer dollars and should be defunded immediately. Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
My friends across the aisle can turn a blind eye to the wildfires, smoke-covered skies, life-threatening heat waves, and extreme weather we now face nearly every day somewhere in this nation. We are seeing the impacts of climate change in real time, and yet this amendment would hamstring our ability to meaningfully address the accelerating threat of climate change. Ignoring climate change and our approach to the transportation sector would be particularly egregious and irresponsible. It is quite frankly not an option. Our transportation infrastructure is responsible for more greenhouse emissions than any other sector of our economy. This means that our approach to transportation investment can and must be one of the biggest parts of the solution. Climate change also makes our roads, bridges, and railways and public transit more vulnerable to damage from extreme weather. And we have to recognize our climate reality in order to make our infrastructure more resilient and less costly. Instead of rebuilding the same old infrastructure after disrepair, we should be investing in climate-conscious, cost-effective solutions that ensure we build back stronger in order to equip our infrastructure to withstand the test of time and future disasters. This is a matter of practicality, risk mitigation, and human safety. It also presents a tremendous opportunity to boost our economy by investing in new technologies and creating new jobs. The Department of Climate Change Center is the agency's hub for research, policy analysis, partnerships, and action on climate change. I suppose some of my Republican colleagues are targeting it because they don't believe climate change is real, and unfortunately, we cannot have a productive debate when one side chooses to ignore scientific evidence and consensus. But, Mr. Chairman, it is the functional equivalent of standing in the middle of an expressway, closing one's eyes and saying, "There are no trucks. Trucks are coming." This is disheartening and puts our future at great risk. I wholeheartedly support the Department of Transportation's efforts to create comprehensive approaches to reduce transportation-related greenhouse gases and improve the resilience of the transportation system. I believe the American people support the cost savings, clean air, new jobs, and healthy environmental future that will come with working to achieve our climate goals. With that, I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment and reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DOT Climate Change Center is nothing more than an extension of the Green New Deal and just another waste of hard-earned taxpayer money to enforce the Green New Deal, forcing Americans to be transitioned over to electric vehicles, which they do not want. I thought this was the land of freedom. I thought this was the land where Americans can pick and choose what they would like to buy and what they do not want to buy. But the Green New Deal and the Democrats' willingness to use the government to force Americans against their will to transition over to electric vehicles is nothing more than tyranny. Here's an example of what comes out of this Climate Change Center. The Biden-Harris administration making $100 million available to improve EV charger reliability. That was announced on September 13th, 2023. Here's a perfect example about how the Climate Change Center is being used to force Americans to drive electric vehicles, which is their goal the entire time. The federal government's role is not to change how people spend their dollars and what they choose to buy for transportation. What the federal government's role, especially when it comes to the Department of Transportation, should be making sure that our roads are drivable, that our bridges are in good condition. And by the way, electric vehicles are heavy. That would put an undue burden on our bridges and on our roads. This is what they should be focused on, not the lie that all of a sudden climate change is real. We've had tornadoes since the beginning of time. We've had earthquakes since the beginning of time. We've had hurricanes since the beginning of time. This is not a new change in weather patterns. It is not a climate crisis. It's just called weather, and it has to do with seasons. And another thing, the Biden administration has no right to lie to the American people and make the American people fund their lives. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
You have 30 seconds, ma'am.
30 seconds I'd like to reserve. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Stating the obvious, Mr. Chairman, that if what the Department of Transportation's only purpose is to make sure that our roads and our rail systems are safe, the underlying bill as proposed dramatically reduces all the funds that do that and makes our rail systems and our highway systems far less safe. So to say that in the middle of a discussion on an amendment that has nothing to do with that is ridiculous, and it's for the reason I ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment prohibits funds from being used for the Department of Transportation Climate Change Center because it is a complete waste of taxpayer money. We're over $33 trillion in debt, Mr. Speaker. The American people cannot afford their money to be wasted and spent on lies. We need the federal government to spend the Americans' hard-earned taxpayer dollars on good roads, good bridges, and good infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
All time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 57, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment number 57 to H.R. 4820, which would prevent DOT from carrying out the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula program. The Biden administration's stated goal for this latest government boondoggle is to utilize taxpayer funding to strategically deploy electric vehicle charging stations across America. Not only is such an endeavor not the federal government's responsibility, this program doesn't work, won't work, and will end up wasting massive amounts of federal money. You need no further evidence than Secretary Granholm's recent experience of trying to take an electric vehicle out for a spin, a trip that ended in disaster and confirmed that EVs are overpriced, unreliable, and infeasible without massive federal subsidies. Mr. Chairman, the Biden administration, through this policy and others that were buried in the so-called Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, is attempting to use taxpayer money to implement the Green New Deal, a pie-in-the-sky idea that is not only destined to fail, but will waste massive amounts of money and further impoverish American citizens. The Biden administration is pursuing such boondoggles despite the fact that we are already facing out-of-control inflation, increasing energy costs, and bone-crushing grocery bills, all because of Bidenomics, all because this administration is economically illiterate and obsessed with furthering the agenda of the UN and the World Economic Forum. My fellow Wyoming citizens and Americans as a whole are more concerned with the prospects of heating their homes, putting food on the table, and taking care of their families. Yet what is the Biden administration focused on? Banning the internal combustion engine and forcing everyone into electric vehicles that won't work effectively in the vast majority of the country. My amendment is designed to stop the Biden administration from continuing its wasteful and profligate spending on projects that do not provide a benefit to the American public. I urge my fellow members to support this amendment, and with that I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition, and I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with a great deal of respect for my colleague, but in opposition to this amendment, which seeks to cut funding from the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula Program. Here is the reality. The world is moving to alternative transportation. It's not all going to be electric vehicles. It could be hydrogen. It will be other. But right now, electric vehicles are the future of transportation in this country and in the world. And we are competing in a global marketplace. As we continue to invest in this EV transition, it is critical that we get the charging infrastructure right. We must do everything within our power to keep America competitive, to make it easier for consumers to make this transition, and that's what this program does. It plays a vital role in expanding our charging infrastructure, alleviating fears, and creating an interconnected network that everybody has access to, not just those that have access to expensive chargers. The National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula Program provides funding to states to deploy EV charging infrastructure and establishes networks that make them more accessible. We must work together to expand EV charging accessibility and invest in American-made EV chargers. We must support and advance their development, their production and distribution, and the infrastructure nationwide. To meet these goals, we've got to get serious. We've got to roll up our sleeves and get to work. And defunding these programs is not how we should be legislating. To ensure that we have a competitive future, that we are competing in a global marketplace with other countries and their manufacturers, I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Rather than supporting our domestic energy production and investing in much-needed roadway infrastructure projects, the Biden administration has opted to continue skewing the definition of infrastructure to pursue its electric vehicle and renewable energy subsidy programs. The Biden administration, in other words, continues to do the bidding of the Chinese Communist Party and the richest among us who can afford electric vehicles while leaving everyday Americans behind. Let me be clear. This technology that DOT is pursuing and implementing has a track record chock full of failure, particularly within my state, as the freezing temperatures wreak havoc on batteries while also severely limiting the range of these vehicles. We have story after story of electric vehicles being limited to less than 100 miles in range as they are driven over our high mountain passes in freezing temperatures. This effort to force everyone into electric vehicles is thus not only wrong-headed and not within the purview of DOT, but downright dangerous. It is also important to note that under this program, state recipients are expected to construct vehicle charging stations within 50 miles of each other on major highways. This requirement alone is not feasible when confronted with the reality of Wyoming's vast rural terrain and wide open spaces. There are 80,000 vehicles a day that drive across I-80 in Wyoming. I-80 is the most important commercial transportation link from the east to the west coast, and in Wyoming it varies in elevation from 4,000 feet to 8,000 feet. Electric passenger cars and electric 18-wheelers are simply not feasible in Wyoming. I urge adoption of my amendment, and with that I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from
I yield
Illinois.
back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Let me be clear, this is yet another attempt by the Biden administration to force us to transition to an electric future, whatever that may mean. It can only do so if it uses our money to artificially prop up the electric vehicle industry that could otherwise never survive in a free market system, at least not in its current phase. Mr. Chairman, it is past time for this administration to halt its wasteful allocation of billions of hard-earned taxpayer money on the infrastructure that is destined to fail. I urge all my colleagues to support my amendment, and with that I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The gentleman from Illinois.
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 58, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in favor of my amendment number 58, which would prohibit the Department of Transportation from funding remote work agreements. The DOT defines its telework agreements where an employee performs work away from the typical office location and is not expected to report to the agency official work site on a frequent, regular, or recurring basis. Mr. Chairman, as I have stood in this chamber and said before on numerous occasions, it is time for our federal government employees to return to work. Under the panic related to COVID-19, we watched as our federal agency building occupancy dwindled to almost nothing. What was the consequence? A substantial reduction in the timely provision of federal services to the citizens of this country. It should not come as a surprise to anyone, but when our federal employees don't show up for work, the work of the federal government doesn't get done. Now, some may say that is okay, but what it means in practice is that our tax refunds are not timely processed, our passport office effectively shuts down, creating enormous backlogs for this important service, and our veterans suffer. I have now filed several of these Let's Make Our Government Employees Return to Work amendments to other appropriations bills. This is a priority of the Republican members of the 118th Congress and a priority of mine. I know how hard our miners, farmers, ranchers, waitresses, nurses, construction contractors, home builders, grocery store clerks, and others in the private sector work. They didn't have the luxury of working from home, COVID or no COVID. They have powered our economy over the last couple of years, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. We also should have enough respect for them that we can demand that the people who earn a paycheck because of their tax dollars actually show up for work. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and with that I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Again, this is a very similar amendment to what has been considered before, and those agreements addressed in this amendment where they exist, have been negotiated by OMB, labor unions, and management, and they've been in place under Republican and Democratic administrations. Again, this kind of sweeping prohibition, which fails to consider or address circumstances under which remote work arrangements may be beneficial to the taxpayer or a necessary accommodation for an employee, is not a serious approach to policymaking. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
In pursuing the policy of requiring our federal employees to work in our federal offices, I have always been cognizant of the outlier situations whereby someone will need to work remotely. I'm not opposed to such flexibility, although that flexibility has now become the rule. I have left untouched the ad hoc telework programs for these various agencies because we never know when an emergency or unexpected situation will arise. Such an unexpected situation, however, should not become the norm, and our employees should be required to report to work. We still have not yet assessed the damage the federal government's remote work policy has had on constituent services, congressional oversight, and on federal waste in terms of the unused office buildings and agency officials unaccounted for because they are not being monitored in their official work sites. Even the GAO admits there is not enough information to assess the long-term impacts of remote work policies, including on whether it promotes a productive work environment. Mr. Chairman, the policy of this Republican majority has consistently been that COVID is over and federal workers must come to work, and this amendment aims to deliver on that promise. Unelected agency officials already believe they are unaccountable to Congress and the American people. Remote work further undermines our ability to oversee their activities and to promote providing the very best services that the federal government can provide to our citizens. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 59, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment, which states none of the funds made available by this act may be used to conduct a competition analysis when evaluating mergers. Beginning in January 1 of 1989, Congress vested primary authority to review airline mergers with the U.S. Department of Justice. Since that time, the Department of Transportation has deferred to DOJ to determine whether a merger between U.S. airlines should be challenged on competition grounds. The Department of Transportation's General Counsel under President Obama described the DOT's role in airline mergers as follows. Quote, with respect to DOT's competition and public interest review authorities, DOT's practice has been to use its expertise with respect to the airline industry to provide the department's views and otherwise assist the DOJ in DOJ's analysis of airline mergers or acquisitions, end quote. The Department of Justice recently challenged an airline merger. Now, this amendment doesn't have anything to do with that court case. In fact, it's well within DOJ's rights and authority to challenge mergers. But what concerns me is that the DOT Secretary Pete Buttigieg expressed publicly that his department, quote, has generally not gotten involved in these mergers cases, but that's changing today, end quote. Between 2009 and 2016, under the Obama administration, there were 9 successful airline mergers. In fact, in over 30 years, the DOT has not prevented the transfer of operating certificates for any airline merger. This begs the question, why now? I urge adoption of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman from The gentleman is recognized.
Let me begin by saying that sponsor of this amendment, I believe, is on the T&I committee, which is the authorizing, has jurisdiction over aviation and rail. This is an amendment which would be better off being moved forward as an authorizing proposal rather than going forward as an appropriation amendment. But this amendment makes it plain as day that the Republicans are happy to put the interest of big corporations ahead of protecting the American people from corporate greed that increases costs, reduces quality of service, and limits options. Specifically, it prohibits any funds for conducting a competitive analysis of mergers, which raises concerning implications for both airlines and rail. The Department of Transportation is required by law to certify that Congress that an approved airline merger is in the public interest and provide an analysis of the effects of the merger on competition in the domestic airline industry. Congress itself has set forth in law a list of factors that are considered in the public interest, which includes several related to competition. Yet this amendment would prohibit the Department of Transportation from complying with that requirement and from even conducting an analysis or considering factors Congress has specifically identified as important, shirking all responsibility to the public interest. At the same time, this broad amendment would implicate all THUD agencies, also impacting competition in the rail industry and our understanding of competition in the housing market. The Surface Transportation Board has authority over railroad corporate mergers and acquisitions, and similarly may approve such mergers only when it finds them to be in the public interest. This requires evidence that the proposed merger will affirmatively enhance competition, efficiency, and quality of service. This amendment ties the hand of the agency with exclusive merger jurisdiction involving railroads, even as the number of Class I railroads has fallen from 40 to 6 since 1980. Further, the Department of Housing and Urban Development would be prevented from conducting any competition-related analysis to inform our understanding of rental markets, even as Americans face rising rents and corporate landlords are caught price fixing. Competition is critical to protecting consumers from corporate greed and fostering a flourishing market economy, something we should all fight for. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reject this misguided amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
At this point, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my friend across the aisle, the ranking member of the Judiciary Subcommittee on the Administrative State Regulatory Reform and Antitrust, Mr. Correa from California.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of Mr. Massey's amendment, which prohibits the Department of Transportation from expediting funds to conduct competitive analysis of mergers. In 1989, Congress transferred authority to review airline mergers to the Department of Justice. 35 years of DOT policy is clear. DOJ has the leading role in reviewing proposed airline mergers. And given this statutory authority to enforce the antitrust laws, this is consistent with Congress's authority determining that deregulated airline industry should generally be subject to the same applications of antitrust laws as other unregulated industries. I must say that as ranking member of the Antitrust Subcommittee, I am committed to protecting consumers, competition, and innovation. But before the DOT moves ahead with this new unprecedented approach, we must take time to evaluate its merits, and this amendment does exactly that. Give us time to see what's going on. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman has a minute and a half remaining.
At this point, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my colleague, Mr. Rutherford from Florida.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. And I rise in support of this amendment. And I really want to reiterate the fact that the point that was just made, that this is such a break from the norm in evaluation of these antitrust analysis going forward. DOJ's had that responsibility. I particularly want to thank the gentleman for the really staying on top of this. This is clearly an overreach by the Biden administration, and I want to thank you for that, and I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure how to phrase this, but I'd like to ask the sponsor of this amendment through the chair a question. I believe he referred to the Secretary of Transportation's name. I wasn't sure I heard that correctly. If you could ask the sponsor if he would repeat how he referred to the Secretary of Transportation, because the acoustics aren't always great here. I want to make sure I got it right.
Is the gentleman yielding?
Yes. Well, I would reserve it. I'd like to ask the question through the chair.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Is the gentleman prepared to close?
I'm prepared to close. I'd still like to make sure I heard what I thought I heard correctly.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized and has the right to close.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized and has the right to close.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. I assume that's the answer is that the sponsor doesn't want to repeat what he may have said. I just didn't hear it, and at this point, I'm prepared to close, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Well, as a member of the Transportation Committee, I had the honor to question Secretary Buttigieg on whether he had this authority and what metrics he would use to exercise this authority. And it was obvious that they don't have any experience in the DOT to review these mergers because they haven't done it. And so it is for that reason that I urge adoption of this amendment. We don't need redundancy among the departments, and we need an all-of-government approach, and that's what this amendment seeks to do, and I urge adoption of this bipartisan amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment, which states none of the funds made available by this act may be used to implement Section 24220 of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. My amendment is simple. It will defund the federal mandate that requires all new vehicles after 2026 be equipped with a kill switch that can disable a vehicle if the vehicle has monitored the driver's performance and that the vehicle determines that the driver is not performing well. It's so incredible that I have to offer this amendment. It almost sounds like the domain of science fiction, dystopian science fiction, that the federal government would put a kill switch in vehicles that would be the judge, the jury, and the executioner on such a fundamental right as the right to travel freely. But here we are. It is federal law that this is mandated, and so I am offering this amendment to defund this mandate. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, the ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding.
I actually need 2 minutes, if that's possible, Mr. Chairman.
We'll do 2 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much. Lobbying in mid-sentence. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Let me be clear. The act that the gentleman is trying to defund does not require auto manufacturers to install kill switches. It does not do that. Passive drunk driving technology is a vital tool in safeguarding our loved ones and other innocent people on our roads. This new technology offers a lifeline of hope to not only save lives, but to prevent the lifelong emotional toll and gargantuan costs these accidents inflict on families. Deadly drunk driving accidents can echo across generations, but we can seize this opportunity to stop such tragedies. Between 2019 and 2021, Florida saw a 31% increase in drunk driving crashes. In Mr. Massey's home state of Kentucky, 190 people were killed in drunk driving crashes in 2021 alone. That was a 26% increase. When we saw these grim statistics, we acted in a bipartisan fashion in Congress. And how often do we see that? Both Republicans and Democrats supported the HALT Act to require auto manufacturers to make this passive technology standard in new vehicles. The sponsor of this misguided amendment will tell you that he worries about privacy concerns. We heard the same inane calls with seatbelt requirements. But you don't have a right to engage in potentially fatal behavior that we know poses a major health threat to public safety. Passive drunk driving technology is pro-police. This anti-drunk driving technology lightens the load on police officers, allowing them to focus on more pressing safety concerns. The importance of this technology goes far beyond statistics. It's about saving lives, preventing heartbreak, and making our roads safer. It's a passionate call to action to prevent alcohol-impaired driving from shattering the lives of those we hold dear. This amendment, I understand, was dubbed the Kill Switch Amendment, and it does not require a kill switch. It simply requires passive technology to help us prevent drunk driving. In the name of the 406 people that were killed by a drunk driver in my own state of Florida last year alone, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Let's take steps to reduce deaths due to drunk driving, not increase them. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Drunk driving is a serious problem. That's why 31 states already have a law to implement interlock ignition technology, where if you've been convicted of a DUI, that you have to pass this test in order to operate your vehicle. But this federal law that I seek to defund goes far beyond that, and I regret that I have to spend some of my time reading the law to the other side of the aisle, but I will do that. This law that was passed in a 1,000-page bill 2 years ago requires that automobiles can passively monitor the performance of a driver, not the blood alcohol content, but the performance of a driver of a motor vehicle, to accurately identify whether that driver may be impaired, not drunk, it says impaired, and prevent or limit motor vehicle operation. That's a kill switch. Now, the question is, how much time do you have once your dashboard tells you that it doesn't approve of your driving? What if you're a single mother and you're out in bad weather and you're trying to avoid some obstacles, ice perhaps, and you've swerved 3 times, and your dashboard says, swerve 1 more time, and you're going to be put over to the side of the road, that you'll have 100 yards to park this vehicle in the middle of nowhere with your children in the back seat. This isn't some fantastical scenario. This is what will happen if this is implemented. And this is the law. I have read it to you here. Now, you maybe should have read it 2 years ago when you all voted for it on that side of the aisle, but it wasn't a bill that was 1,039 pages long. So I can understand how you don't know what the law has in it, but I've read it to you. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Member is reminded to direct his remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. More than 10,000 people die every year from drunk driving crashes. Drunk drivers are 7 times more likely to be involved in a fatal crash than a sober person. So you would think that the Republicans would want to do something about it Democrats have done something about it and said that NHTSA now will have drunk driver prevention technology. You know, this technology has the potential of saving thousands of lives. And I don't see that you're agreeing that we should be saving those lives, and I would say we should all vote against the Drunk Driver Protection Act. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
And has 2 minutes remaining.
Well, we actually don't know how this technology is going to work, and they don't know over at the DOT either, because we've sent a letter to them that they haven't responded to yet, asking them, will this have cameras inside the car? Will it monitor your eyes to see if you're focused on the road? Will it have cameras on the outside of the car? How will it know what your performance is relative to the road that you're driving on if it doesn't, in fact, know which road you're driving on? Will it need to know where you are when you are driving? If so, who has access to this data? Who has access to those cameras? Will the Fourth Amendment be followed? Will you require a warrant for your insurance company to access this data? Will you require a warrant for the government to access this data? Once your car's been disabled and now you're on the side of the road with your children in it for reasons you don't understand, how long until the police show up? Or what if you truly are disabled and you're over to the side of the road? Does anybody show up? How long do you have to get out of the vehicle? Who decides when your vehicle kill switch is disabled and you get to drive again? Who's going to adjudicate that on the side of the road? What if it's rush hour traffic? What if you know you've already got points against you according to your dashboard and it's monitored your performance, and now there's somebody's pet in the road? Do you swerve to miss it and get your car disabled? What if there's an emergency vehicle approaching from behind you and you know the right thing is to swerve off the road and let that vehicle pass? What after you've done that 3 times and now your car says do it one more time and we're going to leave you on the side of the road? This is in the law. This will become law in 2026, every vehicle manufactured after that. And it's not about drunk driving. If it were, it would just be about blood alcohol content. This law has far more than that in it. It violates the Fourth Amendment. It violates so many amendments. It violates things that are so fundamental to our rights. They're not even in the Constitution, like the right to travel. And so I urge support of this amendment. It will defund the law that was passed 2 years ago that the other side of the aisle doesn't even know exists. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This amendment seeks to prohibit funding for the implementation of a bill known as the Honoring the Abbas Family Legacy to Terminate Halt Drunk Driving Act. I wrote it. I'm the sponsor. The Halt Drunk Driving Act honors the Abbas family from Michigan who were tragically killed in a car accident by a drunk driver. It requires NHTSA to do a rulemaking to create rules for impaired driving prevention technology and new vehicles to stop these tragedies from continuing to occur. 37 alcohol-impaired driving deaths happen every day, equivalent to a death every 39 minutes. Studies show that the HALT Act could save over 10,000 lives annually, and our constituents agree. We need to stop drunk driving by making impairment prevention technology standard in new vehicles, and if the technology exists to prevent drunk driving, why wouldn't we consider it? Let me close by saying this amendment and the sponsor mischaracterized what the HALT Act is. It does not mandate kill switches or allow data collection that invades vehicle occupants' privacy. I protect data privacy in vehicles probably more than the sponsor of this does. It's ridiculous, and it doesn't monitor how you drive. This amendment is an insult to every American who's been hurt or lost loved ones to drunk driving, including the Abbas family. Let's honor the memory of those affected by drunk driving. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Reserve.
That's the remaining time left.
How much time do I have left, Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman has 30 seconds remaining.
Mr. Chairman, let me close by saying this. I gave the gentleman from Kentucky an opportunity to clarify his pronunciation of Secretary Buttigieg's name. I have the belief that he purposely mispronounced it to disrespect him. He wants to correct that by correctly pronouncing it. I would yield the time to him. As they say, it speaks for itself, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 61, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer my Amendment Number 61 to H.R. 4820, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2024.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would prohibit funds from this act from implementing President Biden's burdensome and misguided executive orders 14037, 14057, and 14006. Executive Orders 14037 and 14057 set the following goals for the Biden administration's out-of-touch energy policy regulations. 100% of the electricity of the U.S. to be carbon pollution-free by 2030 of a net annual basis, 100% of vehicles purchased by the government to be zero emissions by 2035, and that 50% of all new passenger cars and light trucks sold in the United States be electric vehicles by 2030. These economically harmful goals represent Democrats' desire for central government planning that is not driven by public demand, but by bureaucrats deciding what they think is best for our diverse, vibrant nation of over 330 million people. A prime example of Democratic failed policy initiatives is this story of the electric bus manufacturer Proterra, a company that received an extremely high praise from President Biden as well as other administrative officials. According to President Biden, Proterra was getting us in the game for sustainable transportation. Well, after receiving millions upon millions of dollars in federal government funding, on August 7th of this year, Proterra filed for bankruptcy. And this is not the first time this thing has happened where a government-subsidized company has gone bankrupt, citing a multitude of reasons, including the 9-figure debt. Does not sound sustainable to me. Almost 2 years ago, the Department of Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said that America should have purchased electrical vehicles so that they won't have to worry about gas prices again. Instead, they will have to worry about supply chain disruptions and critical mineral resourcing, not to mention the cost of these vehicles. Now, I don't know about the average American, but I guarantee you they don't spend an extra $17,000 per year on gas. But the average cost of an electric vehicle is over $60,000, and on average costs $17,000 more than a gas vehicle. This does not take into account if the battery goes bad, and it will, and it costs about $17,000 to replace that too, which means people are going to be relying on the government for more subsidies. These types of statements show just how out of touch the left-wing officials in the Biden administration can be. Switching to electric vehicles or whatever future technology must come naturally through free market forces. Mandating a change and building an entire vehicle market on an expensive house of cards will eventually come crashing down, just like Proterra. Just as concerning is Executive Order 14096 and its crusade for so-called environmental justice. Mr. Chair, Instead of simply declaring what is true and promoting environmental conservation, which most people would agree is a good thing, the Biden administration makes this about cultural Marxism, oppressor versus the oppressed. This is toxic rhetoric. Instead of tackling economic hardships facing Americans, the fentanyl crisis and our communities, the crisis along the southern border, and multiple crises overseas, the Biden administration is creating a narrative that fits their dark view of American history and executive policy that negatively affects Americans. Everyone wants clean air, safe water, and access to outdoors for all. Let's not make this about something it's not. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman for what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
We simply oppose this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
You have the only time left.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Congress should not allow valuable taxpayer dollars to fund these executive orders that do nothing to help the American people. Those demanding EV vehicles know that impoverished cannot afford them, which will cause even more dependence on government. That's built-in harassment package that liberals have created. Regulate people into dependence on government so they must vote for bigger government that can never be paid for, but will forever be empowered over those who would otherwise be free to live the full measure of the American dream. I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this common sense amendment. And with that, I close.
The question on the amendment is offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 62, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a designee of Mr. Nels from Texas, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment would reduce the salary of Ann Carlson, who is the acting administrator of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, to $1. While we abhor her radical climate change agenda, questionable ethic investigations, and overall policy decisions, the reason for my amendment is because Ms. Carlson is serving as acting administrator after she failed to clear the Senate confirmation process for the position. In March of 2023, the Biden administration submitted Mrs. Carlson's nomination for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administrator. Before the Senate could vote on her nomination, and after Senator Cruz led an effective opposition, the White House pulled her nomination once it was obvious that she was not going to be confirmed. After the Senate effectively rejected her nomination, the White House nominated her to that same role as an acting official anyway, circumventing the advice and consent clause in the United States Constitution on the presidential nomination. I view this as a constitutional overreach and a violation of the Federal Vacancies Reform Act, and so do our counterparts in the Senate. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise. I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Again, do we really want to target dedicated public servants and threaten their livelihoods because we disagree with them? These public servants are doing their jobs, carrying out the policy of the administration they serve. They should be commended, not demonized. Our government is dependent on them being in our ability to attract the best talent to bring their skills to public service. We shouldn't be penalizing public servants who are representing the administration they serve based on these policy disagreements. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will add, in September of this year, 13 Republican Commerce Committee senators sent a letter to President Biden urging him to immediately replace Ms. Carlson and appoint a new nominee. The letter highlights that since Ms. Carlson's nomination is a violation of the Vacancies Act, all the agency's actions while she has held herself out as acting administrator should be voided. This is an unacceptable situation for the Department of Transportation. Congress represents a co-equal branch of government, and this administration isn't a monarchy. Congress must hold this administration accountable, and I urge all my members to vote for my amendment. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman has the only time remaining.
I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 63, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, as a designee of Mr. Nels from Texas, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
My amendment would prohibit funds being made available by this act for the Federal Transit Administration's electric or low-emitting ferry project. This $250 million program simply serves to further Joe Biden's radical climate change agenda, and fund Green New Deal pet projects that support coastal elitists in blue states. As an example, the San Francisco Bay Area Water Emergency Transportation Authority received $3.4 million to construct a new zero-emissions ferry. The Casco Bay Island Transit District in Portland, Maine received $3.6 million to replace a passenger ferry with a new ferry equipped with a diesel hybrid propulsion system. The Kitsap Transit in Kitsap County, Washington received $7.7 million to replace a diesel vessel with a new environmental-friendly battery electric passenger-only ferry and necessary charging infrastructure. I could go on and on. This is not the taxpayer's burden to bear of these individual pet projects that I just named. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, my colleague from Texas is already trying to undo the bipartisan infrastructure law, which included funding to improve and expand ferry service in rural and urban communities across the country. These funds allow places like Georgia, Representative Buddy Carter's district, to acquire ferries and install charging stations to build on the innovation necessary to protect our waterways, reduce costs, and lower emissions. These projects allow communities to work within and across states where waterways are shared and there are mutual benefits to advanced technology. These funds also support the use of alternative fuels, which include, but not limited to, natural gas, hydrogen, and electricity. Innovation should be championed by the federal government rather than discouraged, and our industry partners should be able to trust that we will stand behind bipartisan goals to create this pilot. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Those words are just another banner of pet projects. This is what the public is sick and tired of in this country, especially when we're $33 trillion in debt. Overall, ferries play a minor role in the United States transportation system, providing roughly 1% of the public transportation trips in 2019. 1%. The Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act more than tripled the annual dedicated ferry funding, setting aside $2.3 billion with a B for ferry funding. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment to stop this boondoggle. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 64, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment reduces the salary of Julia Gordon, who is Assistant Secretary for Housing and the Federal Housing Commissioner, to $1. Ms. Gordon has had a long history of anti-police rhetoric that makes her unfit for public office. Among other things, she retweeted an inflammatory post that described police officers as the people killing us, Sheriff. She has also suggested in a letter that she wrote, not a tweet or a retweet, that cases of police violence are not just outliers, but stem from flawed and biased systems that require structural change. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Again, it can only be described as disgraceful to target dedicated public servants and threaten their livelihoods. Our government is dependent on their skills and their dedication to do the jobs to help this country go forward. Ms. Gordon has been a strong advocate for and hands-on practitioner, working to expand access to home ownership and wealth building for millions seeking the American dream. If you have an issue with the policy, let's discuss that, not penalize her and other public servants. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in response, it's her words that are inflammatory in a day and time that is uncalled for. My view is shared by the National Sheriff's Association, a leading law enforcement group, which opposed her nomination. Ms. Gordon also has a troubling history of degrading her fellow Americans residing in southern states, as I do. She retweeted an article that asserted the South has rejected nearly everything that's good about this country and has become just one big nuclear waste site of extremely radicalized resentment. That's unheard of. We should not spend another dollar on paying her salary. By the way, she makes $158,500. When you add all the other things with it, she's probably closer to $200,000. I urge my colleagues to adopt my amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
The question is on amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose?
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 65, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 65, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment prohibits use of funds for the consideration of the social cost of greenhouse gases. And I don't know how do they define social costs, but the social costs of greenhouse gases in the development and implementation of budgets, federal procurement, or environmental reviews. President Biden is directing agencies to consider the flawed social cost of greenhouse gases in the development and implementation of budgets, the federal procurement process, and environmental reviews. Democrats use the social cost of greenhouse gases metrics to justify sweeping climate policies and strict regulations. This impacts everything from purchasing goods and services, conducting environmental reviews of all kinds, and levying climate penalties against the private businesses. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to yet another attack on scientific consensus and on evidence-based approaches to addressing our climate reality. This amendment would prohibit any agency funded in this bill from considering the social cost of greenhouse gases in budget formulation, procurement processes, or environmental reviews. An unconscionable denial of reliability. The social cost of carbon is simply an estimate in dollars of economic cost or damage that will result from emitting 1 additional ton of greenhouse gases into the air. Climate change has tangible, measurable economic impact on a myriad of aspects of our economy, from agriculture to healthcare to infrastructure and energy use. When heat waves, drought, or extreme storms affect crop yields, that loss costs our economy and disrupts our food supply. When smoke from wildfires and extreme heat or cold cause illness and death, or homelessness increases due to extreme weather displacing people from their homes, that costs our health care and emergency service systems. When hurricanes, flooding, and mudslides destroy critical infrastructure, supply chains are disrupted, and time and money must be spent to rebuild. And we know, beyond doubt, that greenhouse gas emissions lead to increased atmospheric CO2, which leads to a warming climate, which leads to more extreme weather and rising sea levels. In 2022, the cost of climate and weather disasters in the United States totaled more than $165 billion. And every decade since the 1980s, the average annual cost of these disasters has increased substantially. The amendment before us would prohibit agencies from considering measurable, tangible economic cost when making policy and spending decisions. It would literally prohibit accounting for reality. This is a whole new level of client denialism, not just a personal denial of overwhelming scientific evidence and consensus, but a sweeping prohibition on an ever-acknowledged and considered certain evidence that Republicans would rather ignore. This is, of course, particularly egregious in the case of the Department of Transportation, given that our transportation infrastructure is responsible for more greenhouse gases than any other part of the economy. I can't overstate the recklessness and cynicism of enacting a prohibition on accounting for reality into the law, and strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to my good friend from Florida, Congressman Sheriff.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I fully support the gentleman's amendment. In fact, in the underlying bill, we've included in Section 126 a prohibition on the Department of Transportation from imposing requirements on state and local governments to prove emission reductions as a condition of receiving funds. But the gentleman's amendment is even more comprehensive, which I support, because it would cover programs across this entire bill and several of the Biden executive orders that would harm our economy. So I want to urge all of our colleagues to vote yes on this amendment.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
As Sheriff Rutherford said, what the social cost of greenhouse gases is extremely inefficient policymaking tool that can be manipulated. The Biden administration continues to use unproven figures to attempt to justify its radical environmental policies that drive up the cost of every family in this country today. I urge adoption of my amendment. I yield the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 66, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 66, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Speaker, my amendment prohibits funding for the implementation of the rule entitled Equal Access in accordance with an individual's gender identity in community planning and development programs. My amendment defunds the Obama administration's housing and urban development rule that requires equal access for individuals in accordance with their gender identity in programs that are sheltered funded from HUD's Office of Community Planning and Development. This means women and young children can be housed in shelters with a male stranger simply because these men identify as women. Think about the impact this has on residents of female-only shelters when men who claim to be women are allowed to share bathrooms and shower access. These concerns aren't hypothetical. In California, 9 homeless women filed a civil complaint after a homeless shelter enabled sexual harassment because a male identifying as a female entered the shelter and showered with a woman. In Alaska, a faith-based shelter filed a lawsuit because female residents would rather sleep in the woods in extreme cold temperatures rather than get harassed alongside a biological male. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment, which would prohibit HUD from continuing to carry out an existing rule that ensures that all individuals have equal access to many of HUD's core shelter programs in accordance with their gender identity. I am not sure why my colleagues are so intent on targeting such a vulnerable population, but find it unconscionable. This amendment would do serious harm to our efforts to protect one of the most vulnerable populations, LGBTQ youth, who comprise up to 40% of the homeless youth population and who are 120% more likely to experience homelessness than non-LGBTQ youth. These young people are at an incredibly high risk of abuse on the streets. A study by True Colors United found that among homeless transgender youth, 75% had been victims of physical, emotional, or sexual abuse. 25% had been victims of intimate partner violence. 20% had been victims of sexual exploitation or trafficking. In addition, LGBTQ youth are 2 to 3 times more likely to commit suicide. Transgender youth also have high levels of HIV, AIDS, mental health problems, and substance abuse disorders. When these young people arrive at a shelter, they are not a safety risk to others. They are desperate for help. We should be doing everything that we can to make sure these alternatives exist to living on the streets, and then when they ask for help, they are not turned away. Frankly, it's not that difficult to help these people who need assistance while respecting their identities. More than 300 domestic violence and sexual violence organizations, more than 300 domestic violence and sexual violence organizations have signed a national consensus statement agreeing that it is appropriate to serve transgender women alongside other women. This amendment is not based on the facts. In reality, transgender women are particularly vulnerable to abuse in housing systems themselves. One survey found that over half of transgender respondents who stayed in the shelter in the past year were verbally harassed, physically attacked, and/or sexually assaulted because of their gender identity. We should be doing more to protect this population, not less. To ensure continued progress toward ending youth homelessness, we can't roll back rules that ensure basic equal access rights and protect transgender youth from discrimination and violence when seeking shelter. This amendment would lead to increased numbers of unsheltered homeless LGBTQ youth. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment.
Does the
I
gentleman
reserve.
yield? The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
It's amazing we're even having to debate this, and it just shows my friends on the opposite side of the aisle, you know, they support the perpetrators of the crime rather than the victims of the crime. Forcing women and children to share their private spaces with biological men is wrong and is dangerous in any setting, but especially a setting as intimate and vulnerable as a homeless shelter. I yield as much time as needed to my good friend from Oklahoma, Mr. Tom Cole.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my friend for the amendment, and I rise in support. The safety of individuals who sleep in single-gender shelters is of the utmost importance. It doesn't mean provisions can't be provided elsewhere for other individuals, but in this case, we need to ensure that people are both comfortable in their surroundings, are coming out of difficult situations, and are protected. So the rule also puts burdens, the proposal would also put burdens on religious organizations who might feel differently about gender identity than the current administration. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I urge the adoption of my amendment. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina yields. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we stand in strong opposition to this amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois?
I demand a
rise?
recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 67, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a designee of Mr. Congressman Ogles, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 67, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment prohibits funds from being used to purchase or lease a vehicle for use by the Secretary of Transportation. 2 years ago, Secretary Buttigieg was gifted with a taxpayer-funded Mustang Mach-2 for dedicated use. The retail value of this electric SUV was valued at more than $40,000 and proudly assembled in Detroit, Michigan, USA, the auto capital of the world. No, I'm just kidding. The Ford Mustang Mach-E, which has since been recalled for battery issues, apparently the battery can't handle owners flooring it, was made in Mexico by foreign workers. Put aside the Secretary's own tone-deaf decision to use taxpayers' funds to purchase a not-made-in-America vehicle, Mr. Buttigieg noted proclivity for the finer things in life apparently extended to any mode of transportation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Does anyone speak in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Urge adoption of my amendment. I yield the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 68, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, as a designee of Mr. Ogles, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 68, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would be, if there's one thing that my colleagues, Republican or Democrat, can agree on, it's that government corruption undermines faith in our republic, none more than this present administration. It would therefore be astounding to see or hear any Democrat attempting to justify opposition to this simple amendment that would prohibit funds for air travel by the Secretary of Transportation or any other in economy class on a commercial flight. In February, we learned that the Office of Inspector General at the Department of Transportation was opening an audit into Secretary Buttigieg's extensive use of private jets. Despite the Secretary's own rhetoric on the need to combat global warming, in the first 2 years of the Biden administration, Mr. Buttigieg took at least 18 flights using taxpayer-funded private jets. Make no mistake, that's no excuse for Secretary Buttigieg to waste taxpayers' money on private planes when commercial options were really readily available for him. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Does anyone speak in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I urge passage of my amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Now, in order to consider Amendment Number 69, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261, for what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a designee of Mr. Ogles, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 69, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, access to affordable, reliable cars and trucks is critical to every facet of American life. Instead of ensuring that Americans have access to, the Biden administration has included a multi-front fight against the internal combustion engine as a centerpiece of its war on American consumers. On this front, it's a new corporate average fuel economy standards, known as CAFE, for 2027 to 2032, which ratchet fuel economy standards to require automakers to meet a fleet average of 58 miles per gallon. You might as well put a top on a riding mower, and good luck with trying to get that kind of mileage. Based on EPA's list of most efficient vehicles, no vehicle for model year 2023, even excluding the small hybrids, reaches 58 miles an hour. A bicycle would probably be over the 58 miles per gallon. There's no path to reaching a fleet average which would include larger vehicles that are high in less than 10 years. These standards fail to increase actual vehicle efficiency because automakers already know that the goal is unachievable and won't waste their time trying to comply. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Does anyone speak in opposition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, NHTSA has issued a proposal to update fuel economy standards for passenger cars and light trucks, and that proposal is going through public comment review period. Why would we stop that? Fuel economy standards aren't new. These standards spur the auto industry to innovate in improving fuel economy to the benefit of consumers and the environment. The administration's July proposal increases these standards to advance energy security, reduce carbon emissions, and save families money at the pump. The rules going through the rulemaking process and constituents and concerned parties can and should weigh in. But let's be clear about what improving fuel economy standards can do. This rule would save consumers more than $50 billion on fuel over the vehicle's lifetime. It would reduce our dependence on oil, saving more than 88 billion gallons of gasoline through 2050. And it would prevent more than 900 million tons of CO2 emissions, the equivalent of taking more than 233 million vehicles off the road from 2022 through 2050. By increasing fuel economy standards, we would be decreasing costs for Americans at the pump, which is something my colleagues claim to be so concerned about. But how dare such an improvement come with positive benefits like carbon emission reductions? I support the administration's proposal to go through the rulemaking process to improve fuel economy standards, to reduce costs for drivers, promote American energy independence, and reduce carbon emissions. I strongly oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, this is more than just words. This is going to force the American taxpayers to pay fines for falling short, which will increase the price of any new car with an internal combustion engine by thousands of dollars. Biden has made it clear all along his goal isn't to improve gas-powered cars, but to eliminate them from the favor of electric vehicles, which, if you talk to any car dealer, no one is buying them. Unless they had the subsidies, they wouldn't be selling off the lot. For many drivers, EVs simply aren't a viable option. They may not have a garage and rely on street parking. They may live in an area where the electric infrastructure can't support the fast charging of an EV. And they may well drive long distances where when you run out of electricity, good luck. I urge the adoption of my amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the use of any funds in this act for so-called transit-oriented development. Now, contrary to the claims of proponents of such communities, they do not increase ridership on transit lines. Rather, they just ensure taxpayers subsidize development that would likely happen anyway. Moreover, like transit investment generally, they do not create economic growth. Instead, these communities just subsidize the growth that would likely have occurred naturally. This is a giveaway to developers in large urban areas, as most areas do not have the population density to support these communities. It does not address the more fundamental issues plaguing our nation's transit systems than driving down ridership, which is the problem. Now, doing so will only result in wasted federal resources that would be better directed toward core highway and bridge projects. I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
This amendment, which would very broadly prohibit funding for transit-oriented development, so-called because that's what it's called, is yet another example of vague and sweeping overreach. Communities in all of our districts rely on flexible HUD and DOT funding to close the gap on critical housing, transportations, and community infrastructure projects. Yet this amendment would limit a recipient's ability to pursue locally driven projects and determine where and how the community wants to invest. Cities, towns, and suburban areas may pursue transit-oriented development, which is simply an approach to urban development that aligns housing, commercial, and transit development for a variety of reasons unique to that community. If a community wants to pair housing and transit development to save costs, reduce traffic congestion, increase access to essential goods and services, attract businesses, or connect Americans to good jobs, the federal government should not prohibit them from doing so. Mr. Chairman, I find this place amusing in that we're for states' rights until we're not. We're federalists until we're not. And apparently, it just depends on where you stand on an issue rather than whether you really believe in local jurisdictions having control over their own destiny. Because no program in the underlying bill requires that funds be used for transit-oriented development. And there is no reason to adopt a restriction that prevents the use of funds for one particular approach to urban development. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman says that, federalism is good sometimes, but not other times. States' rights, important sometimes, but not other times. Let me be clear. We're not talking about the transit lines themselves. This is transit-oriented development. Let me break it down for everybody here. There's a transit line running somewhere. There's not a ridership on it, so we got to boost the ridership. So we're going to subsidize some developer to build housing or whatever other development adjacent to the line to hope that those people will then get on that transit line. That's what's happening here. And you know what happens? We subsidize the development, and then the people that get into that development then take their cars to wherever they're going and don't ride on the transit line. If you got to have transit lines, God bless you. That's awesome. You want to ride them? God bless you. That's awesome. But there's no reason whatsoever that this is a federal requirement or a federal nexus at all to build developments next to transit lines. If states and localities want to do that, if they want to subsidize them, God bless them too. They should do that. But people in Pennsylvania shouldn't be supporting transit-related development in California any more than people in California should be supporting it in Illinois. That's no federal nexus. If Illinois wants to do it, they should. If Pennsylvania wants to do it, they should. But we shouldn't require every taxpayer in the country to pay for transit-oriented development to boost ridership on the lines that don't have any so that we can justify the lines and then build more lines without any ridership. I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the reality situation. I live in a transit-oriented development. I can walk 15 seconds outside my front door and get on the red line and go downtown in Chicago. And I do. And many people do. There's a reason we encourage transit-oriented development, because it actually gets more people to ride transit, which is a good thing, because they're not burning gasoline. They're not creating more climate change. It's better for the economy. It gets people to their jobs quicker and safer. So if they want to do this and it's their option and it works the way that it actually does from personal experience, great. But we as the federal government, when I reply to people being for states' rights and not being for states' rights when it's convenient, I'm implying that this amendment does just the opposite of what my father's Republican Party used to say. We're not going to dictate to local governments how they should function, how they should operate. This is a page out of the opposite book, and it's a horrible idea, and I encourage my colleagues to oppose it, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an awesome idea. This is an awesome idea. I'm glad that the gentleman can walk 15 seconds outside his door and get on the train, and as he says, quickly and safely, more safely, get to his destination. Great, that's good for you. If you want to pay for that, you should. If Illinois wants to pay for that, they should. I shouldn't have to pay for it. No, by the way, while you're talking about quicker and safer, of course, no metrics to support any of that. I have no interest in riding mass transit. My daughters get on the bus every morning, and I remind them that as they're standing up there at the bus stop in the freezing cold, waiting for the bus, I hope you enjoy your mass transit. I hope you enjoy your public transportation, because it's inefficient. It's not getting you there more quickly. And oh, by the way, if you're riding in America's cities on mass transit, you say it's safer. Seems like crime's on the rise in every single city. It says it's not seeming so. It's because it is so. It's not safe. It's not safe here in the nation's capital to ride on transit. So it's not quicker, it's not safer, and I'm providing the same metrics to prove my point that you provided to prove yours, which are none. Mr. Speaker, this is about federalism. This is about subsidies and boondoggles and things that we can't afford while we're $33 trillion in debt. If somebody wants to build, if some developer wants to build next to the transit line because they think it will make them sell their properties or help them sell their properties and they're developed more quickly, they should do that. Taxpayers shouldn't be involved. I urge adoption. I yield.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 71, printed in Part B of House Report 118 and 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 71, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the use of funds to finalize, implement, or enforce the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's rule mandating automatic emergency braking systems on new commercial vehicles. Isn't that wonderful? Another mandate, making the world better, making America better, making us more free, making everything more affordable, except it's not. The IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, required the Department of Transportation to issue a mandate for heavy-duty trucks to be equipped with automatic emergency braking systems. It also required the DOT to consult with commercial vehicle user community and address any existing deficiencies with automatic emergency braking systems before issuing its mandate. The issue is that DOT has failed to meet both requirements, any requirement. There are real and legitimate concerns about false activations of the systems that remain unaddressed and must be dealt with before proceeding with any requirement. Moreover, an integrated safety system with an automatic emergency braking system can add up to $5,000 to the cost of a single truck. Oh, but it's always worth it. It's always worth it. We're going to be more safe if we have this stuff. Meanwhile, we can't get anybody to drive a truck anymore, right? That's why we're looking at automated trucks without drivers in them, because we've depleted the truck driving industry. We've driven everybody out because they can't afford. They can't afford to get in or stay in. With fleets operating on exceedingly tight margins, this mandated cost increase presents a barrier to entry for new market participants. It will also likely result in extending the life of current vehicles, causing these operators to miss out on the safety improvements of newer trucks that they won't buy. I know it's counterintuitive, but when these rules are made, they never think about the additional cost that the truck owner or the person that wishes to buy a truck or replace a truck is going to have to incur. They just assume, well, they'll just spend the extra $5,000. And that's not where it ends. This is just one system. There's multiple systems on these new trucks and all new equipment. They just keep adding and adding. And, well, I don't understand why the cost of everything goes up. I can't figure it out. If you're on the left, you can never figure those things out. It's because of you and the things that you do. That's why. Moreover, this will likely result in an older truck fleet in the U.S., which is actually probably more dangerous because people are not going to replace the trucks because they don't have the extra $5,000. I know you think all truck drivers are made of money, but they are not. I reserve.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
According to data from NHTSA's Fatality Analysis Reporting System and Crash Report Sampling System, heavy vehicles are involved in about 77,000 crashes a year, resulting in over 500 fatalities and almost 34,000 injuries. NHTSA estimates that the proposed rule would prevent over 16,000 crashes a year, saving over 100 lives and reducing over 8,000 non-fatal injuries annually once all vehicles covered under this rule are equipped with AEB. The rule is going through the rulemaking process, and constituents and concerned parties can and should weigh in, but we shouldn't stop the process altogether. I support the administration's proposal to go through the rulemaking process and appreciate that NHTSA is looking into ways of making our roads safer. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, I thank the chairman. My good friend from Illinois says that we ought to just go through the rulemaking process. But as I told you, there are real and legitimate concerns that have not been addressed. And that's why you go through the rulemaking process. It's not just a perfunctory, well, we asked for your input and we got it, and now we're just going to disregard it and do what we want to anyhow, which is exactly what the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is doing, which is why we cannot fund this, It is our government. The government serves us. It's not the other way around. It's just another example where we act like we're Oliver Twist, begging for more gruel. The gruel is ours, Mr. Chairman. We should not have to beg for it as the citizens of this country. This government belongs to us, not the other way around. I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Dickensian economics, I guess, aside, the gruel belongs wherever the gruel belongs, but public safety belongs to everyone else. So it's not just the trucking industry, it's the people who are involved in those injuries as well. So we need to be concerned with them. Rulemaking process has existed under every American president under our lifetime. It is part of the democratic process. It should be respected. If people want to participate, fine. That's the way it should operate. And for all those reasons, I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields the balance of his time. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague says that we should respect the rulemaking process. Maybe some of my colleagues here in Washington don't understand, don't recognize, won't acknowledge that this government has gotten too big, and the rulemaking process is really meant to shut out voices across America. It is we here in Congress that should be making these rules, not unelected bureaucrats that have no accountability to the people that they impose these rules upon. It is we who should be doing this. And by the way, there were some folks that came in, they said, we oppose your amendment. We want this emergency braking system on trucks. And I said, well, how about on your trucks? Oh, no, we don't want it on our trucks. We want it on their trucks. Yeah, we want it on someone else's trucks. Everybody wants somebody else to pay the freight until it comes to their doorstep. Then they're not interested. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this government is too big. This is an example of it. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 72, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 72, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair, and I appreciate my friend from Pennsylvania offering the amendments that he has offered. I am offering here an amendment that I've offered to other appropriations bills affecting other agencies that would prohibit any of the funding in this bill, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Bill, from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. We've had success in moving this amendment on previous appropriations bills because, frankly, it's fairly obvious to most people in the chamber, certainly to most Americans, that these executive orders are out of step and out of touch with where the American people are. and that they're pushing an agenda, a radical agenda that is completely devoid of recognition of what's happening in every American's life right now, that they can't afford to buy even the home they live in, much less the fuel they need for their cars, buy the car that they need, be able to afford to pursue any of the initiatives put forward in terms of solar panels and other things, because we're driving up the price of energy, making it impossible for people to live their lives because we're pursuing a radical agenda. By the way, that is making us completely dependent on China at a time when we should be decoupling from China, at a time that is making it to where we are not holding Iran accountable, and we're actually enriching Iran right now with our energy policies. We're not sanctioning Iran. We're allowing them to sell oil to China. And we're advancing this agenda because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to put out this notion of climate change as being more important, as I've had members of the other side of the aisle testify in the Rules Committee, more important than the inflation that is wrecking the American family. Literally have said that. They're prioritizing this agenda over the American family today who cannot afford an automobile, cannot afford the gasoline to put in the automobile, cannot afford their energy prices in homes, electricity, and can't even afford the houses because of what this administration has done with their policies to drive up the price of energy with a radical agenda. In this case, Secretary Buttigieg is on a mission to overhaul the transportation sector, saying, quote, transportation ought to be responsible for the biggest share of the climate solution. DOT has established a climate change center with the goal of decarbonizing the transportation sector by 2050. In July of 22, the Secretary said, quote, this is a quote, the more pain we are all experiencing from the high price of gas, the more benefit there is for those who can access electric vehicles. Right there is the agenda of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Right there is the agenda of the Biden administration. They want the American people to feel pain. Those are the words of the Secretary of Transportation. I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, no one remembers who Edward Everett is. He spoke for a couple hours at Gettysburg. Speaks for itself. So there really doesn't need to be much in response to those who deny that climate is an existential threat. So I'll just say two lines. According to the data collected by NASA, the past 9 years have been the warmest years since modern record keeping began in 1880. The 10 warmest years on record in world history have all occurred since 2010 in recorded temperatures. So we have to address that reality. And the fact is, our transportation infrastructure is responsible for more greenhouse gas emissions than any other sector of our economy. It needs to do the most to reduce that threat as well. I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The problem is that if you listen to our secretary, we saw that in 2 months after he made those comments, California asked EV owners to stop charging amid a heat wave. Secretary Granholm literally pushed aside a pregnant woman and her family from the ability to charge at a charging station in order to do a photo op. That's what we're doing. This is all about projecting an image. It's not about real life impact on American families. That's the truth. And for example here, one of the Secretary's appointees to DOT's Advisory Committee on Transportation Equity, don't get me started on that, has said, quote, all cars are bad, end quote. All cars are bad. This is about undermining the American way of life. And the fact of the matter is, if you eliminate the internal combustion engine, by the way, the internal combustion engine that's sitting in President Biden's 1967 Corvette, which I believe is a 327, I don't think he has the 427, doesn't get exactly a great deal of really good gas mileage, and in fact is spewing out a whole lot more carbon than the average American's vehicle. By the way, I'm totally fine with that because it's a great car. A great example of American awesomeness, to be clear. But the fact is, when you've got the transportation Committee of Transportation Equity saying, quote, all cars are bad. That tells you exactly what the situation is. And if you eliminate the internal combustion engine, that will do nothing when you know that you've got China has 1,100 coal-fired plants. We have about 250, and China's building a couple of coal-fired plants a week. And we think that we're going to impact CO2 production around the world? How about we develop nuclear power? How about we let the American people live their lives? How about we let the American people not have their lives get crushed with radical policies? That's why this amendment should be adopted, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we were quoting Dickens before. There's a line in Shakespeare, I'll let somebody else fill in the rest of the lines, is a tale full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. We're the first generation to feel the effects of climate change. We're the last generation that can do anything about it. I oppose this amendment, encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 73, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 73, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Santos of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Flight patterns have become a silent threat to the health and well-being of Americans. One might ask, what does that have to do with this amendment? Well, citizens of New York's metropolitan area and the continental United States are ceaselessly burdened by aircraft noise and pollution. Residents in NY3 have been begging elected officials like me to support mitigation efforts to give citizens plagued by ceaseless, noisy skies and polluted skies a reprieve. Taking aim at the Deputy Secretary of Transportation, Polly Trottenberg, is not a punishment, but rather a wake-up call holding her accountable for her inaction. By reducing her salary to $1, we send a strong message that the well-being of Americans should be at the top priority, not the convenience of a select few. Mr. Chair, but the fight against harmful flight patterns doesn't end with Polly Trottenberg. We must also demand transparency, accountability, and the comprehensive review of flight patterns across the country. It's time to put the health of our communities first and ensure that every decision made in the aviation industry reflects our values. Let's work together in this body, Republicans and Democrats alike, to make a real difference in our communities. For years, NY3's constituents and communities just like it have asked for help, and now I would like to put it in the record and let it be known that a no vote is a vote against accountability for the people who allow millions of Americans to suffer under the arbitrary rules of the Department of Transportation, FAA, Air Traffic Control, to name a few agencies. I urge adoption of my amendment to set a new tone and to have accountability for the people suffering from a lack of leadership on this segmented issue of our decaying transportation infrastructure under this administration. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Just to reference the last statement made, this is first administration in my lifetime that has passed a comprehensive infrastructure bill of this magnitude. To suggest that it's going the opposite direction, while supporting a bill that guts much of that effort, belies comprehension. I sometimes wonder what people will think in the future, and they ask us, Dad or Granddad, what'd you do in Congress? If the best you can say is, I cut a dedicated public servant's salary to $1 because I disagreed with them. Ms. Trottenberg has an extensive 25-year-plus public sector career in all levels of government, including stepping up to serve as acting administrator for the FAA to help ensure this country and our global partners could continue to rely on the safety of our national airspace system. We, again, should not be penalizing public servants who are representing the administration they serve based on policy disagreements. I can't imagine our founding fathers thinking this would be a good idea, but it's, I guess, the new normal. It's no reason to support this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to oppose it, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, my colleague from across the aisle, he speaks with honesty, and I believe so. But I will say this. To call it a public servant, a bureaucrat, I think that's disingenuous, and the American people are sick and tired of us considering people who fail at their jobs continuously to continue to keep their jobs. I think it's cutting back bad government. I think it's holding government accountable, and I think it's holding people who are inept. Ms. Stroutenberg's time as acting FAA administrator was abysmal, with very little accountability, very little done. So I stand strong that I think we should adopt my amendment, and I I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields the balance of his time. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
It's clearly our responsibility to hold people accountable. And there's a number of ways to do that. Call them to testify, question them all day long, say whatever you want in public within reason. But it's quite another thing to make it so they can't do the job because you're only paying them $1 a year. It's outside the realm, the barriers here, of what we're supposed to be about. At some point, we went outside the norms. And I've come to believe that norms are almost as important as the Constitution. You don't treat people this way. The Constitution, you couldn't imagine that we would do this to each other. So they had that foundation that's so critical, and the laws almost as critical. But I'm starting to believe that the way we treat each other is the most important norm. And if we can't act with a simple baseline sense of decency and respect, that nobody's going to work for $1 a year. And respectfully, you're just messaging and insulting other people and disrespecting the dignity of this House. We can and we must do better. I oppose this amendment.
Does the gentleman yield? Gentleman from Illinois yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from
Mr. Chair,
Illinois seek recognition?
I respectfully request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 74, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment, which would prohibit funds from going toward implementing, administering, or enforcing the Equity Action Plan of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. This plan clearly violates the federal civil rights law that has been in place since the 1960s. The intent of the Fair Housing Act is clear: to prevent, and I quote, discrimination in the sale, rental, and financing of dwellings based on race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, and disability. In other words, individuals with the financial means to rent or purchase a home cannot be discriminated against. Unfortunately, the executive order signed by President Biden and the Equity Action Plan laid out by the Department of Housing and Urban Development stretches the definition of fair housing far beyond the original intent of Congress. This administration has twisted the definition of the word equity to mean the exact opposite of fair and impartial treatment under the law. Equity is the administration's way of manipulating the rule of law to offer preferential treatment to various constituency groups. Rather than addressing the merits of those in need, the administration is conjuring up groups of individuals who have been assigned a predetermined victimhood status. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Again, it has to be pointed out that there's a level of being completely ridiculous that two straight white men are debating all the issues of equality and equity as if we have faced them all our lives. We can't be the judge of the jury in this country on who should be served by the federal government. And while we're probably not the best people to speak on the issue, let's try to make clear what I think my colleagues are really saying. What they're really saying is they don't like diversity, and they absolutely don't like inclusion. They don't want to address discrimination against people of color, LGBTQ people, and people with disabilities. They don't want to build a nation that supports people at the greatest risk of homelessness. Not caring allows them to ignore this insurmountable problem, but it doesn't make it less real. It's not radical to want to build a country that is welcoming to all people from different backgrounds. But they do want you to believe that our country has reckoned with its history of discrimination. They want you to believe that these issues are things of the distant past. They are wrong. They are attempting to legislate away those who look, think, or feel differently. That's not American. That's authoritarianism. I oppose this amendment. And I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield 1 minute to my good friend from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
Thank you very much.
Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, my good friend from Texas. I rise today to express my deep concern about the Biden administration's Equity Action Plan of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We must ensure that American tax dollars allocated to HUD are spent based on financial need and readiness, not Democrats' divisive social justice agenda. These equity action plans direct the department to give special attention to individuals based on their race, or if they identify as transgender or gender nonconforming. These criteria have no place in providing affordable housing and ending homelessness. Helping Americans out of homelessness or helping them to buy their first home should be based on only preparedness and credit worthiness. Anything else does them a disservice in the long run, as evidenced by the housing collapse of 2008, which was the result of unscrupulous promotion of subprime loans. It is a fundamental tenet of our republic that we treat all Americans equally, regardless of their race or creed. If any American is struggling, they should have equal access to assistance. The Department of Housing and Urban Development should support those who are in need and ready to receive help.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Or no need for an equity plan.
Additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman from Montana is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development should support those who are in need and ready to receive or help. No need for equity action plans. I urge my colleagues to support Congressman Self's amendment, and I yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
When considering the mission of this Equity Action Plan, it becomes clear that instead of rewarding people based on their merits, the government is attempting to pick winners and losers. This policy would negatively impact Americans by creating the potential of another housing crisis, as my good friend mentioned, and exacerbating existing problems embedded in our economy. I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, in a moment of self-awareness, a bunch of straight white guys talking about social justice. And when did social justice agenda become a bad thing? Again, who am I to say, but weren't the leaders of the civil rights movement leading a social justice agenda? And does anyone imagine that that notion that we read about as you go down to the archives, that toward a more perfect union, does anyone think that we've met that and that you can't and that housing and transportation have to be fundamental toward the ends of that agenda that we talked about. In the end, wasn't Lincoln saying 87 years ago, every once in a while we have to ask ourselves, did we really mean it when we said that we were all created equal? We have to ask ourselves that today. We still have a long way to go, and it runs through all our systems, including our transportation and our housing systems. It's not a bad word. Someone needs to stand up to you when you do this. It's wrong. This amendment is wrong. This bill is horrible because of these things. I oppose it. I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Let me be very clear. We're discussing an executive order here. If this is so important, Mr. Speaker, bring a bill to the floor of the House. Do not give us an executive order. It is clear that this executive action plan will be rejected by the courts because it is in violation of the 14th Amendment. This administration is clearly attempting to hide under layers of bureaucratic red tape and in the process grow the administrative state and erode the power that voters have invested in this body. This action plan is in fact so radical that it earned the endorsement of Marxists who openly proclaim, and I quote, "keep dismantling the organizing principle of this society." We should not fund this initiative. It is time for Congress to do its job by directing taxpayer dollars to priorities that affect all of our constituents. I urge the passage of my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam, the Committee of the Whole House and the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4820, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4820 and has come to no resolution thereon. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 20 U.S.C. 2103b in the order of the House of January 9th, 2023 of the following individual to the Board of Trustees of the American Folk Life Center in the Library of Congress on the part of the House for a term of 6 years.
Ms. Amy Kitchener of Fresno, California.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 10 U.S.C. 7455A and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023 of the following members on the part of the House to the Board of Visitors to the United States Military Academy.
Mr. Bishop of Georgia.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 10 U.S.C. 8468A in the order of the House of January 9th, 2023 of the following member on the part of the House to the Board of Visitors to the United States Naval Academy.
Mr. DeLuzio of Pennsylvania.
The chair lays before the House a message.
to the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to Iran that was declared in Executive Order 12170 on November 14, 1979 is to continue in effect beyond November 14, 2023. Our relations with Iran have not yet normalized, and the process of implementing the agreements with Iran dated January 19, 1981 is ongoing. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 12170 with respect to Iran. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, November the 7th, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair. The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 838 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4820. Will the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4820, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Departments of Transportation and Housing and Urban Development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 74, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-261, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 34 by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. Amendment number 36 by Ms. Blunt of Rochester of Delaware. Amendment number 37 by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin. Amendment number 46 by Mr. Schweikert of Arizona. Amendment number 47 by Mr. Schweikert of Arizona. Amendment number 57 by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming. Amendment number 59 by Mr. Massey of Kentucky. Amendment number 60 by Mr. Massey of Kentucky. Amendment number 62 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 64 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 66 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 73 by Mr. Santos of New York. Amendment number 74 by Mr. Self of Texas. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 144, the nays are 282. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware.
Recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 238, the nays are 185. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 37, printed into Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. members voted? Does any member? On this vote, the yeas are 106, the nays are 324. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Schweikert of Arizona.
Recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 133, the nays are 295. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Swikert of Arizona.
A recorded vote is then requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 104, the nays are 325. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 57, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261 by the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Recorded votes being requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 191, the nays are 238. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 59, put into Part B of House Report 118 and 261 by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, on which the further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 211 and the nays are 220. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 201, the nays are 229. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 62, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 164, the nays are 264. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 64, printed into Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Recorded votes have been requested. Those in support of a request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 155, the nays are 272. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 66, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 66, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Recorded votes have been requested. Those in support of a request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 217. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 73, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 73, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Santos of New York.
Recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for recorded vote rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 112, the nays are 318. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 74, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
Recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 219. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendments pursuant to the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 4820, and pursuant to House Rule 838, I report the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 4820 and pursuant to House Resolution 838 reports the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. Members, take your conversations outside the floor. The House will come to order. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 4820 is postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of the House Resolution 845, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 845, resolution censuring Representative Rashida Tlaib for promoting false narratives regarding the October 7, 2023 Hamas attack on Israel and for calling for the destruction of the State of Israel.
The question is on adoption of the resolutions. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute.
On this vote, the yeas are 234 and the nays are 188, with 4 answering present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Back over to you. Thank you, buddy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
The House will be in order. For what purpose does a member for South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered.
You did good.
Thank you, sir.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
That was to move up the convening time to 9 a.m. instead of having it.
So what are we voting? So where do they? The House will be in order. You ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to wish the state of Montana a happy 134th birthday. On November 8, 1889, Montana was the 41st state admitted to the Union and is truly a blessing to call it home. Montana boasts a rich heritage and is home to some of the nation's most pristine public lands, including Glacier National Park and the crown jewel of the national park system, Yellowstone. However, what truly makes Montana special is the people. Montanans are hardworking folks who value our traditions and cherish our freedoms and our liberties. There is a reason that Montana is the most patriotic state in the nation. Our Montana way of life is second to none, and it is an honor and a privilege to represent the Treasure State here in Congress. which is why I will keep continuing to fight to protect our way of life. Happy birthday, Montana. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank President Biden for his continued commitment to the American people. Recently, the Biden administration announced billions of dollars in federal funding for bridges, subways, and road projects in the Northeast Corridor. The funding included $3.8 billion for a new Hudson River tunnel between New Jersey and New York. The current tunnel is 113 years old, and any service delays could cost the country $100 million in lost economic activity and disrupt service for 200,000 travelers a day. President Biden understands the importance of the project, and his administration has provided almost $11 billion in federal funding for it in the last 4 months. This funding will help millions of future travelers get to their destinations faster and safer. And it is another example of his great work as president. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dawn Baker on her induction into the Silver Circle. Ms. Baker is a native of Riceboro, Georgia, and attended both Liberty County and Chatham County public school systems. In 1989, Ms. Baker began her career at WTOC and joined the legendary group of past WTOC honorees, including Doug Weathers, Pat Prokoff, Mike Manhattan, Jody Chapin, and Craig Harney with this designation. The longtime WTOC anchor was recently inducted into the Southeast chapter of the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences Silver Circle at a ceremony in Atlanta. To be eligible for the Silver Circle, one must have 25 or more years of service and have made significant contributions to one's craft in the Southeast region. Congratulations on your remarkable achievement, Ms. Baker. Your dedication to serving the people of the 1st District is greatly appreciated, and I cannot think of anyone more deserving of this award. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
It's with a heavy heart that I rise today to honor the life and service of Decatur Township Supervisor Lisa Stanley, who passed away this weekend after a long health battle. Lisa Stanley was a dedicated public servant, a lifelong member of the Decatur community, and a fierce advocate for equality and justice. Whether it was helping women with high-risk pregnancies, working with members of the Boys and Girls Club, or serving Illinois and the citizens of Decatur, Lisa spent her entire career fighting to make a difference. As we mourn her loss, let us remember her contributions to our community and send our thoughts and prayers to her loved ones and everyone who has been touched and inspired by her life of service. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Ask them to hold it down.
The House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if y'all could hold it down, please. Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the life of former Knoxville City Council member Larry Cox, who passed away on October 18th at the age of 81. Larry grew up in North Knoxville, where he attended Fulton High School and went on to serve for 5 terms on the city council. Larry cared deeply about his community, the young and old alike. He led the Knoxville Falcons Sports Youth Organization and ended up having the Larry Cox Senior Center named after him for his contributions to our great community and to our senior citizens. He was a dear friend to me and my predecessor, Representative Jimmy Duncan. And while I was in the Tennessee State Legislature when I was county mayor, Larry would always call on behalf of constituents or folks that he no longer represented and that just needed some help. He never called about anything about it for himself. He was always advocating for those around him and his community. He gave back to his community in every way he could, and he made such a positive impact on those around him. Larry is survived by his beautiful wife, Brenda, his daughter, Brooke, his son, Shane, and his 3 grandchildren. He will be deeply missed by his family and friends and missed by me as well, Mr. Speaker. And our community loved him very much, and he will be very missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.